Hello and welcome to this 15-hour edition of the Practical Ethical Hacking course. My name is Heath Adams and I'm going to be your instructor for the entirety of this course. Okay, quick edit. So you might be looking at the YouTube video and seeing that it's only 7+ hours. That is because YouTube recently implemented a rule that we can no longer have videos over 12 hours. So I had to split this into two parts. I had to add this edit in and go back and re-render everything. So this is officially part 1. And we'll go through part 1, and then I'll have a link in the description below for part 2. So without further ado, let's jump right in. A really quick who am I? Again, my name is Heath Adams, and I am the CEO of TCM Security. We are a cybersecurity consulting firm and an educational institution. On a day-to-day basis, we primarily focus on what's called ethical hacking. That is where companies hire us to try to hack into them, to find vulnerabilities and let them know of any security issues they may have before the bad people find those on their own. That could be breaking into a network, a web application, wireless network, mobile applications, thick client applications, etc. It can even be breaking into a building, which is called physical pen testing. There's a lot of different types of hacking out there, and we're going to cover quite a bit of that in this course. Now, hacking is such an interesting field because you don't have to necessarily come from an IT background. I'm actually a former accountant and I just fell in love with hacking. And I know people from all different walks of life. We have somebody that works for us that used to be a mayor. I've seen doctors, I've seen pharmacists, I've seen all different kinds of weird backgrounds come into ethical hacking. So if you're watching this and you really don't have an IT background, a formal one, that's okay. As long as you have some basic computer knowledge, some basic networking knowledge, that's all you really need to succeed in this course. We're going to hold your hand the entire way through and make sure that you get and understand everything that's presented in front of you. In terms of the qualifications, I've listed my hacker certifications. That's not all the certifications, but those are the ones that are relevant, maybe make me an expert, whatever. I've also listed my social media. If you want to follow me on LinkedIn or follow the company on Twitter, follow me on YouTube. I would love if you just hit subscribe right now before we even get started, or you want to wait till the end. That's perfectly fine as well. We're making our way to 1 million subscribers and you could be a part of that. And I would absolutely love it if you did. We also have some sites. We have our consulting site, which is just tcm-sec.com. We've got the Academy, which I'll show you here in a second. We also have certifications site. Now, before we dive into things, you might say to yourself, this course seems familiar. And that's because it might be. Last year, we released a ethical hacking course in 12 hours. This year, it's up to 15 hours. Last year, that total of views got 3 million views in 11 months, which is great. It hasn't even been a full year yet. And we taught quite a bit of lessons in here. You can see all the different lessons we taught in here. So you might say, hey, what's the difference between this 12-hour course and the 15-hour course? Well, there's quite a few differences, 3 hours to be exact, but even with the 3 hours of time difference, we went through a lot of this. And for example, in the Kali Linux section, that's been completely redone. The Python section's been completely redone. So a lot of these videos and tools and ideas have been brought into 2023 methodologies. So not only are there 3 hours more, but a lot of the videos and content have been recreated for 2023 specifically to make sure that this is up to date and fresh. So you're getting a brand new course. This is the latest and greatest. Now, this course is actually an extension of a 25-hour, it's pretty close to 27 hours now of materials that is on our TCM Security Academy website. And this is the only time I'm going to try to sell you on anything throughout the entirety of this 15 hours. So I just ask for 1 minute of your time. This course takes the first half. The 15 hours takes the first half of what's in here. If we scroll down to the curriculum, we actually have all the first half here. You'll see this. If you actually came to the website, it's the exact same thing you're getting in this course. This goes all the way through the capstone and the buffer overflows here. And that is a great stopping point. We'll go to the capstone, we'll go through it. It's a great midway point to test your skills. If you get through the midway point and you say, hey, I really like this, I want to get the rest of the course, we have even more stuff in here. We have Active Directory, which is one of my favorite things to pen test against. And I would say it's the best part of the entire course. We teach that. We cover quite a bit of this. All this is on Active Directory right here. We cover more post exploitation. We cover web app pen testing and application pen testing. We get into a little bit of wireless testing and legal documents and all that fun stuff. So the 15 hours that's here, it's a great resource. It gets you started. If you love it, you love our instruction, you want more, this course is $29.99. All of our courses, in fact, on the Academy, if we go over here, they're all $29.99. So if you're interested, we have an all access pass that gets you access to everything. We've got courses on Linux, Python. We've got courses on privilege escalation, OSINT, external pen testing, all different kinds of stuff in here. If you're interested in that, I just encourage you to check out the website. You don't have to buy anything. This is completely 100% free if you just want to stick with the 15 hours. Last but not least, this course does lead to what is a certification. We have a certification called the PNPT. It's the Practical Network Penetration Testing certification. I'll link it down in the description below. It's a one-of-a-kind certification. You go through, you try to hack an organization, you write a report, you present a debrief, and the good thing about this is it gets you job ready for the field. So if you can get through this certification, you actually go look for the PNPT on LinkedIn or Indeed, you're going to find this on job postings. So this course, 15 hours of this is part of a 50-hour curriculum that we have. And so if you feel that, hey, I really am interested in this field and maybe I want a certification, consider looking at the PNPT as well. And that's really it. We're going to end here. Salesmanship's over. Please enjoy this 15 hours. If you do, please like, comment, subscribe, all that fun YouTube stuff. Let's go ahead and jump right into this course. I'm so excited to teach you in this 2023 edition. All right, I hate PowerPoints, but I love this template. I don't know what's so cool about it. It's all the colors, I think. So welcome to a day in the life of an ethical hacker 2022 edition. Let's talk about a pen tester's day-to-day, and I'm going to highlight this at a very high level. So what we do is we roll out of bed, hopefully we wake up in the morning, and we kick off our day. Now our day can be performing an assessment, and we're going to talk about the different assessment types that are out there. It could be writing a report, it could be giving a debrief, or a collection of the three. When we perform an assessment, we're talking about different types of pen testing or ethical hacking, and we're going to cover the most common types. We'll talk about some other types as well. Once we perform our assessment, we need to write a report. We deliver a report to our client. That report then gets digested, and eventually we give them a debrief if they want one, and we talk about our findings. And so we'll cover this whole process from start to finish. So let's talk about the different types of assessments that we could perform as an ethical hacker. Now, the first type of assessment I want to talk about is what is called an external network pen test. And one of the questions that we ask people when we're doing phone screens and baselines on interviews is we say, hey, can you tell me what an external pen test is versus an internal pen test? And honestly, I would say at least half of the people get the answer wrong. So make sure you're paying attention and you take notes because this may come up on an interview. Now, an external pen test is probably the most common type of pen test that we perform. If you just got hired as a penetration tester and you're brand new to the industry, it's likely they're going to start you out doing external network pen tests. These pen tests are the most straightforward and something that a junior could take on and work through and build up some experience and or confidence as they go through their process. So an external pen test is looking at an organization's security from the outside. This could be us trying to hack in from our mom's basement or from another country or whatever it might be. Whatever scenario plays out in your head, that's what it could be. You're trying to hack in from the outside. The methodology for external pen tests focuses heavily on what's called open source intelligence gathering, or OSINT. We're trying to gather as much intel and data about an organization. Who are their employees? What is their email format? Have they ever been involved in a breach? Can we find out what passwords were in those breaches? Can we collect data and then use it against that organization to breach a login panel or breach the VPN or get into an area where we otherwise would not be allowed into? Now, why do we focus so much on open source intelligence? Well, because this is an external assessment, you have to think about the internet as a whole. There are bots scanning the internet 24/7. If you don't believe me, try putting up an SSH server or something similar and leave it up for 24 hours and see how many login attempts you get on that server. It's a lot. Bots are scanning all the time. So what does that mean for us? Well, that means that if we do vulnerability scanning and we find something that is incredibly dangerous, well, somebody's probably already found that as well. So the chances of us finding something like remote code execution where we can land on a machine externally without doing a lot of work, it's pretty low. Usually organizations have their external networks buttoned up from a patching perspective. So what we're really looking at is the intel that we can gather. Where are the login panels? Who are the users? And how can we use that against the organization? Now, this is the most common type of pen test that organizations do, in my opinion, for two reasons. The main reason is that a lot of compliance organizations dictate that an external network pen test must be performed annually. That is not true for the rest of the pen tests, though some compliance organizations might dictate other pen tests. The external is by far the most common. The other side of this is external pen tests tend to be a little bit cheaper than the rest of the assessments depending on the size and scope of the engagement. And a lot of organizations like to dip their toes in the water before going and doing more assessments with a security firm. So they might test you out and say, hey, let's do an external pen test. We'll see how it goes. If we like you, we'll hire you for more stuff. So between those two reasons, we see a lot of external network pen tests, more so than anything else in my opinion. Now, these pen tests tend to last around 32 to 40 hours on average, though if you have a very large engagement, that can go a lot longer, or if you have a very small company and you're looking at one IP address or 5 IP addresses and 10 employees, it's probably not going to take you 32 hours to do that pen test, maybe somewhere in the 8 to 16 hour range. We then tend to add another 8 to 16 hours for report writing, and we'll touch base on report writing towards the end of this video. So moving on is what is called an internal network pen test. This is assessing an organization's security from the inside of the network. This means that we somehow breached the perimeter. Perhaps we sent a phishing email and somebody opened our email, clicked on our link, and now we're inside the network. Or maybe we broke into the building and left a Dropbox behind. Whatever scenario in your head you want to play as well, you can do that. What we do on our end is we typically send a laptop out to the client. The client plugs that laptop in, and we are able to remote into that laptop and perform a network assessment as if we were sitting inside the office. This is why a lot of work nowadays is remote, because we don't have to be on site anymore to do internal pen tests. Now, the methodology for an internal penetration test focuses heavily on Active Directory. Now, if you don't know what Active Directory attacks are, you absolutely need to learn those in order to be a successful internal penetration tester. And it's one of those things that a majority of the organizations that are out there use. So I believe the statement that I read once was 95% or 99%, don't quote me on this by the way, of the Fortune 500 companies use Active Directory in their environments. And I honestly think that this number is way closer to 99% than anything else. Every single internal pen test I've ever done, with the exception of one client, one very small client, has always been on Active Directory. So you need to understand Active Directory methodology in order to perform an internal network pen test. These typically last 32 to 40 hours, though they can run a lot longer, again, depending on the size and the scope. They don't typically run shorter, though I have seen them run 16 to 24 hours if the network is very small, but there is a checklist that we have to run through that is usually in the 32 to 40 hour range. And just like external pen tests, we tack on another 8 to 16 hours for report writing. Now, the third type of assessment I wanted to talk about is a web application pen test. This is probably the second most common. I wanted to group the external and the internal pen test together. But you have to think about networks nowadays versus web applications. There are websites everywhere. There are more websites than there are networks. If we're just counting websites to business networks, there probably are more websites to home networks as well, though I'm not entirely sure of that. I would argue that the answer is probably way more websites than home networks. So with that, there's a lot of attack surface that's out there. So organizations will come to us and they'll say, hey, we need a web application pen test. This can be dictated again by compliance. Perhaps stakeholders want to see this, or maybe the client is very interested in the security of the application and wants to make sure that it is very secure before they launch their application. Now, the methodology focuses heavily on web-based attacks, obviously, and the OWASP testing guidelines. So OWASP stands for the Open Web Application Security Project. If you've never heard of it, Google it. It's a great resource. They have testing guidelines for not just web application, but mobile as well. They have how to test, how to defend, how to prevent, all kinds of great things. and we follow their testing guidelines pretty exclusively. If you're ever going to be a pen tester and you want to pen test against web apps, you for sure need to know what the OWASP top 10 attacks are, because you will be asked those in an interview. Now, these engagements last typically 32 to 40 hours, and that is pretty much the minimum. We have a very thorough checklist that we have to go through when we're doing a web app pen test, and I would say it pushes closer to 40 hours than anything else. Unless it were a very, very small and specific web application, they're almost always in the 32 to 40 hour range, with another 8 to 16 hours for report writing. Another common assessment that we are asked to perform as pen testers is what's known as a wireless pen test or a wireless network pen test. And we're assessing an organization's wireless network security. So the methodology will vary depending on what type of wireless network is being used. For example, if they're using a guest network, we might log on to the guest network and test segmentation. Can a guest access internal resources, or is the network properly segmented? If they're using a pre-share key, which is what's common in most households, then we might test that pre-share key for password strength and see how strong the pre-share key is and how strong the password is. If they're using enterprise-based network, then we open ourselves up to a variety of new attacks as well. So our methodology really changes depending on what is being used. Now, wireless pen testing is fairly straightforward. You can look up the methodology online, find blog posts about it. You just need a wireless network adapter that you can honestly pick up for $30 to $50 at most. And I'll leave a link in the description below to my favorite wireless network adapter, but you can just pick one that is compatible with your machine, and that will work and do packet injection. It's honestly where a lot of hackers start. This is where I got my start before I ever learned about real pen testing or anything. I went and bought a cheap wireless adapter, and I started just hacking my own network and some devices that I had laying around at the house, and I learned how to hack wireless pretty quick. So it's one of those things that kind of gets you excited and gets you into the hacking mindset and kind of teaches you some of the wireless assessments that are out there, and I think it's pretty fun as well. Now, these typically last about 4 to 8 hours per SSID. So if we're testing 2 SSIDs, we're probably looking in the 8 to 16 hour range, and then typically another 2 to 4 hours for report writing. All right, the last thing I want to touch on in terms of assessments that we do quite a bit are physical pen tests and social engineering assessments. So when we're doing a physical pen test, we're assessing an organization's physical security. And our methodology is going to depend on the tasks and goals that are at hand that are given to us by the client. So if we're doing a physical pen test, we are going on site and we're trying to break into the building. That can be through cloning badges, that can be through social engineering, that can be through picking locks. There's a lot of different scenarios that are at hand there. Now, that methodology again depends on what we're up against, and it also depends on the client's goal. The client might say, hey, we want to see if you can just even get in the building. Or they might say, hey, I want you to get in the building and find our server closet and take a picture of yourself in our server closet. We want to see if you can make it there. So there's typically some goal behind why you're breaking into a building, but it is legal breaking and entering, and it's pretty fun and pretty exciting if that's your jam. And there's a lot of social engineering involved in that. So it's very, very fun engagement to do. The other side of this is pure social engineering. And what I mean by that is doing something like a phishing campaign against an organization. And we might actually do a phishing campaign in combination with an external pen test. So we might combine those together, though often they're left apart. We might do something like a phishing campaign where we call people and we say, hey, I'm from IT. Can you give me your password? Or I just sent you a code to your account. Can you give me the code that I just sent you? We might do a smishing campaign where we send text messages and see if anybody responds back to us. There's a lot of different social engineering that's out there, and we have different campaigns that we can run in different engagements depending again on the client's need. Now, the great thing about this is social engineering and physical pen testing offer a lot of learning opportunities and training opportunities. For example, when we do physical pen tests, we wear cameras on our hip and we record everything that we do, not just for our liability, but also for teaching end users at the end of the day. We'll cut that video, have a lessons learned. Here's the good things they did. Here's the bad things they did. And they can walk away with a way to improve moving forward. The weakest element of any organization is going to be the human. You can have a great environment, great policy, security, everything set up, and all it takes is one really nice person to hold the door open for you, and that can lead to catastrophic events. So Social engineering, again, is a very important part of security, and it's one of my favorite things to assess when I'm doing this type of work. Now, again, these can last anywhere from 16 to 40 hours, maybe even more, depending on the engagement that you're on, plus another 4 to 8 hours for report writing, again, maybe more, depending on the scope of the engagement that you're working. Now, these aren't the only assessments. There are other assessments that we might perform as a pen tester. These tend to get a little bit more specialized, and you might have to take additional training in order to learn this type of stuff. But these are things that we perform at work, and you may end up performing as well. So we have mobile penetration testing. It's a lot like web application penetration testing in the sense that you're testing against an application, except it's on a mobile device, so iOS or Android, and then there's specific methodology and techniques related to those operating systems. You may have IoT or Internet of Things penetration testing. Somebody might send you something. Like one time we got sent over a pressure cooker that was a wireless pressure cooker, and they wanted it pen tested. So we had a lot of fun doing that. There's red team engagements, which are kind of sort of like pen testing, but not really. When I say pen testing, I think of banging at the front door, where red teaming is trying to sneak in whatever creative way you can. So a red team engagement might say, hey, we want you to hack our company. You've got a month or 6 months or a year. And we don't want to hear you, we don't want to see you, we don't want to know about it, just let us know if you can hack into us. In these types of engagements, the methodology can be anything depending on what is allowed in scope. Usually it's pretty open in the scope. I've heard of red teams sending people to the client location, and they might even live there for a little bit. They might befriend some of the employees, try to become buddy-buddy, learn some internal secrets, maybe get a password, slip them a thumb drive. They might do all kinds of social engineering engagements. It's very, very custom and unique to the client and depends, again, on the scope, which is usually pretty wide, and what they can and can't do. So red team engagements are pretty awesome, but they're also incredibly stealthy, where pen testing is very time limited in the sense that we might only have a week engagement. We're going to know the IP addresses, we're going to know our scope, and we're going to have a set defined limitation in front of us, where red team doesn't have that as much. Now, a purple team engagement is something that you might do, tabletop exercises and things like that, where you as a red teamer or being offensive and working with a blue team or defensive, you work together and that makes purple. And in that sense, you might tabletop and say, hey, I just ran this attack. Do you see me in your network? I just ran this other attack. Do you see me? And you try to establish a baseline, and you can see, hey, where's the detection at? Where is the detection weak? And how can we improve detection mechanisms within the network? It's usually a bit of a more mature process. An organization that's never gone through a pen test before likely isn't just going to jump right into a purple team engagement, but it is something that more mature organizations do in order to improve their baselines and improve their detection mechanisms internally. Now, I've covered just a handful of the different types of pen testing engagements that you can work on. There's car hacking, there's airplane hacking, there's SCADA hacking. There's all kinds of really cool stuff out there that you can do. I just covered the most common items, but you can absolutely specialize if that's something that you're interested in. Now, with all the fun of getting to do assessment work, there comes the downside of report writing and debriefing. I actually enjoy doing both, and in order to be a successful consultant, you really need to be a three-headed person in a sense. You have to be really good at technical abilities. You have to be really good at report writing and communicating effectively, not just to a technical audience, but to a non-technical audience. And you also have to be good with presentation skills in the sense that you need to present your findings to a technical and non-technical audience. So with report writing, we typically deliver a report within a week after the engagement. Now, that report should be high level and technical. So we have what's called an executive summary for non-technical people. Think about a CEO who might not be a technical person. If they're going to read the report, it should still be crystal clear what the issues were and how they should be fixed. And that's what the executive summary is. Now, we have a technical findings section, and that's for the people doing the work. Maybe the security engineer, the network engineer, or the web app developer, depending on who you're working with. They can digest the findings. They can say, hey, here's what they found. Here's what tools they used. Here's how they were able to do it. And here are the recommendations for remediation. Now, recommendations should be incredibly clear. You should have high-level recommendations like, hey, patch this. And you should have technical recommendations as well that says, hey, go to this website, here's how you would install this patch, etc., etc. So depending on your audience, you want to make sure that you're communicating effectively to both of them. And for a lot of new pen testers, this can be an incredible struggle. It's one of those things that you write a report, you get beat up on it in the QA process, and you just get better over time. And it's just something that is kind of passed down and you learn as you go. So don't be worried if you're not great at report writing. Just make sure that you understand that if you're going to do this job, you will have to write reports and you will have to get better at it as you go. Last but not least is the debrief process. Now, a debrief walks your clients through your report findings. And again, this should be non-technical and technical as well. You may be sitting in a room with a CEO and a network engineer. You might be sitting in front of all technical people. You might be sitting in front of all C-level non-technical people. So you need to make sure that when you are presenting your findings that you can explain it at a high level and a technical level as well. I've seen many people struggle with this. All right, I've been in one situation. I remember that I was in a debrief with a coworker of mine. This was years ago, and he was very much struggling to communicate. He was giving very technical, in-depth details about what he was finding, and the CEO kept stopping him and saying, "I don't understand what you're saying." So we had to do a little bit of translation because he really wasn't great at the debrief process yet. He was still fairly new. And it's one of those things that if you're going to be an effective consultant, you need to be able to do both. Now, the debrief is important because it also gives the opportunity for your client to ask any questions about the findings that you have and address any concerns as well. So maybe there's a finding that they want to challenge or they want more information on. It gives them the opportunity to do that. Because when we give them the initial report, the report is a draft. After the debrief, or if they choose to not have a debrief, we finalize that report. So the debrief is the last opportunity the client has to understand what you're presenting to them and to ask any questions or address any concerns. So it's a very, very important process. All right, hopefully that was informative for you. If you're looking to become a pen tester, you should know at a high level what these different types of assessments are. And you should know what you're getting yourself into, because a lot of people think, oh, it's fun and games, I just get to go hack things. And yes, that's a lot of the job, but a lot of the job is also doing report writing and doing debriefs in front of clients. So if you're not strong with report writing, or if you're not strong with your presentation skills, you may have some time on the struggle bus before you get decent at it. All right, so make sure that you know coming into that those are things that you're going to have to be doing and that you're comfortable doing those things as well. So before we begin in this course and we really start to dive in, it's important to cover one of the topics that I'm going to harp on the most, which is effective note keeping. If you're going to be successful in your career and you're going to be successful in this course, you really need to take good notes. Now, in this first video, I'm going to show you what my notebook kind of looks like, not only for my personal notebook, but as a notebook for an assessment and how I might take notes for an assessment. And then I'll also show you some note-keeping applications that I prefer or I've heard students prefer. In the second video, we're going to cover how to install one of the applications and another cool application used for taking screenshots. So let's take a look at my notebook first. So here is my notebook, and actually let's click over here. So this is my notebook, and you can see it's really long. It's got all kinds of stuff in here, and it's just something that I build upon. This one in particular is actually only geared towards Active Directory. So I have a few different notebooks. This one is Active Directory, and it's actually a few different courses that I've taken in the past that I've kind of put together. And then just for assessment work, etc., I just kind of have a little cheat sheet here. So I wanted to show you this one in particular because these were built off of courses, and you're going to be working through a course, so kind of just get an idea of how maybe to structure it. So here you can see I structured it, and I've got different modules here where, okay, module 1 might have had this email macro fundamentals, module 2 here has all these different components to them, right? And we have our notes, then we have child notes, and even sub-children to those child notes. And I'll show you how to create that here in a second. But let's say, for example, enumeration, which is one of the most important things that you're going to cover in hacking. And we take a look at enumeration. You don't have to understand what any of this means here. But you could see if I want to look at a domain and I want to get the current domain that I'm on, here's the command I run. And here is a picture of what it looks like, and here's what comes back when you run that command. That's great, that's what I want to see. And I have a whole list of commands for all of these in here, right? So if I'm confused on a assessment and I want to go and find a command that I'm not sure of, I can go to my little cheat sheet here. Now, again, this is really long, so you have to create your notes the way it really helps you. For a course, I think it's good to write it all out step by step like this, and then go back and make a cheat sheet. I don't need these pictures anymore. I've been doing this for a while. So maybe I just say, hey, get current domain is get net domain. And then I say, hey, okay, get object of another domain. Here's an example of it. I don't need the pictures because it makes it really long. But as an example, and over time, you learn with the pictures as well, at least I do. So let's build from that. Here is an example of an actual assessment that I did for a client. And you can see how I did this. Now, I did an external, internal, and web application assessment for this client, and these were the findings. Now, I'm only going to show you what is masked or obfuscated already or doesn't reveal client information, but as you can see here, one example is on the internal, they had something called SMB signing disabled. You don't need to worry about it, but here in my picture, I've got a nice picture. The picture has highlighted, it says, hey, message signing disabled, that signifies SMB signings disabled. And it has the IP address. So we identified the machine and we give proof of concept that this SMB signing is disabled here. Another example, MS17010. These are both internal exploits that you're going to encounter in this course. Here's one, I checked this machine, it says, hey, this target's not patched. Now this is one I didn't exploit, but it shows that it's actually vulnerable to this attack. So these are a couple screenshots that I'll put. Now, your notes could be different than mine. How I organize is I take a screenshot, I put it in here, and then I make sure that I have at least the IP address and the screenshot for reference because I'll remember it. But if you need to go in here and take detailed notes, that's absolutely fine as well. You always want good notes for your assessments because you never know if a client's going to come back in 6 months or even a year and say, hey, what was that one thing that you did here? And if you go back to your notes, you say, oh, I did this. And some people get down really into the weeds. They have dates, times, everything for step-by-step what they do on an assessment. And that's completely up to you and how well you take your notes. This is kind of how I lay it out. And then you see the green check marks next to it. I add those green check marks when I'm doing my report. So as I'm building my report out and I cover something in the report, I'll just go ahead and right click and I'll change the note icon to a check mark, meaning that I've written that part of the report for that finding. And we just kind of go through over time. So with that being said, I do want to show you some decent applications. The one that I'm using here and that you see is called KeepNote. Now I run on Windows as a base. So keepnote.org, that's how you get KeepNote. It is for Linux, it is for Mac OS X, but this is totally a preference thing. Me, I prefer it. I've been using it for a long time. Some people don't like it, okay? So I'm gonna offer some alternatives as well. Cherry Tree comes built into Kali Linux, as you're going to see here in just a little bit. Worth looking at, worth trying, seeing if you like it. OneNote's another example if you use Microsoft. And if you're a Mac user, a lot of students have told me that Joplin is really good. Now, I've never used this, but I keep hearing great things about it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put all of these into the course resources, and you'll be able to look at them, download them, decide on your own. Now, you're not limited to these 4 note-keeping applications by any means. Feel free to use whatever you like to take notes. If you want pen and paper, that's great as well. And so just make sure that you're taking good notes. And we're gonna harp on this throughout the entire course over and over and over again. So make sure you're taking good notes. So from here, what we're gonna do is we're going to install KeepNote in the next video, and we're gonna install an awesome tool called GreenShot. And I'm gonna show you what GreenShot does and why it's so cool, and I cannot live on any assessment without it. So let's catch you over in the next video when we work on installing those tools. All right, so in that example in the last video, we talked about using KeepNote. So if you go to Google and you type in KeepNote, all you gotta do is come here, and KeepNote works on Windows, Linux, and Mac OS X. So great tool. The only issue with this tool is it has not been updated in a long time. Some people find issue with that. if you're one of those people, I'm actually not, you can use other tools. OneNote is an option. Cherry Tree is also an option. You can also find other options out there for you. If you have a favorite note-taking tool already, that's absolutely fine as well. Just make sure to take good notes, especially during this course, and make the most of it. Learn all the things that you can and incorporate that. So I will show you quickly how to install KeepNote here. And another thing to note too is while we do this is Cherry Tree is available on Kali Linux. We're going to install Kali Linux here very soon. So once we install Kali Linux and we get into the introductory Linux and we explore it, I'll show you a little bit more of Cherry Tree and what that looks like. And we'll talk pros and cons of Cherry Tree when we get there. So here we go. If you are on Windows, you can follow along, or you download your appropriate one here, depending if you're on Linux or if you need Mac as well. So I'm going to go ahead and install the exe, and I'm just going to actually run this. We're just going to say yes, and I'm going to say next, next, install. And that's it. I mean, it's that quick. And then we just launch KeepNote, and here you go. We've got KeepNote. So the other tool, the really cool tool that I love, this one is called Greenshot. Now this is a screenshot capturing tool. So let's go to downloads here on Greenshot. If you are running on something other than Windows, or Windows or Mac, so basically Linux, you're going to need a different tool. The recommended tool that I've heard out there is called FlameShot, F-L-A-M-E. Though I have no experience with it, I've heard it is identical to Greenshot. So here I'm going to download the latest stable. I'm going to select run. Yes. Okay. Accept the agreement. Give away our firstborn. Next, next, next. Place it however you want. I'm just going to next through everything. And I'm going to start Greenshot with Windows Start. That is my preference. I love this tool again. So it's finished. All right. Let's take a look at it. So it should be running. Let's start Greenshot now. Okay, now you see it running down here on the bottom. Okay, let's go. Let's open up a web page. Let's say we want to take a screenshot of something. Now you just hit your print screen button, and this nice cursor gets brought up here. And let's say we wanted to just take this downloads part right here. We're just going to capture this. And now we have choices. We can just save the image that we just grabbed. Or my favorite is that we can actually just open in an image editor, right? So let's open this in their image editor. Look at this. Okay, so here's the picture we just grabbed, right? On top of this, really great tools. Let me show you two that I use always. So I come into effects, I put a border on it. Let's say that you have like a Kali Linux, and Kali Linux, if you've never used it, has a black terminal. It's really nasty. So let's imagine here that it's black. It's nasty when it comes to reporting. So let's imagine that we're in this situation and we're writing a report and we've got this black background similar to this. Well, you can see what I just did. I just inverted it. And I do this for all of my reports. I invert the Kali background. So that way it's white. And that way it looks nice on a report. And when we get into the reporting, you'll kind of see what that looks like. But I like a nice clean background. It saves on ink as well if they were to print it. And it's just nice and neat when you give it to a client. So I always invert my images if I need to. You've got the black border here. Another thing is, let's say you want to point something out. You saw in my KeepNote notebook that I had a highlight. You can just click that button up here and just highlight something, like right here. Great. Another tool that's in here is this obfuscate. So let's say that there's like a password or something really sensitive in here that you don't want the client to see, or you don't want to reveal on a final report. You can do that, and then you can just like up the pixel size on this and make it really blurry, you know? So it's a really, really great tool. And then when you're done, you can copy it to your clipboard. You can save the file. I just usually like copy this, and if I want to go paste it, like, you know, make a new notebook or whatever, I'll just paste it in my KeepNote and just kind of go from there. So again, fantastic tool, awesome to use. If I had two recommendations for your note keeping, it's KeepNote and Greenshot. If I had to make one recommendation out of the two, it's absolutely Greenshot. You can be flexible on your note keeping tool. So again, hopefully this helps you. Again, please do take good notes through this course. You're going to find yourself wanting to know, hey, what was that command I ran again? And because we're going to go through so much stuff by the time this is all said and done that you're going to want to remember it. So please take good notes. So from here, let's go ahead and move on into our networking refresher, and we'll catch you in the next video. Hello everyone and welcome to this section on networking. So this section is titled Networking Refresher, meaning that some of you might have a networking background. And if you're looking at this list that's on the screen and you go down the list and you say, yep, I know all those, you can feel free to skip this section. If you've taken some of these in the past and you just might want a little bit of a refresher on them, then this section is for you. We're going to cover these topics not totally in depth, but we're going to use it as a way to brush up. And then we'll hit on networking again when we get into introductory Linux. So if you are unfamiliar with things like TCP, UDP, and the three-way handshake, or if your subnetting's a little shaky or you don't know what the OSI model is, chances are you should probably stick around and just click through this series, watch it, and build that foundation. Remember, we talked about one of the core foundations of pen testing being a strong networking background. This is a good way to build it up, remember what you might have forgotten, and go from there. So let's go ahead and just jump right into the first video, which is going to be IP addresses. What's up, everybody? So I'm going to preface this video really quick with that it is raining pretty hard here. So if the soothing sounds of the rain put you to sleep during this video and you can hear it, I'm very, very sorry, but the show must go on. So what we're going to be doing today is we're going to be talking about IP addresses. Now, if you've ever used a computer before and you're anywhat familiar with IT, you probably know what an IP address is. But I want to take this a little bit deeper in theory on why we use IP addresses, what types of IP addresses are out there, and talk more about protocols and how IP addresses are actually designed and made up. So I'm here in a Kali terminal, and I'm just going to type in a simple command, and that command is ifconfig. Now, if you've used Linux before, this might be familiar to you. If you used Windows, it's similar to ipconfig. All I'm trying to do is bring up my IP address. So what we can see here is that we have an IP address, which is our inet. This is my IP address here. I also have another IP address, this inet6. This is what's called an IPv6 address. So we've got this inet, which is considered an IPv4, and this inet6, which is considered an IPv6. Now you can notice right away that there's two different types of notations for these. This inet here is in a decimal notation, and the IPv6 is in a hexadecimal notation. We'll get to the importance of that in just a second. So when it comes to IP addresses, this looks probably pretty familiar to us. This is an IP address. This is how we communicate. We communicate over layer 3. And you're going to hear me talking about layers repeatedly throughout the course, or at least throughout this part of the course, so that we can get familiar with how we're actually doing this. So I want you to be familiar with troubleshooting these layers, and these layers all refer to something called the OSI model. So when we talk about layers, we think about the OSI model, and I'll introduce the OSI model here in a few videos, and it should all click once I introduce the OSI model. So if I brought in the OSI model up front, it might be boring, might not make sense. So I'm going to introduce the OSI model near the end, and you're going to say, hey, yeah, that all makes sense. So what we've got here is we've got this IPv4 address, and this is the most commonly used format that we use today, right? We use IPv4 for mostly everything. And again, this is in that decimal notation. So when we see this decimal notation, it's just realistically a bunch of ones and zeros that are put together so that we have this human readable format. Realistically, all we're seeing here with 192, this first section here, this first octet, is actually just a bunch of ones and zeros. It's 8 bits. So we've got a range of 8 ones and zeros here. We've got another 8 here, and 8 here. So when it's all said and done, this inet, or this IPv4, is made up of 32 bits, 8 plus 8 plus 8 plus 8 here, and which equals 4 bytes. So another way to think about that is to think about it as, say, something like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, period. Okay, that is one section there. So we've got 8 ones that can make up this, and then we'd have another 8, etc. I'm not going to beat a dead horse here. But I do want to give you guys another example. So if we go into our applications and we go to a text editor really quick, So the way this looks is something like this. We start with a number like 128. I'm going to try to space this out as best as possible. And all I like to do is think of 128 as my base. And this will make a lot more sense when we get into subnetting. So please, if you're confused by this, don't worry. This is all theory right now. When we get into subnetting and we get hands-on, it'll make a lot more sense, I promise you. So let's say we have ones and zeros here. If we have a 1 for each of these sections, and I'm going to space this out again as best as possible, it's not pretty. But if we have a 1 for all of these, this equals 255. Why does this equal 255? Well, you take this, and all these numbers add up. 1 plus 2 plus 4 plus 8, all this adds up to 255. So let's say if we didn't have all the ones and zeros, we had just some ones enabled, like these last 3 here. Okay, well, this would equal 7, because we have 4 plus 2 plus 1 equals 7. So our first number, or whatever number this applied to in the octet, would be 7. So if we had 7.7.7.7, it would just be this numbers repeating over and over. These numbers repeating over and over, right? So be 0.0000111 dot 0.0000111 and so forth. So this is kind of what it looks like behind the scenes, because again, a computer is just ones and zeros. We're all binary. So what we're going to do is we're going to close this out. We're going to talk a little bit of other theory when it comes to this, and why INET or IPv6 and why IPv4. So let's close this and let's talk about IPv4. So I'm going to bring up a calculator. And with IPv4, we have these 32 bits. So what we can do is we could take 2 to the 32nd power. And this is the possible amount of IP addresses that we could have. So we have somewhere in the 4 billion range of IP addresses. Well, spoiler alert, we don't have only 4 billion people on Earth, right? We're up to 7 something billion at this point, and all these IP address spaces are gone. So IPv4 has been around since 1981. Nobody thought we were ever going to use all these addresses. Computers weren't really a thing. Who knew that we were going to want all these addresses? And, you know, these companies started buying them up, and they started buying them up in large chunks. And then they sold those to ISPs, and then ISPs sell those to you. And so these IP addresses have been gone for a very, very long time. And chances are when you have an IP address and you get this IPv4, you're only going to get one. If you're a corporation, you might buy more, but we've run out of IP address space. There's just not enough to go around. So the theory is, okay, let's come up with something different. Let's come up with IPv6. Now, this hexadecimal is actually in 128 bits, which makes things just a little bit longer and adds quite a bit. So let's take this 2 to the 128 power, and we get a number that I cannot tell you how to say, not even going to try. But I can guarantee you that in our lifetime, we will never use this address space. So we've come up with the solution of IPv6, but nobody really uses it. IPv6 is just a thing that's there, but when we get IPv6 addresses assigned, but still to this day, everybody's using IPv4. Well, how is that possible if we're using IPv4, but we're out of address space? Well, think about this. We're using something called NAT, which is Network Address Translation. Now, let's think about your network. So you might have a cell phone or computer or multiple devices. My network has at least 20 devices on it. I've got cameras, I've got multiple cell phones, smart TVs, everything that connects to my internet gets an IP address. And that's 20 IP addresses right there, right? So let's say I have 20 devices, that's 20 IP addresses. Am I taking up 20 IP addresses out of that 4 billion? No. We're actually using something called Network Address Translation, or it's called NAT for short. And we'll talk about this again when we set up our actual lab. But with NAT, what we're doing is we're assigned these private IP address spaces. So we've got this 192.168.57.139. Now, if you've ever seen a IP address before and you've been on a network, good chances are it probably started with 192. or maybe it started with a 10 dot or something along those lines. And that's because those are private IP addresses. So anything that starts with 192.168 is not an IP address that is going to be out in the interwebs. It is going to be an IP address that is only known to you. These are called private IP addresses. So because we use these private IP addresses, we can pass them out through what is called a public IP address. Now, to make better use of this, let's go out to Firefox, and I've already got a tab open. So I went to Google and I just said private IP addresses, and I clicked the second image here because I think it's a great image. So if we look at this, there are classes of IP addresses, private IP addresses. Now, there is a class D and E. We're not going to worry about those. The big three are class A, B, and C. If you know these, you are good to go. So if we look at class C, this is what the most common household and small business use. So we see it starts with the 192.168.0.0. So the 192.168 are constant. If you see a 192.168 address, you can guarantee yourself that that is a private IP address space. And then we have the range of changing this number between 0 and 255 and this number between 0 and 255. Why 0 to 255? Well, that'll all make sense when we get into subnetting. But what that allows us to do is have a large number of networks here and a small amount of hosts. But for a regular user like you or I, or a small business, 254 hosts is pretty good. I mean, I'm only using like 20 in my household. So the most common household is probably using this 192 address. But what about a big business, right? Something huge. Okay, well, they might use a 10 address because a 10 address frees you up to anything after this 10 is private. So 10.1, 10.1.1.1, whatever you want to put in here up to 255 on each octet makes for a small amount of networks, but a large amount of hosts. Okay, and don't worry about the host versus network thing. Again, subnetting, we'll talk about that. It'll all make sense. But just imagine the amount of hosts that you can put in here with this wide range. So because of this, you'll see larger corporations using 10 addresses. You'll also see a lot of corporations, even small businesses, using 10 addresses. The matter of fact is, as long as you have this private IP address, you're good to communicate across your network. So any IP address outside of these and the loop back here are free game for the public address space. They're probably already owned, and you purchase those or rent those really from your ISP, your internet service provider. So going back to this thought, we have a class C address. My network's class C, 192.168.57.139 here. So it falls into that class C. I've got all these devices on this 192.168 network. All these devices are talking out of one IP address. That is my public IP address. That is what I rent from my ISP. And all of this network traffic goes out one IP. So this is how we have achieved or solved the issue of running out of address space without having to use IPv6. Not that there's anything wrong with IPv6. It's not pretty. I mean, it's way easier to type this stuff in than it would be to type something like this in. But at the same time, this is how we've solved it. We're able to still use IPv4 in mostly all networks, and we are able to communicate out with this quote-unquote IP address shortage. So hopefully that makes sense. We're going to build upon these concepts. Again, IPv4, IPv6 IP addresses are layer 3 protocols. Layer 3 is a router. So when we route traffic, we route via an IP address. So we're going to build upon that as well as we go in. Hopefully this is all just a refresher to you. So that is it for this video. I'll go ahead and catch you over in the next one. All right, so we're going to move down a layer here and talk about layer 2. So remember, IPv4, IPv6, IP addresses as a whole, that is layer 3. We're talking about routing. Here in layer 2, we're going to be talking about a MAC address or a physical address. Now, MAC stands for Media Access Control, and that is identified here in our ifconfig as this ether here. So we could think of this as our physical address, and a way that we communicate when we are using switches. Switches communicate over this physical address. This is kind of how they know what device is what. So what we say here is if we have a device, say you just built a computer and you're installing your network interface card or your NIC, you're going to plug that in and you're going to have a MAC address for that NIC. Your cell phone, that's going to have a MAC address. Anything that's using a network interface is going to have a MAC address. So these MAC addresses are important because they utilize layer 2 or switching, and they are how we communicate over switches. Now there's something to be noted briefly about MAC addresses. Now MAC addresses have identifiers. So as you can see here, this MAC address has 6 different pairs of 2, right? And what we can do is we could take the first 3 pairs and we can just copy this and we can go out and we can try to put it into a MAC address lookup. Now for this one, this is just going to be VMware. I'm not sure if it's actually going to come up, but I'm going to go ahead and paste it and see what happens. And you can see that the vendor actually shows up as VMware. So the first 3 pairs here are identifiers, and we can identify what we're up against. If you've ever looked in your house and you've looked at your network and you're trying to find a device and you see the IP address, but the IP address doesn't really help you identify it. You might see something along the lines of a MAC address because your home device, say your router, might also be what's called a layer 2/layer 3 device, meaning it's doing switching and routing for you. And it'll also know the MAC address of that device. So you can take the first 3 pairs here, put those into the Google machine, and see if you can identify what that device is. So if I was unsure, this didn't have a host name or device name, and I could just reach out and say, okay, well, let me look these up. Maybe it'll give me an inkling. It's not going to tell me the exact device, but if I know it's running VMware, then I can say, oh, that's my host machine running. Or if it's related to like Texas Instruments or something, maybe I know that device in my house. So this is just a quick way to look up devices and know about them. The other option or other thing that you need to know here is just that, again, MAC addresses, layer 2, related to switching. I'm just trying to repeat this and get this into your head. So that's all we need to know from this lesson. And we're going to go ahead and I'll catch you over in the next lesson. All right, so now we're moving into layer 4, which is the transport layer of the OSI model. And we're going to talk about what is TCP and what is UDP. So we'll type that in here, TCP versus UDP. So TCP is what is known as the Transmission Control Protocol. And you could think of that as a connection-oriented protocol. And we also have UDP, which is the User Datagram Protocol. And this is a connection-less protocol. So when we have these 2 protocols, one is best suited when it comes to high reliability. That's TCP. TCP is connection-oriented. We want to make a connection, we need high reliability. So you can think of something like a website, which is HTTP or HTTPS. Or you can think of something like SSH or FTP, the file transfer protocol. Those all utilize TCP. When you think about UDP, you might think about something like a streaming service, that's connectionless, or DNS is connectionless, or voice over IP is connectionless. And when this comes into the importance of scanning is super important. We're going to be scanning both TCP and UDP as a penetration tester. And don't worry about scanning right now. When we get into the scanning section, this will make a lot more sense. But we need to know what TCP and UDP are and define them broadly. So the most commonly used protocol that you're going to be scanning is going to be TCP. Now TCP works on what is called a 3-way handshake. Now if we look at the 3-way handshake, it's going to look something like this. We're going to first send out a SYN packet, and then we're going to receive back a SYN ACK packet. And finally, we're going to send an ACK packet. Now, how does this work? Now, you could think of this as an interaction. So let's say you have a friend or a neighbor, and you go to your neighbor and you say hello. That's a SYN. Now, SYN ACK is going to be the response. It's going to say, hey, SYN, I acknowledge you. That's your neighbor waving hello back. And then you know you are good to go start a conversation, so that's the acknowledgement. Now when we think about this in the terms of ports, now port is a item that can be open on a machine. It's a way to communicate with certain protocols. For example, if you think about HTTP, that's over port 80. If you think about HTTPS, that's over port 443. There's a lot of different protocols, and there are 65,000 plus ports that can utilize these protocols. So everything related here has to do with these ports. Now let's say that you want to connect to port 443 on a website. You're going to send out a SYN packet to that website. You're going to say, hey, I want to connect to you on port 443. And if 443 is open and available for connection, they're going to say, hey, you can go ahead and connect to me. And when you want to actually establish that connection, you're going to send that acknowledgement packet back. Now, let's make more sense of this. Let's go ahead and open up a tool called Wireshark. So this is built into Kali Linux. I'm just going to type in Wireshark, and I'm going to provide an ampersand here just so I have shell access if I need it in the background. And all I'm going to do is capture packet data. So this is going to be listening in on my NIC, and it's going to say, hey, what's he doing? Let's capture all that data. So we're going to capture that. I'm going to start a capture here. You're going to start to see a bunch of traffic coming through. You can see the different protocols here. You could see UDPs coming through right now. But we're going to go establish a TCP connection. So let's go out to the World Wide Web. And I've got Google up. I'm just going to refresh Google. You're going to see a lot of traffic start coming through. So I'm going to go ahead and just stop this right here. Look at all the data packets that get sent when you're using your computer. This is what's going on in the background. You don't even think about it. So we could see some synax there. Those are in the gray. Let's see if we could find a good one. Okay, so here is one right here. So what we're going to do, actually, let's find a better one. So we're going to come down to here, and we're going to say, okay, so here we are. We're our source IP. This is 192.168.57.139. We're going out to destination of 74.125.21.155. We're saying, hey, I've got this port here. I want to connect to your port. So port 443, this is a web page. We're sending a SYN packet. If that port is open and available for connection and communication, what's going to happen back is that IP address is going to say, hey, here I am. I'll allow you to connect on this port. And if we make that final connection, we're going to go ahead and send the ACK packet back, which is right here. It's going to say ACK. So that is the three-way handshake. Please do remember this is going to come back into play when we get into scanning, and we'll talk about stealth scanning and how we modify the three-way handshake to actually do some scanning. So that is it for this lesson. I will catch you over in the next one. All right, so before we go into the OSI model, I do want to talk about some common ports and protocols. Since this is a refresher, most of these should be pretty familiar to you. I'm going to run through them pretty quickly and just talk about them briefly on each of these common ports. And the reason I've listed these is because there are things that we'll see quite often as a penetration tester, and it's just something that as we're going through the course, if one of these show up, it's something that just rings a bell, and you see a scan, it comes back, and you see port 21, you just think, ah, yes, FTP. Or you see port 80, you think, ah, yes, HTTP. So you got to start training your mind to memorizing these ports. So when we get into our scanning, which again, we haven't covered scanning, but when we get there and we see what ports are open on a machine, we're going to be able to have these common ports memorized. So on the TCP side, we've got FTP. FTP is the file transfer protocol. You're going to see this in some assessments. You're going to see this a lot when we do something called capture the flag, where we run through some test machines. You'll see FTP open quite a bit. So FTP, file transfer protocol, all that means is we can log into this server, we can put a file, or we can get a file off the server. Now SSH and Telnet kind of play hand in hand. Telnet is the ability to log into a machine remotely. Now SSH does the same thing. The only difference is SSH is the encrypted version of that. So with Telnet, you are in clear text, and with SSH, you are encrypted. Now SMTP, POP3, and IMAP all relate to mail. We're not going to worry too much about mail in this course, but you might see it come back up at some point. So just remember your 25, 110, and 143. DNS. So DNS is a way to resolve IP addresses to names. And we could take a quick look at that if we go back to our Kali machine and say we're at Google here. We've got Google up, but the computer doesn't really know what Google is. The computer's just using nice text like google.com for us, the humans. What's going on the back end is Google actually resolves to an IP address. Now that IP address is how the computer knows to get back and forth. Because we don't want to sit there and type in IP addresses, this DNS or domain name system has been implemented for us. So we type in google.com. On the back end, it knows, hey, I want to go out to 179.10.22.34, whatever it is in reality. But this is just a quick way for the computer to relate to a human and the human to have easily readable access to some of this stuff. So going back to our PowerPoint, we have HTTP and HTTPS. That is a website, just what you saw there. Mostly everything is on 443 now, or HTTPS. The HTTP on port 80, you'll see sometimes. Remember, that is the non-secure version of the protocol. So HTTPS is encrypted, HTTP is not encrypted and not secure. So lastly, SMB ports 139 and 445. Originally, it was just 139. In the later versions of Windows, they've put on 445. You're going to see these ports a lot. This is probably the most common port you're going to see as a pen tester. These relate to file shares. You might also hear this called Samba. So there are a few names for it, but when you think of SMB and you see 139 or 445, think of file shares. And as a pen tester perspective, you got to think about all the crazy exploits we've had regarding SMB. The most recent one as of this course was the WannaCry virus, right? So you had the WannaCry virus. It's also known as Eternal Blue, was what it was built off of, or MS17010 was the official term of that exploit. That exploit utilized an SMB exploit to navigate through networks. So it became very vicious very quick because SMB is open so frequently on networks. Now, on the UDP side, we also have DNS over here. DNS is both a TCP and UDP protocol. We also have DHCP. Now, when it comes to IP addresses, DHCP associates you with an IP address kind of at random. Now, you could have the opposite of that is what is a static IP address. So with DHCP, you plug into your network, say your home network, and the internet just fires up. Guess what? Probably DHCP on the back end. It just picks a number between a range, says, hey, here's your IP address. I'm going to let you lease that out for 8 hours or a day or a week or however long the timing is set for, and that IP address is yours. Now, the opposite of that, again, is static. So you could say, hey, I want a static IP address, and anytime I plug in with this specific computer, go ahead and give it this IP address. So how are we going to know that? Most likely the MAC address, right? So from layer 2, it's going to know layer 3 and how to assign it. So again, DHCP should be pretty familiar to you. We've also got TFTP on port 69, which is the trivial FTP, and it utilizes UDP instead of TCP. And we also have SNMP, which is the Simple Network Management Protocol. So you will encounter SNMP occasionally on networks, not always, but when we do encounter it, there may be some information to be gathered, especially if there are strings being used that are community or public strings. And we'll worry about that when we encounter it, but you'll probably see it again in this course. So that is it in this video. We're going to go ahead and move on to the OSI model and tie all this together. Then we'll get into a little bit of subnetting, and we'll end this with a refresher on networking, a final video on networking. So I'll see you over in the next video. All right, so this whole time we've been talking about networking, and I've been throwing terms at you, and every time I throw a term at you, I try to use the respective layer for it. So you've heard me say layer 2, layer 3, layer 4, and those all correspond with what is called the OSI model. Now, if you're ever in a network interview, or if you're ever talking to somebody who has experience in networking, or even if you're on the help desk taking tickets, knowing the OSI model is incredibly helpful, and people will just throw layers at you. especially the people who have been in the field for quite some time, might just say layer 2 instead of a switch, or they might say layer 3 instead of a router. So I'm going to discuss the OSI model really quickly, give you a mnemonic on how to remember it, and just talk about some of the concepts within it and how to troubleshoot down it as well. So I picked this up from Heath Barker a long time ago, great trainer by the way, and this is the mnemonic. So we're going to go P, D, N, T, S, P, A. And this stands in my head for please do not throw sausage pizza away. Again, that is please do not throw sausage pizza away. So I'm going to put numbers corresponding to the layers in front of it here. And we're going to go ahead and type these out one by one. So on the first layer here, we've got what is called the physical layer. And you could think of your physical layer as like data cables or like your Cat6 cables, stuff like that. Something you might plug in, right? That is the physical layer. And we've already talked about layer 2 quite a bit. Layer 2 is the data layer, and that is our switching, right? And also our MAC addresses. Going down the list, we've got the network layer, which is IP addresses. Also routing. The fourth layer is the transport layer, which is TCP UDP, which we have talked about as well. And the last few, so the session layer. We've got the session layer, which is just session management. You don't really have to worry too much about this one. 6 is the presentation layer. Now, this should be familiar to you because think about WMV, JPEG, movie files. That's what your presentation layer is, so media. And then lastly, we've got the application layer, which is like HTTP, SMTP, your applications that you utilize, right? So we've got this laid out here, and you might be asking, why is this important? Well, again, when we say something like, my home router is a layer 2-3, so that means it does switching and it does routing, right? You might think of this in another way as well. You might be asked to troubleshoot. And something to talk about too with the OSI model is when we receive data down this physical layer all the way down to the application. When we transmit data, it goes out the application layer down to the physical. When we're troubleshooting this, it is always best to start with the physical and go down to the application level. Okay, so say you're working help desk and you get a phone call and somebody says, my internet's not working, help me. Well, what's the first thing you're going to do? Are you going to ask them application level questions? Probably not. You might say, hey, can you look at the back of the computer? Do you see the cable plugged in? Oh, the cable's plugged in. Okay, well, do you see the where the cable's plugged in? Is there a blinking light? Is that blinking light green by chance? Okay, we're checking the NIC, right? And then we might ask them to, do they have an IP address? What's going on? All the way down. And then we troubleshoot all the way down to layer 7. So we wouldn't start on layer 7, right? We would start from the basics and move down. So it's important to know this. This isn't a help desk course by any means, but it's super important to know this, especially if it's been a while since you've seen this network stuff, or even if this is new to you, that the OSI model is commonly referred to. Even as a pen tester, I get all kinds of layer 2, layer 3 talk, and you will be sitting in meetings with network engineers, with people who are very, very smart about this stuff, and they're going to throw all this lingo at you. So if you know this lingo, really, really benefits you, or else you're just going to sit there and wonder what the heck they're talking about. So hopefully this is a quick, informative method for you. And again, remember, please do not throw sausage pizza away. That's the easiest way that I remember it. You can make up your own mnemonics if you want. People have other things as well. If you've got a favorite mnemonic, please feel free to comment down below and tell me your mnemonic as well. So I'd love to hear some of these other ones. So let's go ahead and move on into subnetting, and then we'll start moving into other fun parts of the course. Let's talk about subnetting. So subnetting is important in networking. You hear about it all the time. You hear even people perhaps freaking out. I know I freaked out when I heard that I had to do it for exams like Network Plus or CCNA. And I feel like there are a lot of complicated methods out there for subnetting, but there was a method that was shown to me middle of my career and it just blew my mind. It's really fast subnetting method. And I really want to break down for you what subnetting is, why we do it, and then show you the methodology behind it. So if we want to talk about subnetting, if we just come in here and just do an ifconfig, and we look at our IP address, right? We have our inet, which is our IPv4. And you can see here too, we have this net mask. This is also known as a subnet mask or a subnet. And it just says 255.255.255.0. Doesn't really tell us a lot if we don't know much about it, but this is what a subnet looks like. And we can think of subnets in ones and zeros. It's all bits, right? So we've got 8 bits here, just like an IP address, IPv4, same thing. 8 bits, 8 bits, 8 bits, and another 8 bits. And we've got ones and zeros. If all the ones are switched on, we've got 255. If none of the ones are switched on, we've got 0. And depending on how those ones and zeros are switched on or off determines a lot of things for us. And that's why this net mask is important. Now, attached to your resources for this course, I've created an Excel sheet that I think will be useful. So if we look at the Excel sheet, here is the CyberMentor's subnetting sheet. And let's talk through this. It looks like a bunch of numbers and it might look crazy for you. And we're going to talk about how this breaks down, how the bits break down, and then how I would write this shorthanded for an exam or a test or just something that I do on a day-to-day basis. So first, let's talk about the bits. So come to the bits tab here, and we have our 8 bits, right? We can count this across, and there's 8 here on the count, and you can see that. And it starts with 128 and descends down to 1. You just keep cutting it in half, right? So 128, 64, 32, 16, 8, whatever. What's more important is why we get to these numbers. So if we have a 1 switched on here, it adds to the value. When all the ones are switched on, it equals to 255. You see all the ones switched on here. If we were to highlight over all this, come down to the sum, you see the sum is 255. That's all this formula is doing here. So if we were to come through and you see all the zeros here, nothing's flipped on to actually turn any value on here. How this actually works is the switch has to be on in order, right? So if we were to switch on another bit, we'd have to switch it on here. And we'd have to switch another one on here. We couldn't just come down here and switch it on here. It wouldn't make sense. It doesn't work that way, not with subnetting. So we're gonna take these back off and just show zeros again. But you see how the values change. If, for example, we had this network and you saw the default, and I'm showing you the 255, 255, 2550, this standard here, because that is what's known as a /24 network. That's very common. And it's very common because it's used mostly in households and small businesses. And it's done this way because of the amount of hosts that it allows. Now, if we talk about the host, you can see that I have here 2 to the 8th power. Why do I have that? Well, we actually go by how many bits are switched off or how many hosts are available to us. So if a host here or a bit was switched on, then we lose the amount of hosts we have available to us. And this subnet gets smaller and smaller. Now, don't worry too much about the ones and zeros. It's going to make a lot more sense when we stop talking in these binary terms. I just kind of want to break down the math behind it first before we make it really simplistic. So again, we're talking about what's called this /24 or WAC24 network. And it's so standard because of the host. Again, 256. Think of all the devices in your house. You have cell phones, you probably have computers, you might have like a Roku or Amazon Fire or something along those lines. You might have smart TVs or smart watches or something that connects to the internet. Well, again, they're all connecting through NAT, right, and going out, but the amount of hosts that you can have on your private network really depends on this subnet mask and how you set it. So we have this class C that you saw before, the 192.168.1 or .0 or however you want to have it, right? Well, it allows us to have 256 when we have a subnet of /24. So that's very common for a household. It's also common for a small business. Maybe there's a printer, some few devices in there, but they're never going to get over this 256 hosts. Okay, so when we come to the subnet cheat sheet, let's break this down a little bit differently. So we have our host here. Let's start with the /24 where we just were. And you saw that there is 256 available hosts as we start turning off bits. Okay, we turn off a bit here, we turn off a bit, keep going down the list. The hosts start getting bigger, and that just corresponds here. We have a /24, and the only reason I'm saying 24 is I'm counting the ones across, right? So we got 24 bits switched on. If we had 23, okay, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Now, let's stay away from the ones and zeros. I think it's a little bit complicated. The better way to think about this is to look at the subnet mask down here. And I'm going to replicate this, and then we're going to come back to it. So what I do here is we can have a possibility of 32 bits switched on, right? So I'm just making a new tab, and I'm just going to go over here, and I'm going to hit Control and drag this across till it hits 8. Okay, and then I'm going to do the same thing with 9. I'm going to drag it across. All I'm doing is just making, really quickly, 32 placeholders. And I'm just emulating here if we had the possibility of 32 different switched on bits. So imagine one bit is switched on, imagine all 32 bits are switched on. That's the possibilities here, right? So always, for sure, we're gonna have an amount of hosts, and we're gonna have a subnet mask, okay? So we'll just call it subnet there. We always start here with 128, just like the bits that you saw. You saw the 128 start on the bits. Let's just start also with 128. Now, as you saw, every bit that's switched on, remember when we switch a bit on over here, it starts decreasing. So we're going to decrease for the bits that are switched on. 64, 32, 16, 8, 4, 2, 1. You come over here, and what I like to actually do is I like to just add these numbers together. And you can see 128 and 64 is 192. And then you can add these two together. So you get 192, 32. You just add diagonally is the way I actually always do it. So 224, 240, 248, 252, 254, and 255. Now, what does that correspond to? It corresponds to the possibilities of the bits being flipped on, right? So this looks just like what you see here. Same deal. And if you had a 1 underneath of it, okay, then you got 128. If you've got another 1 underneath of it, well, guess what? You've got 128 plus 64, which is 192. And this number keeps growing. Why is this important? This is still all ones and zeros, right? Well, let's start thinking about it. If we have a /24 network, we've got 24 bits turned on. Our subnet mask is 255.255.255.0. If we had a /16, it becomes 255.255.0.0. Why? Where are these changes coming from? Let me show you this. Okay, for a /8, I'm just tying this into just this right here. Well, this is coming from the number of bits that are turned on. 8 bits turned on, we've got 255, and the rest are zeros. You got another 8 bits turned on, 255, 255, the rest are zeros. Come down to this /24, which is that really common subnet that you see, and you've got 255, 255, 255, 0. Now, this is very common, okay? Let's go back to the cheat sheet now. And you can see that I've got X as a placeholder in the subnet. So what I'm saying here is you look at this list and you say, I've got a /1. Well, for this whole area here from 1 to 8, the placeholder is going to hold in place of this X. So for a /1, if I've got 128, then guess what? It's going to become 128.0.0.0 because that's how it would be. And if you turned on just one bit here and made all of these zeros, guess what? Just the 128 would be on, the rest would be zeros. Okay, if we had a /14, okay, so 255's automatically flipped on. You have a /8 already, you passed through it. Okay, so you're starting on the second iteration here. /14 corresponds down here to 252. So you'd have a 255.252.0.0. So all this is placeholders. Let's go back to the sheet here. So I make this quick and dirty list. This is what I write out when I'm just writing out something quick for an exam. I'll write out 1 through 32. I'll put the host here and I'll put the subnet here. So again, if we know that once we cross through 8, 16, 24, 32, that has a 255 in front of it, all we've got to do then is we'll say /27. Well, we've come through 3 columns. Then I know for sure that we've got 255.255.255. something, right? You see the /27, you come down here, the subnet would be 224. Say 28. Okay, 255, 255, 255. Look at the 28, you've got a .240. And this is gonna be confusing. Subnetting's not necessarily easy. Once you get the chart down, it makes a lot more sense. So let's start piecing some more things together. When I say that I've got host, now the hosts that I'm showing you only correspond to these first rows, but it's very common or very useful just to know this number right off the bat. Now, if you look at the cheat sheet, what you can do here is you just know that you start with a 1 or you start with the 128 and you go down, but every time you go up, you're doubling. And why are we doubling? Do you remember from the bits part? Every time a bit is turned off, so as we go up a number, we take it to the next power. So we've got 8 bits turned off, we take 2 to the 8th power, it's 256. Well, here you go. Look, come through here, 256, we go to the 9th power, 512, to the 10th power, 1024. It just keeps doubling, okay? That's all you gotta think about in your mind, is it keeps doubling. So on an exam, for example, you might have something like, how many hosts could be potentially in a /20 network? And you come to your cheat sheet that you made or you have in your head and you say, well, 496, and then we'll get to this in a minute, but we have to subtract 2. So 494 potential. And why is this all important? What do we even care about any of this? Why am I rambling on? Well, you need to know based on the network. Okay, the /24 is great for a small office, home network, however you want to have it. But what if you're a large enterprise? Maybe you have thousands of devices, okay? Maybe you want a /16 network. That might make more sense for you. Or you even see some with a /8 network. It just depends on how big the company is. The larger the company, the greater chance that you're going to see that they're not using /24. Or they could even have subnetted segments of their network where, say, they have just telephones and they've got 500 employees and 500 telephones. They might just have one /23 network for nothing but telephones because that's the amount of hosts that fit in there. So what we're after with subnetting is how many hosts can we fit and what is the mask that's behind it? So those are questions you might be asked in an exam, and these are questions that you're just going to see. And when you're given addresses, say you're doing a pen test for a client, you might be given something like this. You might be given an IP address, 192.168.1.0/24. Okay, and immediately in your head, you're like, oh, /24, that's standard. There could be up to 256 hosts or 254 hosts or devices in this network. But if they gave you something like 192.168.1.0/20, then you might look at your little chart and say 4,094 hosts. Remember, we're going to subtract 2. 4,094 hosts in this network. Now I know if I'm scanning this, I'm up against a lot more devices potentially than I am in this. Okay, so when a client gives you your subnets, they might just write it out like this. And depending how big your client is, might depend on how big their subnets are for you. For example, I just pen tested a client that was a /16 all the way across. And it looks something like 10.1.0.0/16. Okay, and your subnet mask for that would be something like 255.255.0.0. And how does this come into play? Well, every time you have a 255, that number's locked in place. That's another way to think about this. So that 10 is always locked down. This 1 is always locked down. The rest of the bits are fair game. Meaning we could have 10.1.1.0.1.2.3. We could actually have a 0 here. 0.1.2.3.4. And that's how this number for like a /16 gets so big, because you have 10.1.0.0 through 255 on the possibilities, which equals 256 hosts. Okay, for one range, you get 256. Well, imagine you have to do that 255 other times, right? And that number gets substantially bigger here. And then if you were to have a /8, then of course it gets bigger and bigger. So what you need to realize are a few things here. We have these addresses, and you see the /1, /8. Again, we call them WACs. WAC 24 is going to be very common. I would say WAC 16 is probably your next common. You might see some weird subnetted networks like this, but typically it's /24, /16. Now, your network ID is typically what is known as your first address, and your broadcast ID is known as your last address. This is not always the case, but it is very common. And let me log back into this Kali machine here and I'll show you. So we have our IP address, 192.168.57.139. And we've got a net mask of 255.255.255.0. What does that tell you from what we just learned? That tells you we have a /24 network. Okay, this is a common network. There are potentially 254 hosts. Why do I keep saying that? Why do I keep subtracting 2? Well, we've got a network ID and a broadcast ID, or broadcast IP here. Well, what we need to know is we are .139. We could be anywhere from .1 to .254 within this network. That's our 254 possibilities. This 0 means we have the flexibility to be any IP address range from 1 to 254. Usually a .0 for this IP here and a .255 make up your network ID and your broadcast IP, okay, usually. So if we were to say something along the lines of, let's go back to this Excel document, and we were to say something along the lines of this. Let's say that we have a /24 network, and we want to know how many hosts. We want to know what our network ID is and what our broadcast ID is, or IP is, okay? We would say, okay, and we'll give it one more. We'll say it's a /24, and the IP starts with 192.168.1.0, okay? Or we can even write it like this, 192.168.1.0/24, delete this, and we'll say, what's our subnet mask? What's our host? What's our network? What's our broadcast? So subnet, you come to your cheat sheet, you say, okay, /24, I already know that I need to be filling in this area here on the X, so I'm just gonna come in 255, what's the X? Well, we know to come down this row, 255 here, .0. Okay, and then we've got hosts, so I'm just gonna expand this a little bit. We've got the hosts, okay, hosts are right here, 256 hosts. Potentially 254 though, because we always subtract 2 from the host total. So our network ID is usually the first address available to us, which is 192.168.1.0. The broadcast is 192.168.1.255, meaning available to us is anything from .1 to .254. Let's take a look at something else. That's a basic example. Let's do like a /28. Let's say we got 192.168.1.0/28. Now what? Well, we've got 16 hosts here. Okay, so our subnet is then going to fill in 255.255.255.x, right? Because we're in this row. /28 says it's going to be a 240 when we drop down to the subnet mask. I'm going to make this a little bigger. How many hosts? 16 minus 2. We have 14 hosts. Okay, so the first non-host would be 192.168.1.0. Again, still the same thing. First address. Last address is going to be what? 192.168.1.15. Does that make sense? 0 to 15 is 16 addresses. Usable space is 14 because we take out the network and the broadcast. Now, you could see something like this, and then guess what? You're segmented. So because you're only using this little bit of space, you can then in turn have something like this, 192.168.1.16/28. And then it starts the same way. Your subnet mask is actually the same because you're using a /28. You come through, you can just copy and paste that. The hosts are still the same. What changes here? Well, your first address, 192.168.1.16.
and then your last address, which is 192.168.1.31. So because this is smaller on the /28 side, we can actually have multiple networks within, like, say, a .1, .0, .1, .16, .1, .32. You get multiple little networks here with only a small amount of hosts. So maybe you have just a few servers in this range, and you have like servers A, B, and C. They go in a /28, and then you have another one of servers D, C, and E, or D, E, and F, however you want to say it. And you have more in that range. Okay, so you can subnet this out into different things. And when we see subnets, we see all kinds of stuff. We could see phones, servers, user computers, wireless, all different sort of things. Some companies get really specific with their subnetting. Now let's try one more. Let's say we have a /23. Now I want to put in 192.168.1.0/23, but that would be wrong. Why would this be wrong? This is actually going to be a 0, and I'll show you why in a second. So we're no longer locking in this number anymore, right? When we get below the /24, the 255 all the way across for 3 of them, guess what? We're now have the ability to change this number other than what's locked in. So let's do a .0. We'll talk about why. Let's hit enter here. So a subnet on a /23. Well, we're going to do a 254, which is going to be the placeholder of the X here. We're going to come in and say 255, 255, 254.0. And now again, we're not locked in. So remember, this 255 would lock in this .1. That doesn't happen anymore. So we've got 255, 255, 254.0. We're actually going to start at 0 here. And we're going to say the number of hosts that are possible, it's 510. Okay, 512 minus 2. We'll say our network ID is 192.168.0.0. And our broadcast would then be 192.168.1.255. Why? Okay, so we have the possibility now that we're spanning 2 ranges. We've got 510 hosts in this network. Okay, and we have the ability to go between 0 and 1. We've got 2 options now, 0 and 1. So if we were to say another network, if we wanted to get to like a 2, we'd actually have to say 192.168.2.0/23. It would be the same subnet mask, same number of hosts, but then this would be 192.168.2.0, 192.168.3.255. Again, there's 510 possible hosts in between this, right? Because you got to think, .0.1, .0.2, .0.3, all the way through 254. And again, 1.1, 1.2, all the way through 254. So that equals 510. Once you've hit that maximum, that 1.255, then guess what? You start at 2, you have a whole new network here. Just like these smaller segments, you get whole new networks on the bigger side as well. So what you need to know is that if I were to put something like a 192.168.1.0/23, that would have fallen into line with the 1 and the 0, and our actual network ID still would have been 0.0, and a 1.255 would have been the broadcast here. And you can double check this. Anytime you're confused, you can double check your CIDR notation. So I'm going to bring over a website that I will show you here. And this is just an IP addressing guide. It's called ipaddressguide.com. You bring this over and you scroll down just a little bit, and I just put in 192.168.1.0/23, and you can see that it actually corrects me and says the first bit is 192.168.0.0, the last one's 192.168.1.255. Total host is 512 minus 2. Shows you that, again, first IP, last IP, you got your net mask. Very easy to use a CIDR calculator here or an IP range to convert to CIDR as well. So very useful calculators, but if you're not allowed to use these for like an exam purpose or something along those lines, then using the cheat sheet that I've shown you is super useful. Now, what I want to do is I want to try 3 more subnets. Okay, I'm going to write these out. I'm going to say 192.168.0.0/22, 192.168.1.0/26, and 192.168.1.0/27. I want you to solve these for me. Tell me the subnet mask, the host, network, and broadcast. And with that being said, this again is a very complicated topic. I did not pick this up the first time or the second time that I got it. If you're running confused right now, perfectly normal. You can go back and watch this video again, try to pick up more topics, try to understand it. Maybe I'm not the right instructor for this either. I do recommend looking at other resources to completely fill in your knowledge gap if there is one that exists. Another resource that I'll link down is what is called 7-second subnetting. It is very useful. A lot of students have recommended it to me. I'm going to push it forward as well. So go ahead and try to solve this. Understand that what you're after here is just understanding what a subnet is. Okay, when you see something like this, if a client sends you 192.168.1.0/24, you're going to say, hey, okay, I know that there's probably 254 hosts in that network, and I know what I'm working with. If you see this 255.255.255.0, again, you know that you're working with a /24 network. Very standard stuff. That's what we're after. I don't expect you to ever memorize this. I don't have this memorized. Like, I don't come in here and say, you know, a /18 is a 255.255.192.0 network, and it's got 16,384 hosts. I don't do that. Okay, I have a cheat sheet. I'll use a website if I need to. For the most part, what you need to understand is 254 hosts for a /24. If that number has gone up to like a /28, you know you're dealing with less. If that number is lower, like a /16, you know you're dealing with a bigger network. That's really what it comes down to, unless you are working in networking, and then these become more important. But as a pen tester, understanding how to read this, understanding what the subnet is, and just identifying it with very basic measures, this is extremely useful. So I will catch you over in the next video when we talk about solving these challenges, and hopefully we got them all right. So I'll see you over there in the next one. All right, so let's solve this challenge together, shall we? We've got a 192.168.0.0/22. Why did I write this out this way? Well, similar to the /23. So if we come to a /22, we see that there are 1,024 hosts, which means we have a possibility of 1,022, right? And all we need to do is fill in the blank on the X. So 255.255.252.0. We come across, we know our first IP here, or ID, is 192.168.0.0, first address possible. Now, if we think about this, we can kind of do this mentally in our head. We can think, okay, there's probably 250 or so hosts in a network, and we've got 1,000 or so hosts here. Well, that's going to be about 4, right? 4 ranges, because we've got 1,000 divided by 250. So I'm going to go ahead and go 0, 1, 2, 3. That's 4 total. We'd say 192.168.3.255. And hopefully that math makes sense. Again, 0.0.1 through 254, .1.1 through 254, .2.1 through 254, .3.1 through 254. That equals about 1,022 hosts. Okay, actually, I lied to you. The only two we're taking off are 0 and 255. You actually have .0 through 255, 1.0 through 255, all the way. We're only subtracting these two. So if you do that math, that will add up to 1022. Okay, so a /26, we've got a 255.255.255.192. Fill in the blanks, fill in the X's. 64 hosts, well, we got 62 in reality. And we're gonna say 192.168.1.0 and 192.168.1.63. Again, if we wanted to create a second network, we could start here with a 64/26, and we would start with 64 as the network ID, and then 127 as the broadcast. And lastly, 255.255.255.224 for a /27. We've got 30 potential hosts because we got 32 minus 2, 192.168.1.0, and then we're going to do 192.168.1.31. Same thing here. If we wanted to create a second network, we could. We could say 192.168.1.32/27, and then this would start at 32, and this one would end at 63. We can make however many networks within that, 4 to 8, I think 8 different segmented networks with the /27. So that is it. Again, as I said last video, this can be confusing, and all we're taking away here is identifying what the CIDR notation looks like, identifying the base that to me is /24 being the most common, what you'll see, understanding what a subnet mask is and why it's important, especially in relation to hosts and the number of devices that you can have on a network, and why you might see something like a /28 or a /23, or more commonly something like a /16. So understand again that /24, as you see a bigger number there, or you see even, something other than 3 255s in a row, understand that the number of hosts are getting smaller. The less 255s you see on your screen, the number is getting bigger for the number of hosts. Okay, and just understand how to read this. That's all you need to take away. Again, I'm going to provide additional resources as I provided in the last video. Go review them. If you don't understand them, you can always come to the Discord channel. You can always ask Q&A questions. This is not an easy topic to pick up, but it is a topic that I had to show you as part of networking. All right, so in order to be successful in this course, we are going to be utilizing what is called a virtual machine. Now, virtual machines are known as VMs for short, and a VM is just a machine on top of a machine. And to give you an example, I'm actually running this Windows 10 instance that you see here on top of my Windows 10 instance. So here you can see, if I scroll up, that I have a Windows 10 machine. I also have a Linux machine sitting here. If I were to demaximize this, you can see that I'm actually running here a Windows machine in the back. This is my wife and I, and you come through here, we just blow it back up, and we're back inside of our machine. So a virtual machine is just a machine inside of a machine. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be utilizing this to build out labs. That way we don't have to actually have a bunch of hardware. We can just use this for our course and run what we need to on top of our own machine already. Now, this can get resource intensive. So if you are only utilizing something like 8 gigabytes of RAM, then you might have some issues with this, but you can still follow along. When we get into the Active Directory portion, you might run into issues if you do not have at least 16 gigabytes of RAM to utilize. But we'll worry about that when we get there. There are still plenty of ways to follow along throughout this whole course. So another thing to note is that I use VMs every single day. This machine that you see here is actually my day-to-day pen testing machine. So I run a Kali Linux instance on top of my Windows machine and utilize that to do penetration testing. So I'm going to demonstrate that to you and how we're going to build out our labs with that. And a lot of us in the industry run through VMs as opposed to running it directly on Metal or on a machine. So in order to utilize virtual machines, we first need some sort of virtual machine software to play these. So there are two different ways that we can do this. If you are on a Windows machine or a Linux machine, you can utilize VMware Workstation Player. Now, if you type in VMware Workstation Player in Google, the first one here that says download VMware Workstation Player, you just click on that. And if you are in a Mac environment, you're going to be utilizing Oracle VirtualBox. So if you type in Oracle VirtualBox, you come here and you go to Downloads. You have your option there as well. So in this course, I will be using VMware Workstation Player. I'm going to be running it on top of Windows. If you are using Mac, that is absolutely fine. You're going to be following along just the same. All you need to be able to do is follow the same instructions that I give you, and you will be A-OK. So if you scroll down here, you can see try Workstation Player for Windows or try Workstation Player for Linux. Go ahead and just select Download Now. That should bring up a download, and go ahead and save it. If you're doing VirtualBox, go ahead and download for OS X. I will download the Windows version just so that we can see what that looks like as well. So I'll save both of these. So let's view our downloads, and we've got VMware Workstation Player here. I'm going to go ahead and open this one, and we're going to install this. And this will be very point and click. So next, accept the agreement, possibly give away our first child. Yeah, we should go ahead and install the enhanced keyboard driver while we have this. And then we don't need to join any improvement programs or check for product update. That's okay. We will install desktop, start menu. You check your preferences as you like it. I'm just going to install this. And this should just finish here in just a second. Okay, then you'll be brought to this screen once everything's done. It should take about a minute or two. And we're going to go ahead and hit finish. And it's going to want a restart to take effect. You can go ahead and restart your system. I'm going to say no right now. Let's go ahead and install VirtualBox if you are a Mac user. We'll hit next. Next here. Next. And yes. And install. Accept. And again, very point and click with the installation. Select install and any options that do pop up. And then we can start Oracle VM if we want. Let's go ahead and just start that. This is what Oracle VM looks like. And let's see if we can start the VMware player here, even though we need a restart. And this is what VMware Workstation Player looks like. So here you can see that we have virtual machines. We can create new virtual machines, open ones, etc. We'll get into that in the next video. So again, if you are using Windows or Linux, this is probably what your view is going to look like for the rest of the time. If you are using Oracle on a Mac, this is what your view is going to look like. Another side pro tip here is that I am using Workstation Pro, and I might utilize this in some instances throughout the course. Other instances, I'll be utilizing the Workstation Player. They are not much of a difference, especially in the beginning. When we get into the Active Directory portion, it might actually be worth it for you all to download the VMware Pro trial, because the trial is 30 days and you can utilize that to get through some sections and actually have nice little windows here to be clean and just have a pro edition. You can do everything that I'm going to show you in the course on the player. It just is that you have to open, if you want to run more than one machine, you'll just have to reopen the VMware Workstation Player several times to run multiple machines, but that's okay. It just won't look like this nice clean layout where you can transfer between machines like I can do just here. So with that being said, let's go ahead and move on to the next video. We're going to be installing Kali Linux onto our VMware Workstation Player.
Now that we've installed VMware or VirtualBox, we need to install Linux. We're going to be using a version of Linux called Kali Linux throughout this course. This version of Linux is a Debian-based distribution which is geared towards ethical hacking and penetration testing. So it's a special version of Linux that allows us to have all the tools in one place that will allow us to hack without having to download these tools and install them on our own custom Linux distribution. So it's all kind of nicely built into one package. So if you go out to Google and you type in Kali Linux download, you should see this link. I'll put the link in the description below as well, but you should just be able to go to Get Kali right here. And you're going to be presented with a couple of options here. We're going to be using a virtual machine in this course, so we're just going to go ahead and click on this virtual machine option. And that's going to take us down just a little bit here. What you're going to do is you're going to download the respective version that you need. So if you need VMware, you download VMware. If you're using VirtualBox, go ahead and download the VirtualBox one. Now they have a direct download, which is a 7-zip, and they also have a torrent if you know how to torrent. What you're going to do is go ahead and download the file that you need. And while you're doing that, if you do choose to download directly, you're also going to need a tool called 7-zip or a way to unzip this file. So go ahead and start your download. While it's downloading, let's also go ahead and navigate to 7-zip. So if you go to Google and you look at 7-zip, you'll see this page here comes up. You just go to download. In here, you're going to download the file that is for your respective system. So here, I'm using Windows on 64-bit. I would download this executable right here. Now, if you're running on Linux, here's where you download Linux. If you're running on Mac OS, here's where you download for Mac OS. Very straightforward. I've already got this installed, but what you need to do is just download this and literally click next through it. Make sure you get it installed. Go ahead and pause the video, Once that is installed, 7-zip that is, and once you have the actual Kali image downloaded, go ahead and unpause the video. I'll be here waiting for you. Okay, so your next step should look something like this. You have your 7-zip file open. You should see a folder located in there. And the easiest thing is to just drag and drop this. You can also right-click and extract if you know where you want to extract it. I created a folder called Kali. I'm just going to grab this and I'm going to drag it over. And it's going to take a minute here, just a few seconds honestly, to unzip. The file size of this one, at least for the VMware version, is around 11 gigabytes or 11 gigabytes exactly unzipped. So make sure you have the space on your hard drive in order to do this. Now, once you have it unzipped, you can go ahead and just double click in here. You'll see a bunch of files. If you have VMware installed, you can actually just double click on this VMX file and that should open things up for you. I'm just going to show you the other way around doing this as well. So with VMware Workstation Player open, what you're going to want to do is go to Open a Virtual Machine. And in the folder that you have, you should see this VMX file as well. Again, you could double click it or you could just open it through this. What's going to happen is it's going to open that file here and you're going to want to edit this virtual machine settings. Once you have it loaded, click on Edit Virtual Machine Settings. And in here, we're going to want to first change the amount of RAM that we have. Now, this is dependent on your system. If you have like 8 gigs of RAM or maybe even 16 gigs of RAM, you might want to try leaving it at 2 at first. I'm going to bump mine up to 4 gigs, which is 4096. And I have 128 gigs of RAM, so I have more than enough space to allocate for this. But if you're on like 8 gigs of RAM, probably not the best idea to jack this up beyond 2. Honestly, I would try it at 1, maybe 2, see how it works. The other thing you're going to want to make sure of is that you're running on NAT network. So if you click on network adapter, make sure that it says NAT and that's selected. Once that's selected, go ahead and hit OK. And then you're just going to hit play virtual machine. When it asks you what to do, just say I copied it. Now from here, it's going to take a minute for this to load. You can just let this run through. It'll boot on its own. Once you are presented with the login screen, go ahead and unpause the video. But until then, pause, and I'll meet you back when you're at the login screen. Okay, I'm at the login screen. I'm going to make this a little bit bigger just so we can see. And from here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to type in the username of Kali, K-A-L-I, and the password of Kali, K-A-L-I. Hit enter. And if you see this screen, congratulations, you have successfully installed Kali Linux and you now have it up and running. In later videos, we're going to cover what we're going to be doing and how to use this and how to use Linux and all this. But for now, pat yourself on the back. You've got Linux installed, and we're going to pause here and move on to the next video. Okay, so this video pertains to some updates we need to make to VirtualBox for quality of life. So if you're not using VirtualBox, you can go ahead and skip this video. If you are, buckle in. We just need to do a couple of quick updates and then we should be good for the rest of the course. So go ahead and go out to Google and Google VirtualBox extension pack. What it's going to bring up is just the downloads page of VirtualBox. So we're going to want to go here. And on this page, if you look kind of towards the middle, you'll see that there is a VirtualBox extension pack here. We're going to just click all supported platforms and that will automatically download the file that we need. So once that is downloaded, and pause if you need to, go ahead and open VirtualBox. And you can come in here and up at the top, we're going to go ahead and click on Preferences. And from here, we are interested in extensions. See extensions right here. Go ahead and click on that. There's a little plus sign. We're going to go ahead and click on that. And then you should have your downloads right here. So we're going to take the downloads and just go ahead and install that. Hit install. Read this. Give away your firstborn. Accept all the terms. And you should be good. Very quick install. Okay. The second thing we need to do is we need to come to the one tab up here above, which is Network.
We're going to go ahead and hit the network button, or this add button, and we're going to add what is called a NAT network. Okay, and we're going to come in here and we're going to double click. And you can go ahead and keep these defaults. I'm going to actually change them to 192.168.57.0 because that's what's going to be used through the rest of the course. And that is what the CIDR notation of my Kali machine and my Keyoptrix, which you'll see later, etc., all fell into this 57.0. So we're going to go ahead and keep it on this NAT network. Make sure you support DHCP. Go ahead and just hit OK. Hit OK. And then for a machine, and make sure any machine that you use, again, any machine that you use in this course, make sure you set it to NAT network if you're using VirtualBox. So you can come in here, click on a machine like this mail machine I have here. You can just click on that, settings, go to network, and then you can go ahead and just go to NAT network. All right. And that name right here, you see name NAT network. That's all we're going to use. That'll automatically set it up. So when you have a Kali machine running later and you have Keyoptrix or another box running, or even when we build out an Active Directory lab, you need to make sure that you're running that NAT network so that all of the machines are on the same subnet. If you don't, you might run into a situation where the same IP comes up for the same machine and then they're conflicting with each other, or you get on different networks and some weird stuff happens. So make sure, again, that it's imperative that you're setting that NAT network for every single machine that you're setting up. So with that said, we're going to go ahead and move on to the next video in this section. The first thing I'd like to do before we get started with any commands or anything like that is just take a look around Kali Linux and kind of demonstrate why a pen tester or ethical hacker might use this distribution of Linux. Now, throughout the course, as stated in the last video, you might see a different version of this pop up as I recorded videos on some of the older versions. Everything should still work just as is. You just might see a different look and feel to some of the Kali interface, but all the commands I'm going to show you, everything that we do is going to be the same. So let's take a look and just explore Kali Linux just for a bit. So if we come up here into the corner and we just click on the little Kali logo, you could see that we have nice things broken out for us. So we've got these favorites up here, which we have our terminal, which we're going to be living in essentially. We've got a text editor. We've got a web browser, which is basically Firefox. We've got some other tools down here, docs, etc. The other thing that we can come scroll through is we can see that we have different applications in here. If we look at the different sections, these kind of go in order, which we haven't covered quite yet, but in the order of how a hack might go down. So information gathering is usually the first step. You can come in here, look through this, and here's a bunch of tools related to information gathering. You can even click into these and go deeper if you wanted to, related to specific things. So DNS or SMB or open source intelligence. All of this that's in here, this is just built-in tools. So let's say we're coming in here and we want to do a wireless attack. Well, we go to wireless attacks. We've got a bunch of tools already built in. So Kali Linux is just essentially a ethical hacking distribution of Linux, and it's built on Debian. So if you've ever used something like Ubuntu or anything along those lines of a Debian distribution, this is all going to feel really familiar to you with just a bunch of tools built in on top of it. So fairly straightforward. They do have some nice tools in here. You can come through and utilize these. A lot of this is already built in, and we're going to take a look at that as we go. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do is, and throughout the rest of this course, is start looking at the terminal. So if you come up here, you'll see that we have a terminal. Now, mostly everything that we do is going to be done in this terminal here. Now, this is almost like accessing the command line. So if you're using a command line like in Windows, for example, if you've ever used a command line, if not, that's okay. But we do a lot of this from this interface as opposed to maybe utilizing a GUI-based interface where if we clicked a folder, this might look more familiar to you if you're a Windows or Mac user. You come in here, you have this kind of area. Yeah, we can do that, and sometimes we'll utilize this, but a lot of times we're going to be living right here. Okay, so as we move forward, we're going to start talking about this command line, how we can utilize it and use it to our advantage, and then we'll do some tips and tricks and hopefully learn some pretty neat stuff as we go. So in the next video, I'm going to cover the sudo feature, which I think is important. It's something that was brought in. Now, originally we had something called a root permission, and we'll talk about that. That has changed since 2020.1 moving forward. So we're introducing that into this course, and we'll talk options that you have. So let's go ahead and move to the next video where we talk about the sudo feature. All right, so before we look at any commands or learn any command line, we have to talk about sudo. Sudo is very important, and what had happened previously was that in the earlier versions of Kali Linux, we ran as a user called root. Root is the ultimate user. You could think of it as the administrator of the machine. Now we're running as a user called Kali, so we don't have root privileges directly. This is as an improved security feature because we should be running only certain commands when we need to as the root user. So what we're going to see is we're going to see how we can run commands as an elevated privilege, and we're going to do that with sudo, which stands for super user do. They just kind of shortened it, so we just have sudo now, okay? Now with sudo, what we're doing is we're saying, hey, I want to run a command elevated. I want to run this as a higher user. In this instance, we can say, I want to run the command as root. Why is that important? Well, let's take a look at an example. Let's say that I wanted to look at a very sensitive file. Now, one sensitive file in our system is the etc shadow file. You can see cat etc like this, etc shadow. And you don't have to follow along right now. You don't have to really understand what's going on if you've never seen Linux. All I'm doing is saying, hey, I want to print out this file. I want to look at it, okay? And for here, I can't see it. It says permission denied. You don't have the access to see this file. That's a good thing. But if I was the root user or somebody that had elevated privileges, I could see it. So I could say sudo cat etc shadow like this. Okay, and it's going to say, what is your password for Kali? I'm going to go ahead and say Kali, K-A-L-I, hit enter. And now I can see that I have access to this file. And this file is very sensitive. We'll talk about this later on in the course, but sensitive file, okay? So when we're looking at it, I ran that command specifically as the root user. As the root user, I'm able to see, okay, this file now. Why, or what's going on here? Well, we're running that specific command, right? And we're still staying as Kali. We're doing this in a kind of one-off scenario. So there will be times where something that you run in this course might require sudo, or you can run the command without sudo, but you notice something doesn't work. So best practice for this is saying, hey, let's go ahead and just run mostly everything that I'm showing you command-wise in this course. That's not best practice overall. Usually you should run things just as a regular user. If you get permissions blocked, then run it as sudo as necessary. Now, the other thing to point out, and we'll talk about this again later on in the course, but why can we do this is because this user is part of what's called a sudoers file, meaning we can have this permission. Not any user can come in here. Say we made a new user and we just called the user John. We can't just take John and just go ahead and just run these commands as root. No, John has to have the permission to do this. So you can think of Kali as being an administrator, but only when we utilize that access or that privilege. Okay, the other thing I want to show you though is that we can switch over to root if we want to. We can come in here and we can say sudo switch user dash, just like that. And that'll put us into root. Now you can see, okay, we're running root at Kali. And that's only for this instance. You can, if you want, I'm not going to demonstrate how to do this, but you can, if you want, change the root password, log out, and log back in as root, and run through this course as root. Again, that's not best security practice, but that feature is available to you if you are a Linux user that is comfortable with Linux, comfortable with running as root, and you want the easy path. Otherwise, I highly recommend just staying as Kali, running as sudo privileges as you need it, and then moving forward. But this is a quick way to switch into root if you need to. Sometimes even running sudo causes some issues, so switching to root to run a command is okay. What we can do here too is a demonstration is we can go file new tab and look at a new instance, and you'll see that this instance of root is only good for this tab here. Once we start a new tab, we're going to be brought back right back to Kali Kali. You can see that from the top line in the tab as well. So just keep note of this when you're running commands in this course. If you see something, again, try running it with sudo if it's not working, or if it says access denied, then you know, hey, I need to run sudo. Very, very, very important. Okay, I'm trying to drive that into your brains right now. So from here, we're going to move on. We're going to start looking at how to navigate around the file system, taking a look at everything from a bigger picture and diving into terminal. So I will see you over in the next video.
Now we're going to take a look at the Linux terminal. And if you're a user of a regular computer like Windows or even Mac OS, you are probably used to using what is called a GUI, or a graphical user interface. And we can do this with our version of Linux. We can come in here, and if we want to like go to folders, we can absolutely open this and go to folders. We've got the ability to go to Firefox. We've got all of our tools in here that we want to use or look at, and we have a graphical user interface. However, a lot of our time is going to be spent on the command line and using a terminal. So it's very important that we learn how to use a terminal in Linux. So looking at our terminal here, we can see a few things before we even get started. The first thing is that we have a Kali at Kali. What does that mean? Well, the first instance here is Kali. That is your user. So remember, when we first logged in as Kali, and that is our user. So if we ever switch over to root, we'll see root here. The second part of this is our host name. So our computer name happens to also be Kali. If you change your host name, you could say whatever you wanted to say here. The last little part of this is this a tilde. This is actually the directory that you are currently in. So this is a quick way to say, what user am I, what workstation am I on, and what directory am I in. Now we can take a look at what directory we are in with the pwd command, and that stands for print working directory. And in this instance, you can see we are in the home/Kali folder, and that is the equivalent of being in the tilde. So if you see the tilde, that just means you are in your user's home folder. So if we were a root user, we would actually be in the /root folder as opposed to the home Kali folder. So the tilde means something different for every user that you're on. The next thing we're going to look at is the change directory feature. So imagine that we are in our folder here. So if we go to like, I don't know, our desktop, and we're sitting in our Kali folder, this is really what we're looking at. So we're looking at Kali right here, and we want to get out of this Kali folder and change into another folder, say like, I don't know, downloads, for example. If we go into downloads, it's very easy to click into, but how do we navigate around on the terminal? I'm going to show you how to do that. So the first thing we're going to do is use the cd command. That stands for change directory. Now, if we do change directory ... that says I want to go backwards. So if I do that, now you can see that we are in the /home folder, but we can also do a pwd, print the working directory, and you can see that we are in the home folder. Now, can we go any further back? Well, let's try cd ... again. And now you can see we are at a /. If we do a pwd, we are at a /. And one more time, I'm going to cd ... and see if anything happens. Nothing happens here. We cannot change any further. We are in what is called our base directory. So if you see a /, think of that as the base folder. You cannot go any further back from that. Now I'm going to clear my screen. If you want to clear your screen, you just hit Control-L like that, and that'll clear the screen. And from here, we are going to look at what is in our base folder. And to do that, we can use a tool called list, which is ls. So from here, we can see different colors and different things. And we can tell based on the colors, though these color schemes are not the greatest in the newest Kali Linux, we can still see like, hey, this darker version of blue is actually a folder where some of these other things are actually files. We don't have to worry too much about that right now, but we just came out of the home folder. So we can see here that we have a bunch of files and folders. And let's say we want to go back to the home folder. Well, we can cd home. And I'm going to start typing H, and I'm just going to hit tab. And because there's nothing else in here with an H, we don't have to worry too much. It will just autocomplete to the home folder. Now, for example, if there's a bunch of L's, I'm going to back up really quick before I hit enter. If I wanted to try something that has multiple items in here, if I try the L and I hit tab, you're going to see that there's going to be a lot of options for me to go through. And depending on what you have is when you can autocomplete. So if I start typing LO, it should know that there's only one LO and I can tab and autocomplete the rest. So you just have to be able to get to a point where you can tab out. Or if you know the first letter of the file that you're looking for, you can hit tab on that and you can see, okay, here's where I need to be, or here's what I can look at with everything that starts with that letter. So I'm going to delete this and we're going to CD back into home. We're going to ls to list the contents of home, which is just our Kali folder. So I'm going to CD into Kali. And if I ls from here, you could see that I have our desktop, documents, downloads, similar to what we saw in the graphical user interface when we were in the folder. Now we can see it from our terminal. Now, before we go diving deeper into these folders, something that I want to look at is what if I wanted to get to this Etsy folder over here? So there's this Etsy folder that was in our base. Now, if I try to CD into Etsy from here, nothing's going to work. I'm tabbing, nothing works. If I try CD Etsy, it's going to say I can't find it. So what does that mean? Well, when we change directories, we can only change directories from the folders that we have available to us. So I can only change directories into these folders by using that sort of nomenclature. However, if I can provide a full directory or a full path, then I can CD from any folder that I'm in. So if I go CD /, because remember we have the base here, well then I can say /et, start typing that out, and guess what? I get Etsy here. And if I wanted to dive deeper into what folders are in there, I could hit tab and I could see all the folders that are available in the Etsy folder to complete my task. Now, if I hit enter, I will be brought into the Etsy folder. And similarly, I can hit ls and see all the files and folders that are in here. Now let's just CD here, and I'm going to use the tilde, and that's going to get us back to our home folder. I'm going to Control L to clear screen, and then I'm going to ls again, and you're going to see we're back where we just were. Now, in this case, what if I wanted to list the files of the Etsy folder? Well, it's the same thing. I could do ls /Etsy, and that will list all the files as if I were sitting in that folder. So just know that you can list folders and files. You can change directories from being within another directory. It doesn't have to be in that same up and down tree that I was showing you. There's a lot more robustness to these commands. Same thing, if we ls in here, we could take a look at the folders, and we don't have to change the directory to see what's in these folders. We can just ls desktop, for example, and start auto tab completing. There's nothing in there. I do have something in the downloads folder just because I changed my picture. I put our TCM Security logo in there. So I have that in the downloads folder, but it's completely normal not to have anything in your desktop or downloads when you first install Kali. And again, we can achieve the same thing by CDing into downloads and then hitting ls. You have the same object here as you saw before, except we're just now in that folder. So you have to declare the folder or be within the folder to see the contents. Okay, now let's go ahead and CD back to the base folder. You could CD ... or just use the tilde. I'm going to clear my screen. And from here, we want to talk about making a directory. So let's make a directory. I'm going to make a directory called Heath. You can just use your first name if you want. And then when you ls in here, you could see now that the Heath directory is here. And I could CD into that Heath directory. I can ls in that directory, and there's not going to be anything in there. So I'm going to go ahead and back up one. And now I'm going to show you how to remove a directory or remove a folder. So you say rm-dir, and you're going to go ahead and just say Heath, and that will remove that. These commands work exactly the same as everything else. If I wanted to make a directory in the base folder, I could totally make dir /Heath if I wanted to. And I could also remove that from here. So again, it doesn't matter exactly where you're at as long as you're using full file paths. Okay, so I've cleared my screen, and now I want to run ls. And you see in ls that we just have a bunch of folders, but that's not entirely true. What we're going to do is we're going to do an ls-la. And I like to think of this as list all, but really it stands for long all. And if we hit enter, you can see that there's a bunch of new files in here and folders actually. So from this, we can see that we have like a bash history. We've got a .java folder. Anything with a dot is considered a hidden file. We won't see that when we're using the ls command. We actually have to do a -la command. And this is a great time to actually take a look at what these subcommands are and how are some ways that we can identify what these things mean. So I'm going to show you a website first, and I think this website is awesome. We can go to something like explainshell.com. So it is explain shell. You can see it auto-completing up there, but explainshell.com. And if you came in here and you wanted to take a look, let me make this a little bit bigger. If you wanted to take a look at like ls-la, you could say, okay, explain this to me. And it'll tell you, okay, the first part is ls. That means list directory contents. Remember I called it the list command? That's what it is. Now, what does that la do? Well, the L, you hover over it, says use long listing format. And the A says use all. Okay, so do not ignore entries starting with a dot, which is what we're looking for. And the long listing just gives us more detail. It gives us these file permissions, which we'll get into a little bit later, and who owns it, and what the file size is it a directory, etc., etc. We'll get down into that in just a few videos. We can also use what are called man pages. I'm going to Control L again. If we do man ls, man stands for manual. So man ls, we could see in here that ls means list directory contents. Great. -a stands for all. Do not ignore entries starting with a period. Same thing as we saw before. We could scroll down, look for the L portion of this, and we'll see that we have use a long listing format. You can hit Q to quit this. So if you don't have internet access, for example, you can use the man pages. I like using explainshell.com. I think it's pretty awesome, but man works very quick. And from the terminal, you don't have to leave or do anything. Another thing that you can do is ls-help. And that will give you similar to the man pages, though not as full detail, I guess is the best way to say it. And you come in here and you can see the same kind of switches and commands that were in here. So --help works for a lot of commands. It's one of those that you should know and you should try if you have any questions about what you're trying to do. It's a great resource. So if we ls-la, we can cd into one of these hidden folders. Like we could cd into .cache, for example, and we just ls that. You can see that there's actually stuff in the cache in here. So we're not going to get into this. I just want to show you that hidden files and folders do exist. So if you're looking for something, especially pen test related, something might be hidden. If you're on a Linux machine, you might need to do ls-la to see a hidden file. And they're incredibly easy to see, as you can see for yourself. So let's go ahead and cd back to our home folder. And from here, I'm going to show you a couple of things that we're going to explain later on, but I just kind of want to get you familiar with it. So the first thing I want to show you is the echo command. If we go echo and we use a single apostrophe and we say hi like this, that's just going to echo out to the screen. We'll get into the echo command a little bit later on in the course. What we're doing here is we're going to echo this into a file. So I'm going to say hi, and then I'm going to put that file, I'm going to use this greater than symbol, and that's going to be a redirection operator. And I'm going to say, hey, just go ahead and make a file called test.txt. And while you don't need to know this yet, if I ran cat on this, on test.txt, you'll see that it prints back out hi. Okay, so I just want to have this file here that we created. And what we're going to do is we're going to just quickly ls. We're going to see that it's there. You can see that there are color differences for files and folders again. And the reason we're making this in this video is I want to show you the copy command. So if we run copy on this, we could say copy test.txt. What I want to do is I want to copy this into the downloads folder. So I can just say copy test.txt into downloads. If we ls, we'll see that test.txt is here. We're making a copy. If we ls downloads, we can see that test.txt is actually in there as well. So similar with the remove directory, we can use the rm command, and what we're going to do is remove that file. And again, we don't have to be in the directory to remove it. We can call the directory path and then test.txt. If we hit ls on downloads again, we can just go ahead and hit enter, and you're going to see that there is no test.txt in there anymore. But if we ls here, you'll see that test.txt does exist. So I'm going to go ahead and Control L. The opposite of this is the move command. Now, if I move test.txt and I put that into downloads, if I ls now, you're going to see that there is no test.txt in here. Why is that? Well, if we ls downloads, you're going to see that we moved it. So remember, copy leaves an original version wherever you copied from. Move completely moves it. So the CP and the MV commands are what you need to know there. Now, while we're on this, what we're going to do is we're going to look at a command called locate. So locate's pretty awesome. If you did locate and say I wanted to find out where that test.txt file is, I could do locate test.txt, and we're probably not going to get anything back quite yet. Now, if we're looking through this, none of these files are where we're at. So there are some test.txt files on this machine, but we're not seeing the one that we created. So say that we created a file, we can't remember where we put it, and we just want to go search for it and find it. What we can do is we can say update DB, and you're going to see that we actually get a denied. Why are we getting permission denied? Well, this comes back to sudo. So let's go ahead and sudo update DB. You're going to enter in your sudo password. It's going to update the database. And now if we do locate test.txt, and you can just, when you see a screen like this, by the way, where it's kind of semi-gray, if you just hit the right arrow, that will go ahead and autocomplete because it remembers your last command. You can hit that. And you can now see that the first entry in here is home Kali downloads test.txt. So now the database is updated and it finds it. One other thing to mention, I just talked about auto-completing with the right arrow. If you hit the up arrow, you can go through your previous commands. You can see all the commands that I've been running through. So we can also use the down arrow to scroll back down through those commands. So say I wanted to run that locate test.txt command again. Instead of typing it out, I just hit the up arrow and then I hit enter. Easy breezy. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and remove downloads test.txt. And now that file should be gone. We can ls one more time into downloads just to make sure. And you can see that TCM Security Final is the only thing that's in there. One other thing to point out that I just noticed actually is these files are case sensitive and the folders are case sensitive. So if I try to cd into downloads, it's not going to work because downloads doesn't exist. So if I cd into downloads, like it's spell, then you can see that I actually get into the downloads folder. So note that it's case sensitive. Autocomplete, if I go back, will do a pretty decent job at trying on newer versions of Kali, that is. If I hit DO, for example, and then I tab, it'll realize that I'm trying to get to downloads. So the last thing I'm going to show you is the password command, and that is passwd. We are going to be good security engineers and change our password. We're going to make it a strong password because we're good security engineers. I am going to be the bad security engineer and make my password password. And I'm doing that because later on in the course, we'll talk about cracking Linux passwords, and we're going to use my bad password as an example. So here we're going to type our current password. Kali is a terrible password, by the way. And we're going to go ahead and type in our new password. You can make your password whatever you want. I'm making mine password. And now we have updated successfully, and we have finished all the commands that we need to know for this video. I'll go ahead and see you in the next lesson. Now we're going to talk about users and privileges. So in the last video, we learned about ls-la. So I am in my home folder, which is the tilde here, and all I'm going to do is just say ls-la. I'm going to hit enter, and we're going to see a bunch of stuff over here on the left-hand side. We've got this, we've got the details kind of ownership, we've got some file size in here, and we'll talk about all of this. But when we do ls-la, we're getting so much more information than whether or not a file is hidden, which is kind of the purpose we looked at it for last time. But now we can take it and look at it from a different scope or lens. We can see that we have this column here, the first column. Now the first column tells us something interesting. It first tells us whether or not we are looking at a file or a directory. So if we see a D here, we are seeing that this is a directory. Note that these are also color-coded, right? So we have blue for directories, it looks like, and then white here for files. And then we also have links, which we're not going to get into much right now, but a link looks like it's a lighter blue. So we have the indicator here first. It says, okay, it's either a D or maybe a dash or an L. There are other settings that could be here, but for now, this is all we need to worry about. The next set of things that we're going to look at are these RWXs or R blank X. What does that all mean? Well, RWX means read, write, execute. When we're missing one of those, like a dash here, that just means we have a read and an execute. And there are actually three groups that we're looking at here. So we have the first group, which is the owner of our file. So this first group says read, write, execute for the owner of this file. And if we look at the owner of the file, we can actually see that the owner is going to be Kali. Well, in this instance, it's the directory. But here we're looking at Kali. You can see that one of these has root listed, but in this instance, since we're using the Kali user and we're in our home folder, we're looking at mostly Kali being the file owner for this. The next one we're going to look at is we're going to say, okay, group membership. So anybody that is a part of this group, what do they get ownership to? Or what do they get to do with this directory or this file? Well, anybody in this group can read or execute, but they cannot write to this directory or file. And lastly, we have the third setting, which is all other users. What can all other users do? All other users can read and execute, but they cannot write here. And we don't have anything in here besides this link that is read, write, execute. We don't have a world read, write, execute in this folder, and that's okay. This does come into play when we're doing penetration testing, however. When we want to find some sort of file that has read-write access or read-write execute access. If we have full access, that is ideal, especially if there are some sensitive files that we're not supposed to see, or maybe we're misconfigured, or if we need somewhere to write to on the disk. For example, if I clear the screen here and we do an ls-la of the temp folder, we could see that temp actually has read, write, execute privileges throughout. This is a great place when we're doing pen testing and we're working on a Linux machine, that if we need to come drop a file, we know that this temp folder can be written to, we can write whatever file we want and execute these files from here without having to worry about too many permissions. So if we're attacking machines later on, especially as we get on into the practical ethical hacking course, you may see me go and use the temp folder to upload malware or write a malicious file or something that I can do from a folder that is read-write executable. So let's clear the screen again. Now, another reason and importance for the read-write execute is that if we write a script, we won't be able to execute that script until we have full access to do so. That's going to become more important as we download files and try to run them against machines. But even in this little section, when we're looking at the bash scripting, we're going to need to be able to execute our script, and we're going to need to be able to change the permissions on that. Let's go ahead and do that here. We're going to create a little text file and just look at the permissions and how things change. So similar to the last video, we're going to do an echo, and we're just going to say hello. And in this, we are going to use our directional operator, and we are going to just put this in a hello.txt file. If we ls-la, we could see that hello.txt is in here, but look at the permissions that are set. We have read-write permissions. We don't have any execute permissions. If this was a script or anything that we're trying to run, the machine will not let us run it because we do not have the execute permissions. Same thing here. Everybody else can only read this file. They cannot write or execute this file. So we can change the permissions on this, and we can do that with the chmod, which stands for change mode. So I'm going to go ahead and clear screen again, and we can do a chmod. And there's two different ways to do this. The first way is to do something like a plus sign and then give the permissions that you want set for that file. So we could do something like rwx, that is read, write, execute. If you wanted just read access or read, write access or just write access, you would put the appropriate lettering there. And let's go ahead and just give this a read, write, execute. And I'm going to say hello.txt and hit enter. And we're going to go ahead and ls-la again. And now you can see that the color of this has changed. Why? It is fully read-write executable for us as the user. Okay, as the owner, I should say. So that's one way of doing it. However, there is another way of doing this as well. We can say chmod 777 hello.txt, hit enter, do an ls-la, and you'll see now that everything has read-write execute here. Well, what changed? What is this 777 and why is it so important? Okay, for that, we're going to jump over to PowerPoint for just a second. Okay, so we have different numbers that we can set for the chmod. And remember, we did 777 because we gave a 7 to each group. We had the first, second, and third groups. Remember that. Well, what does 7 mean? Well, 7 means read, write, execute. So for a read permission, we get 4 points. For a write, we get 2, and for execute, we get 1. So as you can see down here, we have 4 plus 2 plus 1. That equals 7. Well, if we had no permissions, that would be 0. So we could do something like a 700. You might see something like read only, and then you would just give it 444 across the board, for example. Or I've seen something like an SSH PEM file, and those files require specific permissions. Typically, it is 644. So that would say that the owner has read write, but no execute, and then the rest of everybody else has just read access to that file. So that would be a 644 permission. So if you ever wonder what the permissions mean, you can always refer back to a chart like this or quickly Google what do the chmod numbers mean. Just know if you want to give something full permissions, you are going to set 777 across the board. And if we're doing hacking or doing penetration testing, that's often what we're going to use, with the exception of PEM files where they have to have more restricted permissions, sometimes 644, sometimes actually 400 is what I've seen as well. From here, let's go back to our Kali machine, and I'm going to go ahead and Control L to clear the screen. Here, we want to take a look at adding a user. So we're going to do a sudo add user, and you can give whatever username you want. I'm going to just call this user John. It's going to ask for our sudo password. Remember, we changed our password, so make sure you put in the right password. And now it's going to say, okay, what password do you want to use for John? I'm going to go ahead and enter that, and I'm going to enter it again. And then you could just hit enter through all of this and get back to this screen where it says Kali at Kali. From here, we're going to go ahead and switch user and go into John. So just do su John. I'm going to ask for John's password. Go ahead and give that password. And now you can see that we are John at Kali. So what is special about John? Well, we've made a new user, and John has some permissions. Now, if we wanted to cat out like the etc password file, we can. And this is a very common file that you're going to look at as a pen tester. If you come in here, the etc password file is important. This is something that we can see a lot of information about this machine. Now, the etc password file is called the password file not because it has our password in it, but because it used to store our password in it a very, very long time ago. Now what is being done is they put an X here for a placeholder, and that placeholder is then filled in with the shadow file, and we'll take a look at that here in a second. So we are using the cat command, and you've seen me use this several times throughout the course. We are using that to basically print out a file. So when we print out the file, we can read the file. So from here, we're reading the file, and we're saying, okay, I see root. Root is the 0 user ID, and that is important. That's telling us they are the ultimate user on the machine. They are user 0. If we scroll way down to the bottom, we should see some users that were created here. For example, we see Kali. Kali is user 1000, pretty common. We can also see that John is in use here, and John is user 1001. We could see what type of shell type they're using and what their home folder is as well. You could see the ZSH shell type compared to John's bin bash. So they are different shell types, and we'll get into those a little later on. But from here, we can also see roots here. We can see the root shell type, and we can also see what kind of services are running on this machine. So if you want to find the users, I typically look at root, and then I look and scroll all the way to the bottom to see what's been installed besides what's on this machine. So in here, we can see some things like SSH, which is important. We know, okay, this has the capability of running SSH. Maybe it has an SSH service. Maybe it has a SQL service here with the MySQL, OpenVPN. So it's a little bit of information gathering. If we were to land on a machine, for example, and we're a low-level user with no privileges, we could start to look at who are the other users on the computer. Why are they important? How can we get a hold of them? Where are their files located? What kind of services are running on this machine? This is all part of the information gathering stage of ethical hacking, and this file leads to a lot of clues for us. Now, clearing the screen, let's say I want to view the shadow file. The shadow file is the file that contains the password hashes for this machine. I'm going to go ahead and try to type in cat etc shadow. Permission denied. Okay, maybe I need to use sudo. Let's try it here, enter our password. Oh, John is not in the sudoers file. This is also called the sudoers file, and you can also call sudo sudo. Depends on your nomenclature and how you pronounce it. I'm a sudo person. So from here, I'm going to go ahead and Control L. We're going to switch user back into Kali, and we're going to take a look at some stuff. So if I go switch user, Kali, it's going to ask me for the password. We're going to enter our password in. And first thing, I want to show you the shadow file before we move on to the sudoers file. So if we go sudo cat etc shadow, I think this is important to see. You can come in here and remember how I said with a hash that this is set here. So our root password has not been set. There's no hash in here. And this is security best practice. We don't really want to have a root password unless we absolutely need to. In this instance, we might just want to have certain users that can elevate into root. And then if logging is enabled, we can then see from our logs who accessed that root account at what time. You really don't want to have a root password where anybody can just log in with a known password, because then that eliminates some accountability. So best practice would say, hey, if we have a Linux machine, you get all regular user accounts. And then if you want to run something as an elevated privilege, you're going to do that with your account and then use sudo for that. But looking down here, we can see the hashes for this computer. Okay. And what's interesting actually is Callie and John have the same password, but they have different hashes. And that is sort of unique. If you saw this in a Windows machine, if the password was the same on the local machine, you would see the exact same hash, and that is a clear indicator that password reuse is in play, but here it's not. So the hashing algorithm that's being used is a little bit different, and it's generating different hashes even though the password is the same. Regardless, the password for both of these accounts is password, and that's very weak and can easily be cracked, as we'll find out later on. Okay, now onto the sudoers file. What we're going to do is we're going to do a sudo cat, and we're going to look at etc sudoers, just like that. And I may have typed that a little fast, so I'm going to go ahead and scroll back up for a second. Sudo cat etc sudoers. Okay, just like that. It should auto tab complete. And from there, we're going to come in here and we're going to look at who has what privileges. Well, if you see allow members of a group sudo to execute any command, and you see %sudo, so it's calling sudo from somewhere else. Sometimes we can just include users in here. We could say, hey, the user Callie, I want to do these things. Instead, this is saying, hey, anybody a part of this group, I want to be able to do whatever they want. They can execute any commands like they were the root user, essentially. So with that, what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at who is in that %sudo group. And we can do that by using the grep command. So we can say grep, and we're going to get really familiar with grep in the bash scripting video, but basically think of grep as pulling out a specific string or element out of a file or some contents that you want to see. It's a great way to narrow down specifics and pull down only the information that you want, and we're going to get really familiar with it here in a couple of videos. So we're going to say grep, and then we're going to say sudo, just like this. And we're going to do that from etc group. Okay, and it says who has the sudo privilege. Here, all we see is Callie. So our user has sudo privilege. If we wanted to give privileges to John, we'd have to add John to the sudo group in the etc group. Or we could add John specifically to the sudoers file and give him specific permissions as well. And as we move on in the course and we get into privilege escalation, and if you ever go into more of the privilege escalation courses that we have, you'll see that we look at sudo privileges immediately when we get onto a machine by doing something like sudo-l, and we'll take a look at those and say, okay, what commands can I run? And in this instance, we could see, okay, all commands can be run here. But sometimes that's not the case. Sometimes we can only run one specific command, or maybe John, for example, we want John to be able to run Python because John's a developer. So John can run Python with sudo privileges, but cannot run anything else. So something to think about. Depending on the individual and who we want to give permissions to on that machine, they might not have privileges to access everything as sudo. They can actually be limited in what they can run as well. So that is it for this video. I'm going to go ahead and catch you in the next one. Now we're going to touch on networking commands that are relevant to penetration testing and relevant to this course. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to use the IP command, and that is IPA. IPA lists all is the way I like to think about it. And you can see here that we have a loopback address and we have our ETH0. This is our Ethernet address. And you can see that we have an IP address here, IPv4, of 192.168.138.140. We are on a /24 subnet. And here is our broadcast address here. We can also see our IPv6 here, which is nice. And we can see our MAC address here. So we can also look at this through the ifconfig command. And that will show us the same things. Here's Ethernet 0. Here is the loopback. All the same information here. ifconfig is the old school way of doing it. IPA is the newer way of doing it. IPA is nice and colorful. If I'm being honest, I still use ifconfig because I like the old school way of doing things. But IPA is the new way of doing things. And in some instances, ifconfig requires sudo to even run or may no longer be on a machine. But in some instances, IP is not on a machine. Depending on what type of machine you're on and what you access, you may need either one of these, so it's great to show you both. Now, while the IPA does all, IF only shows the Ethernet connection, so the hardwired connections. If we want to see wireless connections, we need to do IWconfig. And in this instance, you're going to see down here that we have no wireless connections right now. When we get into wireless hacking, we'll see that we have connections established and we'll use the IWconfig command. But just know for now that it's for wireless, and if you ever need to use it, that's what it's for. Let's clear our screen, and the next thing I want to cover is the IPN, and N stands for neighbor. The alternative to this is the ARP-A. Okay, what is ARP? If you do not know what ARP is, that is the Address Resolution Protocol. This comes from your networking. If you are not familiar with networking, then you may need to go study up on a little bit of this. Now, ARP says what IP address is associated with what MAC address. And what happens is a broadcast message goes out when we are trying to identify an IP address and a MAC address. So broadcast goes out and it says, who has this IP address? And whoever has the IP address will come back and it'll say, hey, that's me. I have that IP address and here is my MAC address. So now you can associate my MAC address with this IP address. And it is a way to identify these two items together and link them up. So again, in this instance, we can use the IP command or the old ARP command. Now the IP command is a little bit prettier and a little bit more colorful, and I think easier to read in my opinion, but either will work in this situation. Another IP command that we're going to want to run and know is the IPR command. Now R stands for route. You could also type in route and you'll get similar feedback here. So what we're looking at is what is called a routing table. We want to know where our traffic is routing. And here you can see on either one of these that we're routing through 192.168.138.0. We have an open gateway. We can see the gateway here is 138.2. We can see our mask here. And we can find all that information out up here as well. So it's important to know the routing and what's going on, especially if you are in a network, for example, where you might have multiple routes. Say if we come in and we say, oh, IPA, okay, we're on the 192.168.138 network, but we just try to connect to only the machines on this network. We see a /24, we think, okay, well, I know a /24 has 255 potential IP addresses, and I'm going to go ahead and just stick to scanning that subnet and looking for those IPs on that subnet. Well, if you looked at the routing table, you might actually see that there's a 137 in here, or 136, or maybe a 10 IP address, or something different than what you have here. Maybe you have the ability to talk to other networks, even though you're on this 1/24 network. Very important to look at the routing table. It's also important because in real life pen tests, we have been on a quote unquote segmented network. And in reality, it really wasn't a segmented network. There just wasn't a route to that network. So they said that we were isolated and we couldn't access anything. And all we had to do was say, okay, we're going to go add that network to our routing table. And what do you know? We were able to scan and connect to the network. So being able to know your routing table, being able to understand what a route is and how to add routes, how to remove routes can become important as well. These are things that you should already know from general networking. I'm showing you the commands here for basic routing and how to display the routing tables. If you need further information on routing tables, you should go look that up and research that before continuing on with the ethical hacking course. Okay, last command I want to get through. That is the ping command. So I'm going to do an ifconfig again. And in this instance, I'm just going to ping 192.168.138. And I believe earlier I saw a .2 was my gateway. So I'm going to go ahead and just hit enter. That should talk back to me, and it does. Now, if you are a Windows user and you've ever used ping before, it will only send 4 packets out. So it'll check 4 times. As you can see here, we are getting more than 4 packets sent. We are sending indefinitely. And I'm going to go ahead and just hit Control-C and stop that. We are definitely seeing that we're getting responses back. Now, there is a way to limit the amount that we send and the amount of traffic that we're sending. But basically what we're doing with the ping command is we're saying, hey, are you there? Are you alive? Can you respond to me and let me know you're there? So I asked the machine at this IP address to respond and tell me, yes, I am here. Now, this is called ICMP traffic. Not all machines permit ICMP traffic. Just because we ping a machine and it does not respond does not mean that it's not online. Okay? There are machines that have ICMP disabled and will not respond to ping requests. But ping is a quick way to see if a machine is online, and typically by default, ping or ICMP is enabled on most machines. Just as a further example, we can ping a machine that we do not believe to be alive. So I'm going to change this to a 3. I don't think there's a 3 on my network. And you're going to see it's going to try to send data, and it's just going to get stuck here and say host unreachable. Now again, that could potentially mean that that host is not there, or it could potentially mean that the host has ICMP disabled. But we're going to be using ping sweeping to identify a host in our network. And we'll do that here in just a couple of videos. But I wanted you to get familiar with the ping command if you weren't familiar already. Now, there are some commands in this video that we did not talk about. For example, the netstat command. Now, the netstat command is used to identify what open ports and services are there. We'll take a look at that more later on. But just know that that command exists and that we're going to do due diligence on that command later. So any of you that are watching that have a networking background or are like, hey, you didn't show netstat, that's so important. You're correct. It's coming later on in the course. So that's it for this video. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next one. Let's now talk about viewing, creating, and editing files. And we've done a little bit of this in the course already. You've seen me do something like echo hello, and remember that prints out to the screen. And we could just echo that again, like a hello, and put that into a file. And you've seen me do that. We'll just call this one hey.txt. And if we ls, we should see hey.txt right here. If we do a cat hey.txt, we should print out to the screen, hello. All these should be pretty familiar to you. So let's build upon this. Let's talk about how we can append to this and overwrite these files in different ways that we can actually create and edit files. So I'm going to clear the screen here. Now, what if I wanted to add to this file, and I'm just tabbing up, by the way. What if I want to say hello again? So I want to say echo hello again into this hey.txt file that already exists. What do we think is going to happen here? So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and then I'm going to cat out the hey.txt. Well, now it says hello again. It used to say hello. Well, that is because when we use one greater than symbol like this, what's going to happen is that overwrites the file. So if we tab up, and if we go over and we just write hey again, just for fun, and let's add a second one of these. So now there should be two of these greater than symbols. We hit enter, we cat out hey.txt, and now you can see it says hello again and hello again. Why do we care? Why are we doing this? Well, when we are using scripting, for example, and we want to loop through a bunch of information and we want to add that information to a file, we might use something like this where if we're gathering, say, IP addresses, this is foreshadowing, by the way, say we're gathering IP addresses and we are wanting to put them all in a file, we're going to need to use something like a double greater than in order to not overwrite the file with one IP address. We want to list all the IP addresses in the file. So you're going to see that when we get into the bash scripting of this section. Let's clear our screen. Another way that we can make a new file is just to say touch new file.txt. And if we ls, you can see that new file.txt is here. We can cat out new file.txt, and nothing is going to be in there because we didn't tell it to do anything. We just said touch, which creates a file. So we can use a different type of editor to try and edit this and save the file. Now, there are a few editors that we can use within our terminal. So we can use something called Nano, which is my personal favorite. You may hear other people talk about Vi and Vim. You may hear lots of jokes about quitting Vim and how it's impossible to quit Vim. And for that reason, honestly, because of the complications and because I like simplicity, I just use Nano. So we can Nano new file. And in here, you can type whatever you want. I'm going to literally say, I can type whatever I want in here. And now I'm going to hit Control X. And throughout this course, you're going to actually see me use Nano quite a bit. And we're going to use it for updating files and shellcode. And it's beneficial if we log into a machine remotely, for example, and we won't have the ability to have a graphical user interface type notepad, which I'm going to show you here in a second. We might not have the luxury of having something like that. We might have to use Nano or Vim or an in-terminal text editor. So we're going to go ahead and hit Control X here. I'm going to hit Y, which is going to say, yes, I want to save this file. And then I'm going to hit enter. And now if I cat out new file.txt, you can see it says I can type whatever I want in here. Lastly, we're going to look at a graphical notepad. So we're going to use mousepad. We can type in mousepad. And we can just say new file.txt, just like we created. And in here, you can see that it says I can type whatever I want in here, and that's true. I can also modify. It's just like a notepad if you had on Windows machine or if you've used LeafPad or any sort of notepad type material. This one's just called mousepad. So we can Control S and save and then just exit out. If we cat out our new file again, you can see I can also modify. Now, throughout this course, you might see me use a tool called gedit. It is not installed on this machine yet, though we are making updates to the course. We will be using gedit. Anytime you see me use gedit, feel free to use mousepad instead of gedit. It's become deprecated. Offensive Security got rid of it in Kali Linux, and now if you go hit gedit, It'll say it's not found, but you can install it. We're not going to do that right now. But when we install tools in a upcoming video, you will be able to install that with one of the tools that we're running. So anyway, just note that we're going to be using mousepad instead of gedit because it's the new and latest and greatest. One last thing, with Nano or any of these tools, you can make a brand new file. So you can say like brand new file.txt, and then you can type whatever in here and Control X, hit Y, hit enter, and then you can cat out brand new file, and guess what? It's there. So the file doesn't have to be existing to use Nano or existing to use mousepad. You can create new files with these commands as well. So that is it for this video. I'm going to go ahead and catch you in the next one. Another topic we need to talk about is starting and stopping services. We may have a service like a web server or SSH or maybe SQL or some sort of database that we need to start while we're already running Kali, or we might want to start a service on boot every single time that our computer loads. If you've ever used Windows, this is similar to installing a program and then having that boot up on launch. It's kind of the same thing here. If we're installing something, we want that service to start on launch, we have to tell our machine to do that. So we're going to look at how to start a service and how to have a service start on launch. So the first service that we're going to look at is the Apache service. And this is what I used to use when I first started out as an ethical hacker. And the reason is that we can spin up our own web server fairly easily and host malicious data or files or things that we might want to access or might want somebody else to access. So before we run that command, I do want to do a proof of concept. So let's do an ifconfig, and we're going to grab our IP address here. I'm going to copy this, and then I want to open up Firefox. From within Firefox, I'm going to go ahead and try to navigate to that IP address. And you're going to see that it says it's unable to connect. This is exactly what we expected. So now what we're going to do is we're going to come in here and we're going to say sudo service apache to start. We hit enter. It's going to ask for our sudo password. And then we have no confirmation of anything. So let's go ahead and come in back into the browser. And we're going to refresh. And let's take away the HTTPS. And now you can see that this is here on port 80. So we are actually on HTTP, not HTTPS. And we have an Apache server running now. Now let's say we wanted to stop this service. We can go in here and say sudo service apache to stop. And before we do that, I want to show you something. So if we come back into the Apache 2, I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. You can see that our files are located in the var www HTML folder. And what that is, if we come to our home folder here, and we just go to File System, we scroll down and go to var, and then we go to www HTML. All I'm doing is going to the same location here. Why I'm doing this is where if I wanted to host like a picture or a file or malware, I could put that in here. This index.html is the same index page that's loaded here. Like if I open that, that's literally the same page that's being hosted. You're seeing it here from a file format, but now if I go back, you can see I'm hosting it at this IP address. So if I wanted to host something malicious, I could do that. Now, in order to stop the service, all we have to do is say stop, hit enter, then we come back and we refresh this page. You can see that we're now again unable to connect. Now, I did mention in the beginning of this video that this was my favorite way to host malicious stuff or just host files for whatever purpose. Now that has changed. I now use Python to do this. So we can create a file. Let's go ahead and just say echo hello, and we're going to do hello.txt. So if we ls, we can see that we've got a bunch of stuff in here, hello.txt being one of them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to spin up a web server on the fly with Python. So I'm going to say Python 3 -m http.server, and then I'm going to give it port 80. Now, what we're saying is we want to run the module HTTP server, and we're going to run port 80 here. You can put whatever port you want. And you can see now it says, hey, it's hosting up HTTP on port 80. And what's going to happen is any file within the directory that I'm in is going to now be hosted. So you can see that I'm hosting all this stuff here. Pretty awesome. It's a quick way to host up a web server without having to start and stop services. And you can, on the fly from within a folder, just start a web server. So I think this is the cooler and better way to do it. So I wanted to show you how to start a service, but also that Python has some robust capabilities as well. If you follow into the Python section, we'll cover how to run an FTP server as well, which is also fun stuff. So I'm going to hit Control-C, which is going to, again, shut down this server. If I come here and refresh, you'll see that it's now shut down. And we can go ahead and talk about one more thing before we go. So let's say that we wanted a service to start when we started our machine. Well, for that, we're going to use the systemctl command, systemctl, and we can say enable. If we wanted to, for example, enable SSH, we can come in here and just enable SSH, and we just hit enter on this. And now you can see that it's enabled. So when we restart the computer, SSH will always be enabled for us. Now I'm going to disable that. This isn't like security best practice. And now you can see that we have disabled it and we're good to go. So if you ever have a service that you want to run, you just need to figure out the name of the service and enable that. And there may be times that you want things to run. Like historically, I have ran SSH with it enabled, or I used to run the Apache 2 server, so I didn't have to spin it up every time. I just had a place to go immediately host that. But your mileage may vary depending on what it is you want to run, but knowing these commands is important in case you need to start or stop a service, maybe restart a service. Same thing with enabling a service at boot up or disabling a service at boot up. So that's it for this video. I'll go ahead and see you over in the next one. Now let's talk about installing and updating tools. So the first thing that we're going to do from our command line is we're going to look at how we would update our current machine. So just like other operating systems, Linux machines require updates as well, and patching can be best practice. So in order to update and upgrade our machine, we're going to use the sudo command, and we're going to say apt, apt, and then we're going to say update and upgrade, just like that. So make sure you use two ampersand symbols here. We're going to do two commands. We're going to say, first, I want you to update. Second, I want you to upgrade. Well, why are we doing this? Why are we running two commands in the first place? Well, what we do when we actually install items on our Kali machine, we are going out to what are called repositories, and we're looking through packages. And the update command is going out to the known repositories, and it is updating those repositories. And then it's going to look at those repositories and say, okay, what needs upgraded here? So what tools have upgrades or updates available for them that we need? So if we run this command, you're going to see that it's going to go through these repositories. You can see it going through these Kali rolling and release, AMD 64 packages and contents, etc., etc. It'll take some time. As it goes through and it updates these repositories, it's going to find what programs we need, and it'll provide it in a list. Now, what you can see is it's asking us, are you root? So this is a lesson here. Sometimes we have to be the root user. We can't be just a sudo user to run the command. So what we're going to do in this instance is we're going to sudo switch user into root. Now we're root, and we're going to run that command again. We're going to say apt update and apt upgrade. Okay, and it's going to run through this, and then it should provide us with a list of what we're going to install, which if we scroll back up to the top, you can see that it says, hey, these packages were automatically installed and no longer required. And it says we can use the apt auto remove command to do that. It's saying here are the brand new packages that need to be installed. And then here are the packages that are going to be upgraded. So these are already installed, such as like Apache 2 has some updates that are required, and it's going to go through and install all of these. Now, when you scroll down to the bottom, it's going to say you need 801 megabytes, and yours might be different depending on when you watch this video. It's going to say, do you want to continue this operation? In this instance, I'm going to say no. And the reason that I'm going to say no is because updating on Kali Linux can break things. You should always have almost 2 copies of your Linux, right? You should take a backup copy before you ever make an update. And there are some limitations on being able to make backups, depending on if you're using VMware or VirtualBox, and we're not going to get into that right now. But just know that tools can easily get broken by pushing updates. And we'll talk about a tool that you can use that is up to date and kind of makes your Kali the latest and greatest without breaking anything. Even the current version of Kali right now, 2022.2, not all the tools work out of the box as the way that they should. We'll talk about that in just a little bit. So let's say that you wanted to install a tool, and we're just going to go grab one as an example. So let's say that there was a tool you wanted to install, like this cron daemon common. I'm just going to copy that. You could come in here and you could say apt install cron daemon common like this. Hit enter, and it's going to say, oh, you want to install this? Just hit yes, and it will install. And it will also upgrade this cron package here. I'm not going to do that, but just know that you can also install applications as a one-time thing if they're a part of the repository that you have. We're not going to get into updating repositories and adding manual repositories. We don't need to know that at this point in our Linux careers. We just need to understand that we're going out to a repository and we can download those items or packages based on what is in the repository. So updating the repository is always good, and then we check for upgrades available to our packages. In this instance, we're not going to do any updating or upgrading, but there may be a time where we need to install a specific tool, or we go out to the web and we have to grab a tool and it says, hey, run this apt install command. This is what it's going to be doing. This is how we would install something if we need to. Now, the next thing that we're going to look at is we're going to look at the git command. And Git is a tool that runs with GitHub. I'm going to open up a new Firefox, and I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. We're going to go to GitHub. Actually, let's just go to Google. We're going to go to Google. And a lot of times in our ethical hacking careers, we're going to be searching for tools. We're going to come out here and we're going to say, oh, I really want to find a tool maybe that does brute force Office 365. And then I might say something like GitHub, and you can see it's already starting to fill out. And we might go find something like, okay, there's this daft hack tool. We might click on that. And we come in here and it might tell you how to install this. Well, this is PowerShell, so that's not a great example. We might come into here and we might say, okay, here's one how to install. So you go through and it'll say, here's the usage on how to use this. And sometimes they'll give you installation instructions, but a lot of times all you will need to do is you'll need to come in here and just download the code to install the file. So I'm going to show you a tool that we're going to install and run. We go to Google and we search for pimp my Kali, just like that. You're going to see that we can click in here and this tool is available to us to download. Now, one way to look at a tool and see if it has any relevancy on GitHub is to look up at the number of stars that it has and the forks that it has. Anything with like 700 stars like this is pretty reputable, and you also should look at when it was last updated. You can see that this was last updated last month. Now, full disclosure, DeWalt actually works for TCM Security and is a fantastic person. If you never got to interact with DeWalt, he is somebody that is awesome and a great resource. He built this out because there were so many issues with Kali Linux, and the tools that were coming freshly installed, like in 2022.2, don't always work in the way that we intend them to work. So a lot of tools are broken, some things need downgraded, and there's a lot of options in here that can tell you, hey, here's what we can fix. Like we can fix different missing issues that are going on, or we can fix Golang or fix Impacket. And you don't have to worry about what any of that means right now until we get into pen testing. But this is something that we actually do install and run when we build out our lab machines, or we build out our machines for even hacking on clients. This is such a well done tool. And he tells you in here how to install it. He says, hey, get clone right here off of this address. We can also come up here and we can go to the code and we can just copy. We say copy pimp my Kali right here. And then we'll come in and we can just say get clone. Actually, let's switch user. I'm sorry. Let's switch user back to Kali. And we'll enter here. And then what I like to do when I install tools is I like to install them into the op folder, the OPT folder. So from here, we're going to run get clone, paste that. Actually, we're going to run sudo get clone. I apologize. And then enter your password. And now, if we look in here, we should have pimp my Kali, which we do. So if we cd to pimp my Kali, and now we ls, we can see that we have the pimpmykali.sh script. If you come back into the website, it will tell you how to run and operate this. Any decent GitHub will say, hey, here's how you run this script. So it says, hey, you just run sudo pimp my Kali. This is for a new Kali VM. You just need to run menu option N. We're going to copy this and paste it. And then we're going to run it. So now this tells you, what do you want to do? Well, here's all the different options. N is a new VM setup. Run this option as your first time running pimp my Kali. Okay, so that's going to fix all the things for you. I'm going to go ahead and hit N and let this run. It's going to go out and fetch some stuff from repositories, and it's running apt update. And now it's going to install certain tools and packages and uninstall certain tools and packages. As you can see, it's rolling through here. So go ahead and let this run. I'm going to pause the video here for a second and then meet me back when you're at the next screen where you can actually enter in any sort of command. Okay, so it's been about 5 minutes and we get to this page here. And you can see that it's asking us if we want to run root login installation. It explains that in Kali 2019.x, the default user used to be root, which we talked about early on in this course. And now that they've switched it to Kali, which is what we've been using. Now, do we want to re-enable the ability to log in as root in Kali? In this instance, I'm going to choose yes. However, you need to make sure that you are comfortable and capable of running as root in Linux. If you do not feel comfortable, stick with running as Kali. You're going to see me throughout the course as we get into the ethical hacking section running as root. Just know that there may be times where you might need to use sudo, or you may need to switch user into root, as you saw me do with upgrading packages just a few minutes ago, that may be required. So if you're understanding of that, you can hit no on this screen, and that's perfectly okay. Security best practice suggests to hit no. I'm going to hit yes because I feel comfortable running as root. I'm the only user on this machine, and I don't have any accountability or repudiation to worry about. So I'm going to give a new password for this. And I'm going to enter it again. And now it's going to ask if we want to copy everything over from our Kali folder into our root folder. I'm going to say no. And now it's going to continue on installing. So we're going to let this run again. Go ahead and pause the video if you need to, and then we'll meet you back when this is all said and done. Okay, and when everything is said and done, which it took about 10 minutes to get through all of that, you should get to this all done, happy hacking screen right here, and everything should be installed for you. If you chose to go the root route, that's a weird thing to say. If you chose to go the root route, you can log out and log back in as root and begin using Linux as root. Otherwise, you can continue on with this lesson using Kali as your main user. So we're going to go ahead and move on to the next video. Last video in the section, and this is going to be one of my favorites. So what we're going to be talking about is scripting with Bash. I'm going to show you some cool tricks that we can do to kind of narrow down some of the results that we get, and then I'm going to show you how you can automate some of that process, and we'll take that and even write out some for loops and one-line loops, which this might not make any sense right now, and that's absolutely okay, but by the time the video is done, hopefully it does. So the first thing I want to show you is I want to show you how we're going to write a ping sweep. So we're going to write a ping sweeper. Basically, we're going to go out and say, I want to ping a device. If that device is alive, go ahead and show me that result. And we're going to sweep an entire network. So what we're going to do first is we're going to identify a device that's alive so we can test this out and then build upon that. So you can go ahead and type in ifconfig and then just hit enter. Now my Ethernet here is on a NATed network. So I'm running through a different IP address subnet here. So this one is 192.168.57.150. My actual IP address is on a .4.x here. So I'm going to, for this example, I'm going to be pinging 192.168.4.29. However, and you can see here's the ping that we're getting back. However, if you are unsure of a IP address in your house that is active or your subnet in your house, that's okay. You can just run 57.1 for this example. You might not get a lot of returned results. However, you might only get 1 or 2 when we do this sweep. So I advise you to figure out what your IP address is. That's a good challenge anyway. And if you are familiar with networking, which you should be at this point, then you should be able to determine the IP address of your home network. But if you do not do that, then you can use 57.1 or whatever your IP address is here on this third octet. So that will also work if you see that. All right, so I'm going to clear this. Now, what are we noticing when we're pinging? We're pinging this address and we're getting some data back. Now, if we ping an active address, you can see that we get, okay, 64 bytes from 192.168.4.29. It's saying it's active. We're getting details back. If we were to ping something, let me do like 41, where we just don't get any data back. Okay, and let's try this one more time. Let's try this a different way. Let's do like a count of 1. -C of 1, we'll do a count of 1. It's going to try to send one packet over and see if it works. Nothing's happening, right? It's trying to transmit that packet. You could see that it's getting 0 received here, where here's getting 4 received. No data is coming back. It's just not doing anything for us. So the thing that we can identify here is what's the big difference? If we look at line 1 and 2 versus line 1 and 2, what are we seeing when we get data back? Well, the big difference here is well, 2 of them, I guess. We see that we get this response, right? That's big difference. And then down here, it'll say, hey, we received some packets if it's not 0. Now, the easy way to do this is to look at a line that says, hey, we received data, which is this line here, okay? Now, what I want to do is I want to narrow this down just a little bit. What we're going to say is we're just going to do a ping of 1 time. So I'm going to clear this. I'm going to bring it back to this like this. I'm going to do a count of 1. And that should just ping once, and that's perfect. We don't need to ping endlessly. We just want to make sure we can ping once, and then we're done. Okay, and then from here, I'm going to put this into a text file. I'm just going to call this ip.txt, just like that. So when I cat out ip.txt, now you can see that I have this file. It's stored. I don't have to run the command again. We're good to go. So what we're going to do now is we can take this, and then we can start gathering data based off of what we see here. So what I want to do is I want to just extract this one line here, the 64 bytes from 192.168.4.29. And the best way to do that is with a command called grep. So grep is going to look for a specific term or phrase, and we can do that, and it's going to pull down any line that has that term or phrase. So if I say grep here, and then I just put in quotation 64 bytes, like this, now, when I cat out this, all I'm pulling down is this line, and it's even highlighting it for us. It's saying, here's the line that we see, 64 bytes from 192.168. Okay, so we've extracted just the one line. And why am I extracting this line? Well, if we're building out a ping sweeper, what I want to do is I want to sweep every single IP within a specific subnet. So say this .4, right? I want to ping 4.1.2.3 all the way through 254, 255. I want to see if I can get through all the IP addresses in a subnet. So what we're going to do is we're going to ping every single one of them and say, hey, are you up? Are you there? And we're going to do it with a count of 1. And we're going to say, are you there? Okay. And if they're there, they're going to say, yeah, I'm here. 64 bytes. Here's my response. And it's going to say 64 bytes from this IP address. So we want to extract the IP addresses to say, yeah, we're alive. That's basically our goal here. So when we run this on a bigger scale, which is what we're going to do, we're going to need to grep out this information and extract this information to where we only just get the IP address back. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to start narrowing down and grabbing this IP address, and then I'm going to show you how we're going to take this all in one instance and run it and then extract IP addresses. So from here, what I want to do is I want to do another command. So every time we pipe, we're saying, hey, run this command, then with that command, run this command, then also run this command too. So we're going to keep running this command on top of this to narrow things down. So here's what we're doing here. We're going to run a command called cut. And with cut, we're going to say, I want to cut something out of this. We need to provide it what is called a delimiter. So we do a -D like this. And the delimiter I'm going to use is a space. And then I'm going to say -F for field, and then I'm going to say 4. Okay, what is this doing? Well, it's saying, hey, I want to cut this line that you're getting back on a space. So the delimiter is a space. So here's a space, here's a space, here's a space. And it says, I want to count up to 4 to grab that data. So 1, 2, 3, 4 right here. So if we say 4 here, like this, we hit enter, we're grabbing that specific IP address because we're doing it by spaces. If we did it on 3, what do you think we're going to grab? We're going to grab the word from. So you can see here's from. So what I want to do is grab the IP. So we're going to use this cut just like this, use our delimiter, and then get to the correct field position that we want to grab the IP address. All right, so we've got the IP address. Now there's only one thing wrong here with this IP address, is that there is a little colon on the end of it. We just want this without a colon at all. We want it just like this. Now there's a couple ways we can do this. We could use something called sed. Sed's a little bit complicated and a little bit advanced, I would say, for where we're at right now. So I'd rather teach you an easier way to do this, and that is called translate. So with translate, all we're going to do is we're going to do one more pipe like this, and we're just going to say tr for translate, a -D for a delimiter again, and then we're going to say we want to get rid of this. And that's it. We're just getting rid of this. Okay, so if we run this one more time, now you can see that we've successfully extracted this IP address out. That's our goal. That's all we wanted to do. Now, how can we apply this to something bigger? How can we make this part of a bigger script? That is the question. And we're going to do that. So what I want you to do is I just want you to copy this, okay? Copy this entire line. And we're going to go into a mouse pad. So let's copy this selection. And I'm going to clear my screen. I'm just going to say mouse pad. And we're going to call this ipsweep.sh. Okay, so this is going to be a bash script. And I'm going to make this bigger. And the first thing we're going to do with our bash script is we have to declare that it's a bash script. We're going to say #bang right here, or shebang is what we'd call this, /bin/bash. This allows the machine to know when we run this, this allows bash to know, hey, we're calling this, here's the location of bash, this is what we're running with the script. You're also going to see this when we use Python as well. You'll see the declaration here at the top, or when we're calling this out. So I'm going to go ahead and Control S and save this. That'll add some nice color to this, so when we're coding this out, we get to see in color. I like that a lot. I'm going to actually make this a little bit smaller and then make this like this here so we can get the whole picture. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to paste in what we just wrote. So I'm just going to Control V here and paste that in. So we don't need to do a cat of an IP address here. In this instance, instead, we're going to change this back. We're going to ping. Remember, we want to ping every device in the network. So we want to ping, say if we're pinging 192.168.4.x, okay, we want to ping that. And we can leave this like this for now. Don't worry about changing anything here. This is just going to be a placeholder. We're going to do a little bit of extra syntax here to make this work. So we're going to write what is called a for loop. So we're going to say for, and I'll explain what this does here in a second. You're also going to see this again when we get into Python and coding. And so you'll be able to understand more and more about loops and what for loops are, while loops, etc. They're very, very useful and very common in coding and scripting. So I'm going to say for IP in, and then I'm going to say sequence 1 through 254. Now, very important, this character here is not an apostrophe. Okay, this is not an apostrophe.
This is the little line, I don't know what it's called. It's above the tilde next to your escape button on your keyboard. So it's this right here, okay? It's like a backwards apostrophe almost. I'm sure there's a term for it, I just don't know it. So you come in here and you say, okay, for IP address in sequence 1 through 254, and I'm gonna explain what all this does in a second. I want you just to type this out for now. I want you to say do, all right? And then I want you to come down here and we're going to say ampersand on this line and we're gonna say done. I'm gonna explain what all this means. Okay, so this is a loop that we've just created. What we're saying is for the IP address, and we're just declaring this could be Bob if you wanted to. I'm just making it a name or a term that's easy for us to remember. So we're gonna say for IP, but if you wanna call this Bob, call it Bob. For IP in sequence 1 through 254. So what sequence is doing is it's saying, hey, I wanna count everything from 1 to 254. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, all the way to 254. This for loop means I'm gonna do this every single time. So for IP in 1, for IP in 2, for IP in 3, we're gonna run this command until we're done. So until this sequence has run 255 times, it's done. Okay, and now we're gonna say, I wanna do a count of $IP. So what we're saying here is for IP in sequence 1 through 254, go ahead and do a ping -C for a count of 1, 192.168.4.254. And here we're gonna say .1, .2, .3. Every time this loops over and over and over, it's going to be incrementing that number through this sequence. That's all we're doing. This is a basic loop, okay? So we're gonna keep going through and through and through. Now, this will work. If you plugged in your hard-coded IP address here, this will absolutely work. Now, we can improve this just a little bit if we want to. So what's going on here is what we're gonna say is if we wanted to run this, we would just do // and then IP sweep, okay? And this would work, that's fine. But we can make this a little bit better from a coding perspective. We can come in here and we can give this a $1, and that means argument 1. So what we're saying here is I wanna give an argument instead. So if you wanna be technical, this first /IP sweep.sh, that is argument 0. So you can consider this $0. Argument 1 would be what you type after that. So this would be argument 1, argument 2, etc. So in this case, what we could do is we could say, I wanna run 192.168.4 like this, and this will run the .1, .2, .3 after it. So you provide the argument, it places that here in argument 1, and then it does the rest for you. So this way you can specify your network, and if you wanted to ping multiple networks, you don't have to come back in here and keep changing this. It just works. So super easy. This is a great little script for a /24 type subnet, okay? Okay, so let's go ahead and try running this really quick. I'm gonna just Control S, save this. I'm gonna close it. We're gonna do a chmod +X on IP sweep. If it'll allow us to, we might have to do a, okay, let's do LSLA real quick, make sure it worked. It sure did. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're going to run the IP sweep, and we're going to say 192.168. You just put in your IP here, and I'm gonna run that, all right? And you could see all the devices that are coming back within my network here. I'm gonna go ahead and hit Control C, cancel this out. And so this is grabbing all the different devices in my network. Now that's great. That works out really well. But what we can do is improve this. What if I typed in a, what if I didn't type anything at all? What if I just hit enter here? Now I'm just getting all kinds of pings unknown, and it's going off of some of the stuff I was doing before, but it just causes all kinds of issues and errors, right? So you can see I'm trying to hit Control C, it's taking its time to break. Here we get issues because we're just allowing any sort of argument here. What we need to do is we need to fix this up just a little bit. So what we can say is we can come back in here and just go mousepad ipsweep.sh and come in here and let's add a little bit extra. Oh, and I also left this in here. Don't leave this in here. That's why that was running twice. Okay, so what we're doing here is we need to add in a statement. What we're gonna do is we're going to add in a if statement. If statements are conditions. we're saying, hey, if this condition is met, do something for us. If it's not met, then go ahead and do something else. All right. So we're going to say if, and we're going to just put in here $1 is equal to nothing, then we're going to go ahead and just say then echo you forgot an IP address. Echo syntax, something like this. We'll just say IP sweep.sh, and we'll go 192.168.4 like that. Okay. And then if we did do this correctly, if we do have an argument inside of argument 1, then we're going to say else, do all of this here, and be done. And then we're going to end our if statement with fi. Now, this script, or this resemblance of this script, is not one of my own, by the way. This goes credit to something I've modified over time, but the original credit definitely goes to Georgia Weidman. I remember seeing this in her course a long, long time ago when I was first getting started, and she did a great job of teaching this. This is just a modification of this script, so I just want to make sure that all credit goes to her. But looking at this, let's break this down really quick before we run this again. We've got an if statement. We said if argument 1 doesn't equal anything, then you're going to echo back out and say, hey, you forgot an IP address. Here's the syntax. If it does include something, then we're going to go ahead and come in here and say, let's run our for statement, our for loop, and run through it, and then we're going to end our if here. The only thing that I'm doing uniquely here is I'm including this ampersand, which is going to run this command multiple times at once. This is a good way to explain it. Basically, we have a couple ways of doing this. We could say like this. We could put a command here, and this will run one at a time. It'll say, okay, for 1, for 2, for 3. This allows multiple instances of this loop to run at once and just speeds things up. I could show you the difference between that. So I'm going to go ahead and just Control S, save this. I'm going to go ahead and just run this script real quick. Now let's try running it without anything here. Okay, now look, it says you forgot an IP address. So look, we did that correctly. Now let's go ahead and add the 192.168.4, run it. And you can see, okay, it's sweeping, but it's taking its sweet time. Especially for the IP addresses that are gonna hang, like if I don't have a .2 or .3, it's gonna take a while. So I'm gonna Control C and get out of this if it'll let me. And it looks like it's actually gonna hang. So what we can do is we can come back in. I'm gonna open a new tab real quick just while that's waiting. And I'm just gonna say mousepad, and we're just going to go back into ipsweep.sh. It's in this folder. There we go. Okay. So from here, I'm going to change this back to the ampersand, and I'm going to save it. I just want you to see the difference really quick and why I run it like this. So ipsweep.sh 192.168.4. You can see it's picking everything up really fast. All right. What I can do now is I can run this and then store this into like ips.txt, something like that. Just like found IP addresses. Okay, so now if I cat ips.txt, I have all the IP addresses I just found, and I found them that fast versus this, which may still be going, and it is, and I can't even kill it. I'm just gonna close this out. Okay, so this is the big difference there with that ampersand and the speed of what it is capable of doing. So with all that being said, we could take this and do one more thing. So I wanna show you how we can utilize a one-liner. These are called one-line statements in Bash, and we can do similar to what we just did and accomplish that in this command line. So now we have an IP address. We have a list of IP addresses. Let's say that we want to run nmap. Now we haven't gotten to nmap yet. You don't need to really know about it. Just know that it is a tool that allows us to go out and do port scanning. Okay, so typically we would just say something like nmap, and we might do something like dash T4 dash A dash P dash, like this. This is just saying, I want to run nmap scan, I want to look at everything, and I want to scan all ports. This is just an example. You can just run nmap IP address like this, and that would be fine too. Like we could just go 192.168.4.29, and we'll do a quick nmap scan. Okay, but what we can't do here is we can't just say, hey, I want to run well, we could say I want to run nmap for everything in .0/24. The issue is it's going to take time looking and finding what IP addresses are valid here. If we have a list, we can automate this process quite a bit. We can just come in here and we can say something a little bit different. We can say, hey, for IP, we're using the same kind of syntax, in $, and we're going to put parentheses here. We're going to say cat, and then we're going to say ips.txt, and then we're just going to do this. We're going to say do nmap $IP, and then again we have the option of doing done, or we can do ampersand done, just like this. Okay, I'm just going to do done here as an example and just show you. So this is really easy. We're saying, hey, for every IP address in this list, and all we're doing is we're catting out this IP list that we just had. So it's going to take the first IP, then run the nmap scan, and it's going to come back and run the next one. So until this list is completely done, it's going to keep going through this loop. That's all it is, a simple loop. And then we're going to say done. It's going to take that IP address, it's going to start scanning it, it's going to go through and hopefully find information and go in a loop. So this is a quick way to automate some of this process. I actually do this with a lot of my scripts where I will do some probing, see if anything is out there that's alive, put it into an IP file, and you're going to see this later in the course, and then nmap scan that. So think about this. Hopefully this gets your wheels spinning on what you can do to really start scripting some of this stuff out. And this is going to be the first time you get your hands dirty with scripting. We're going to go on again with this, and we're going to get more advanced as we go. But this should be a good introductory lesson to you on how we can build a simple tool and automate a lot of this process fairly easily with just a little bit of command line syntax. So we're going to go ahead and move on to the next section, and I will see you over there. Welcome to this module on Python. So if you've never used Python before or even heard of Python before, Python is a coding and scripting language. It is commonly used in ethical hacking, and it's commonly used all around the world. It is actually considered one of the best beginner languages to start with if you've never learned coding before. So that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to cover some of the basics of Python. So we'll cover everything you see on this screen here: strings, math, functions. We're going to get into conditional statements and looping. We'll get into some more advanced items, and eventually we're going to build our own tools. So we're going to be building a port scanner at the end of the lesson, and then when we get into the exploit development section of this course, we're going to use Python again to write our own exploits. So it's going to be used throughout the course. You're going to see it again as a ethical hacker as well. You're going to go onto websites and you might need to download Python code or something to utilize against a host or a client, and it's just going to be frequently seen for you. So very important topic to cover, especially for the foundations. One very big thing to point out: you do not have to be a developer to be successful in penetration testing. The important thing is that you understand what you're seeing and understand how to read code. If when you come away from this module, you have a better understanding on how to read what you are seeing in code, you'll be much better off. By no means do you have to be a developer. I am still to this day nowhere near a developer level, and I'm very, very successful in what I do. You don't have to be a developer. So the big takeaway here is to take very good notes, understand what you're seeing. If you need to watch a video multiple times in this section, absolutely okay. Just make sure you understand everything in front of you and understand that the lessons are going to build upon each other, and it should all come together in the end. And you're going to get to see it over and over through the course, especially in the exploit development section where we write our own Python script. So I look forward to teaching you this module on Python, and look forward to seeing you in the next video.
Okay, on to our first lesson. The first thing that we're going to cover is going to be strings. And in order to do that, I'm going to go ahead and make a directory on my Linux machine. You can make a folder in your Mac or your Windows machine if you're using those operating systems. I'm just going to go in here and just say make dir Python, and then I'm going to go ahead and go into that directory. So from here, I'm going to go ahead and make my first script. So I'm going to clear my screen with Control L, and I'm going to say mousepad, and I'm just going to call this script first.py. And I'm going to give it the ampersand here at the end. That's just going to allow me to open up this process of mousepad and also have the terminal available to me when I need it. So you'll see why I do that here in a little bit. Now, if you're not on Linux, that's okay. You can use something like Notepad++ or Code Runner for Mac, which we showed earlier in this course. So from here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and enter in a shebang, which is a hash and an exclamation /bin /python3. And this is important for Linux here because we are calling out the directory. If you're familiar with Linux, what's happening here is we have two options. We can come in here and we can say Python3 and we can say first.py and that'll execute our script. Or in theory, we can come in here, we can just do a ./first.py and run it that way. If we run it like this, our script will not know where to go unless we declare that. So up here, we're giving the shebang /bin /python3. That is where Python3 is located in this machine. So we'll come up here and it will look for this first and say, okay, I'm going to execute this based on Python3. So that is a little bit of a Linux nuance here and something you should know in case you are ever coding in Linux or an environment that is similar like Unix, which Macs do run off of. So from here, if you've ever taken a coding class, the first thing you do in every single coding class is what is known as hello world. So we're going to print out hello world and print it to our terminal. So in order to do that, we're going to go ahead and do something like this. We're going to say print, and then we'll do a parentheses and we'll say hello world. I'm going to go ahead and save this. And if we run this, and I'm going to run this with Python3, if we run this, Python3 first.py, you'll see that it says hello world. Now, one thing that we can do in here is good practice for being a developer is add some notes in. So we're going to add a comment in here. We're going to do a hashtag or a pound symbol, and we're just going to say print string. Now, when we run this again, this isn't going to print out. Comments are just for us inside of the script, and I can prove that to you by saving this and running it again. You'll see all we have in here is hello world. Perfect. So comments with a hash are just meant for whoever is reading your script or your code. And that could be you, or bad scenario, but what if you get hit by a bus tomorrow? You're the main developer and nobody knows how to read your code because you didn't leave any comments. That'd be very bad. So good coding practice suggests to leave good comments and make sure that people can come in and read your code and understand what is going on in here. So we're going to add comments along the way so that way we understand what we're doing and practice good habits as well. So what you're seeing here is what's called a string. You're seeing a string in quotations. And you can see a string printed out with single quotes as well. So we can just do hello world. I'll add the exclamation for consistency. And if we save this and print this, you'll see that it also prints hello world. So it really doesn't matter if you have single quotes or double quotes until we get into more advanced strings, and we'll talk about those a little bit later on in the course. But for now, just know that you can use single quotes or double quotes when printing out a string. Another thing that we can do with strings is print on multiple lines. So if we say print and we do triple quotes like this, we say this string runs, and then we hit enter, multiple lines with an exclamation, and add in 3 more double quotes there and close this off. We can add a note here as well that says triple quote for multi-line. And if we save this with Control S and we run this again, you're going to see this string runs multiple lines. Awesome. Another thing that we can do is concatenate strings. So we can print out something like this string is, And now we're going to add a space at the end of it. Make sure you have a space right here. We're going to do a plus sign, and then we're going to say awesome. Just like that. And we can say we can also concatenate. It's always hard for me to spell that. So what's going to happen here is it's going to take this string plus this string when it prints out. So the reason we have a space is it's got to have the space because there's no space here, and this won't just add a space for us, even though in our heads we might want it to. So we're going to go ahead and save this, print it out one more time, and you can see that it concatenated and said this string is awesome. Now, one last thing. We can also print out a new line. So we can just do something like this. And we can use a single quote this time just to do a proof of concept. Do a \n like this. And this will print out a new line. And we'll get familiar with that later on. As we get into functions, we'll write our own function to make a new line. But for now, if we wanted to add another line, we could, and then we can just print test that new line out. And let's see if it actually gave us a line printed in between this concatenation and this new print statement here. Let's go ahead and save that. We'll print it, and you can see there is a line here. So the \n will print out a new line for us. And that is all we need to know for basic string. So we're going to go ahead and move on to math. You can go ahead and leave this open. We're going to run through this as we go, and then you'll have a long script, which will also make for very good notes. Let's go ahead and move on to math. So math. Python actually has a built-in math interpreter. So we can do a bunch of fun stuff with Python and with math that's automatically built in. So I'm going to go ahead and just call this section math. And if you want to keep track of sections, you can come up here and just call this strings and just capitalize it like that. And then that way we kind of have an idea of where we're at. You can even add an extra line here if we want to. So from here, let's go ahead and play around with math just a little bit. So if I wanted to do a print of 50 plus 50, we can definitely add. We can also subtract. So if you want to do 50 minus 50, you could do that. And I'll give you some time to catch up here in just a second. I'm just going to do a few print statements, then we'll take a look at them, and then we'll move on to some more math as well. We can also do 50 times 50. And we'll just use the little star or the asterisk. We'll just say multiply. And we'll also do 50 divided by 50. We'll just say divide. So if we save that, you could take a second to catch up. You could see we are just doing simple math here. We should expect 100. We should expect 0. We should expect 1 here and 2,500 if my mental math is correct. So I'm going to go ahead and print this out. Okay, and we've got 100, 0, 2,500, and 1.0. So this 1.0 is a little bit different. This is what's known as a float. Everything else that has come out so far is just an integer. And we'll talk a little bit about that here in just a few minutes, but know that integers are on the left-hand side. And if we don't have a decimal point here, we're looking at integers. And on the right-hand side, when we see anything on the right-hand side of the decimal, we're looking at what is called a float. And that becomes very important depending on when we need it. For now, we're going to keep worrying about math. We'll get into integers and floats in just a little bit. So another thing that math built into Python can do is it can do PEMDAS. If you've never heard of PEMDAS, please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. So parentheses, exponents, multiply, divide, add, subtract. You may have had something different within your educational experience, but it will do that for you. So if you do 50 plus 50 minus 50 times 50 divided by 50, it will give you the answer. I don't know that mental math offhand. Another thing that we can do are exponents. So we can print say 50 to the second power, which is the same thing as 50 times 50, which would be 2500 as well. And we can get exponents out of this. And we'll actually go ahead and save this and run this here because the next stuff I want to be able to lay out clearly. So you can see that we have successfully done the math here. It did it for us. Awesome. And it also did the exponent for us as well. So now a couple of weird things with division. So you saw the 1.0 before. Well, we have a few things that we can do. For example, the 50 divided by 6, but using a percentage sign is what's called a modulo. And that it just takes what is left over. So 50 divided by 6 is not divisible. There is a leftover. So if we print that, you'll see we get a leftover of 2, which makes sense because 6 goes into 50 8 times. 6 times 8 is 48. And then we have 2 left over. So if we want to know what the remainder is, we can use a percentage sign here. We can also do something like 50 divided by 6, like we saw earlier. And this will have division with remainder. So we can say or float. We'll save that and take a look at that really quick. You can see we get 8.3, and then it rounds up eventually to a 4. And lastly, what if we wanted no remainder? So if we just did 50 divided by 6, we say no remainder. We could do this, and we should get 8 here. So depending on the situation and what we want, we might want a situation where we only want the integer, or we only might want what's left over, or perhaps we actually want the full number of what's being divided. So there are a few different ways to divide with math in Python, and it's good to know all of them depending on the situation that you run into. So for now, just take notes on this and know that there are a few ways to do math and division, and you can do PEMDAS and exponents and all kinds of fun stuff, and this is just scratching the surface of math with Python. So that's it for this lesson. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next one, which is going to start covering variables and methods. So I'm going to come in here and I'm just going to call this section variables and methods. And if we want to make our script a little bit clean, we can just come in here and copy this new line. It'll be a lot easier once we write a function for this, but we haven't gotten there quite yet. So we're going to print out this new line, and that way when we print this out, you can see that we have kind of gaps in between the sections that we're working on. So now we're going to work on variables and methods. So variables. Variable means something can vary. It can change, and we're going to look at that here in a second. So if we have something like quote, and we make quote equal to all is fair in love and war. And this is what? This is a string. We are storing this string inside of this variable called quote. And we can just come in here now and we can print out quote. And if we do that, we should get this returned back to us. You can see all is fair in love and war. If we didn't print this, just go ahead. Actually, we'll just comment this out. This is a great way to test the script. If we just save this now with a comment and we hit enter, there's nothing here. We haven't given it any instructions to actually print out. So now we can print this out, and it's printing whatever is stored inside of that variable. In this instance, we have a string stored in there. Now, when we talk about methods, methods are just functions that are available for a given object. Now, you could think of functions as something built into Python that allows us to do something. And it'll make sense here when we get into using methods. So we have this quote, all is fair in love and war. Well, what if we wanted to print this in a few different ways? Well, we can use methods to do that. For example, we can print quote in uppercase. And just do upper like that. And this is going to make it all uppercase because we're giving it this period, upper, and then open close parentheses right here. And that is allowing us to use that method. So we can say uppercase. And we can also print in lowercase if we do lower. And just for one more, we can also do print, and we'll say quote.title. And this is what's known as title case. And title case will capitalize every single letter like it is the title. In this instance, here we're going to get like the A capitalized, which wouldn't really be true in a title, but still just know that title case is meant to capitalize every first letter within your string or your sentence in this case. We're going to call this lowercase here. Okay, so let's go ahead and save this, and we're going to print this out. And you can see the differences that we have. We have it here in its normal quote, and then we have it in uppercase, all lowercase, and then every single first letter capitalized. Perfect. These are methods. These are just a small example of methods we're going to get into more a little bit later. Here's another example. What if we wanted to print the length of quote? Let's say we wanted to know how many characters were within this sentence. So this is going to count the characters. And this will also count spaces. So we're trying to get a total count of what's going on inside this string. We print that, you'll see that we get 28 return. So if you want to check that, you can go count every single character within here and you'll get the length of that. And that could become important as you're doing Python later on. And this is just yet another example of a method. Now let's go back to looking at variables and why they're called variables. So let's say that we have a variable of a name. And in this instance, I'm going to use my name and I'm going to make it a string. And I'm going to use my age. I am 33. And here we're going to say string just so we can make sure we notate the differences. This is an int or an integer. And we're also going to give a GPA. Let's say I went to school and I'm going to use the American grading system. Let's say I had a 3.7 GPA. And this is what's known as a float. And that has a decimal. So make sure you notate that. So if we print these out, if we print out the integer of age, that'll still print 33. What if we print out the integer of 30.1? Save that. Take a look. And you'll see that we just get 30. All right. And you can see that this rounded down. Again, integer, just the first number, just what's on the left side of the decimal point. Doesn't care about the right side. What if we printed integer of 30.9? Will it round? Will it round? No. So if we save that and we print again, you'll see it's still 30. It doesn't care what's on the right side of the number. It's only going to take what the integer is. So anytime you print an integer, you're only going to get the first, or what's on the left-hand side of the decimal point. So make sure you know that. Now, a few cool things that we can do. Let's say that we wanted to print something like this. If we print my name is with a space, and then we'll do plus name, and we'll say space again, and I am space age plus space years old. Make sure you have your spacing in there properly. That way you can account for the spaces before and after these variables. But what are we doing here? We are concatenating variables. Now, if I try to run this, I'm actually going to get an error. If I run it, we're getting a type error. And this is a great example, by the way, of understanding what Python is telling you. I get emails all the time from students saying, I don't understand why my script isn't working. And the first thing I'll ask them is I will say, did you read the output of the error? Because it tells you, it says, hey, on line 44, if I control tab, look, this is line 44. It tells you where your mistake is. And then it also says, can only concatenate string, not int to string. So if you didn't know what this meant, and maybe you don't, you can copy this, go to Google and search it, and I promise you somebody will have had this error before. As much as we wish to be special, there's not many situations that will come up where there hasn't been this error or an issue that we run into that somebody hasn't already had before. So with that in mind, we can fix this. So it's saying that it can only concatenate strings, not integers. Well, name is a string, but age is an integer. So we need to make, in this situation, age a string. So what we're going to do is just say str like this and give it like that. And now if we print this, save it, print it, you can see my name is Heath and I am 33 years old. Perfect. Now, what happens if I am a year older? Well, I could take age and do something like plus equals 1, something like that. And if I print age now, hopefully, we are seeing 34. You can see 34. Now, this is what comes into play. This is a variable. Variables can change. At this point in the script, we define that we are 33. And as we run through it, I am still 33 when I print this statement out. However, I've had a birthday now. Age has increased by 1. Printing age out now will say that I'm 34. So variables can change. Variables can store different numbers at different times. That's why they are called variables, because they vary. Now, we could also do something like birthday and set birthday equal to 1. And I could say age plus equals birthday and then print age. And guess what? Now it's going to return 35. So just know that you can store a number within a variable. We've shown that before already. We can add two integers together and we can print them out. So we're adding those together and it's taking that total and adding that to age. And now it's saying we're 35 years old. So that is it for this lesson. We're going to go ahead and move on to functions and fix this new line issue that we've had, plus write some pretty cool stuff out and build some other cool functions out as well. So I'll go ahead and see you over in the next lesson. All right, moving on to functions. So let's go ahead and print out a new line really quick. And we're going to call this functions. Now, I like to think of functions as mini programs. What they are is an organized block of code that you define, and then you can call it later instead of repeatedly typing the code out. So we're going to take a look at some examples of that. So let's go ahead and write a function. So let's do a define def, and that's how we start a function. And in this one, I'm going to say, who am I? And I'm going to do close parentheses. And here we're going to say, this is a function without parameters. And we'll talk about that here in just a little bit. Now, indentation is incredibly important in Python. If we do not indent, we will throw an error here. And you're going to see a lot of situations where indentation becomes incredibly important. It's one of the most important things in Python. Python does not have a lot of rules that apply to it, but indentation is one of them that you must follow. So we're going to go ahead and hit the tab to indent. And I'm going to say my name is Heath. And this is what is known as a local variable. We'll talk about that here in a second as well. Age is equal to 30. And we're going to go ahead and print. Same thing we did before. We can actually just kind of copy this up here. We'll say my name is just like this, okay? Copy all that, paste it, and then add the close parentheses there. I'll let you catch up. And then we can just call down here, who am I? So what's going on in here? Well, we have a function that we're defining. We're calling it who am I? And it has no parameters. We'll get into parameters here in just a second. Now we're giving it some items within this. In this instance, what we're doing is we're giving this local variables. We're saying, hey, in this instance, when we have a variable of name, it's going to be Heath, and the age is going to be 30. Well, whatever is stored in here is only stored within the function. That's why this is a local variable. If we print age as well, we'll see that. So we know that age was 35. We called age over here as 30, and let's see what happens. First of all, we called our function here. We said, who am I? Called that. And all it does is run our mini program. Our mini program says, hey, I'm going to print out these variables into this string here. Okay? And that's exactly what it did. But when we printed age again, you could see that we're actually still 35. So this variable, or the variables that are within a function, are local and do not apply outside of the function. So make sure to remember that. Okay, so I'm going to delete this print statement. We don't need it. And we're going to write some more functions. So let's do one where we add some parameters. So we're going to do add 100. And we're going to give this a parameter of num, N-U-M. And that's just going to stand for number. Okay, we're going to indent, make sure we indent. And all we're going to do is print num plus 100. So when we call our function, we say add 100, just like last time. This time we have to actually give it what is called an argument. So our argument goes with our parameter here when we're calling it. So our argument is going to be 100. And when we print this out, this is going to be 200, hopefully. So we'll save this, run it. And you can see that we got 200 because we're doing print 100 plus 100. That's all we're doing with this mini program. Okay, let's try another one. Let's say we want to have multiple parameters. Let's do define add, and we're just going to add x and y. This one's going to be easy. We're just going to say print x plus y. And now we can add whatever we want. So let's add 7 and 7. And one will take the place of x. The other one will take the place of y. X plus y, 7 plus 7 should be 14. So let's go ahead and run that. You'll see we get 14 here. Beautiful. All right, let's make it a little bit more complicated then. All right, let's try adding in here another function. This time we're going to do multiply. We're going to do x and y again. And instead of doing a print, I want to show you something a little bit different. Let's say we just return x times y. And now in this instance, if we multiply 7 times 7, do we get 49? We don't. Okay, there's a reason for this. This is just calling back. So when this is saying return, this isn't saying print. Remember, this says print. This is going to return x times y. So we can call this here, this function, and it knows that this function is equal to 49, and perhaps we can put that into something else. Like we could put that maybe into a variable or whatever it is we might want to do with it. However, if we wanted to return to the screen, we actually have to call that. So sometimes we're going to actually store something instead of printing it. We do a lot of printing in Python tutorials just so that you can see it on the screen and make sure that you're seeing what you're doing and that everything's printing out okay. So that's why we're doing this, but please understand that the return option does exist and is used quite frequently. So I'm going to save this and run this. And you can see now that we get 49. Perfect. Okay, 2 more. Let's say we want to do a square root. Okay, so let's define square root. And we're just going to give it 1 parameter. And in this instance, we're going to print out the square root. So we're going to take x, and a square root in exponent format is just to the power of 0.5. That's all we're doing. And we can test that theory by doing something like square root of 64, which we should return as 8, because 8 times 8 is 64. So if we save that, come in here, print it, and you can see we get a float of 8.0. Now, I told you we would create our own function for a new line, and we're going to do just that. Let's go ahead and define new line. And we could call this like new line if we wanted to, or whatever, but I think to make it simple, as long as we understand what it is, we can make comments and notes in here if we wanted to. We could just say define NL, and then we can just say that when we do that, we're just going to print out our N for our new line. And then we call a new line, we'll get one. Very simple. So we can just even say in here, new line. Okay, so now we know. And we save that, and we can print it. You'll see it. It's here, but we really don't have anything after it to really show it, but we do have that space there. So that is it for this lesson. I'll go ahead and see you over in the next one. Next up, we're going to learn about Boolean expressions and also relational and Boolean operators. So let's go ahead and type in here Boolean expressions. And when we think of these, we can just think of this as true or false. That's really what it is. So from here, let's do a few variables. So we could set bool1 equal to true. We're just going to say, hey, this variable's true. Bool2, we could set equal to 3 times 3 is equal to 9. So the double equals means that something is equal to something. So we have 3 times 3, that's 9, equal, that means that equals 9. Do not confuse that with setting up your variable. This is saying, hey, my variable is equal to this, but this is saying this is equal to this number. Okay, and that is a true statement. We could also say bool3 and make that false, or we can give it a statement that makes it false. So something like 3 times 3 does not equal 9. Exclamation equals means does not equal 9. Now, if we print it out, bool1, bool2, bool3, and bool4, just like that, and save it, and if we come in here, you'll see that it says true, true, false, false. Again, Boolean expressions. Is something true? Is something false? Why do we need to know this? Well, we need to know if something is true, then we might want to continue on. Or if something is false, we might want to do something. And we'll get into that when we get into conditional statements. Like, if something is true, then go ahead and do this. If something is false, do this. Or there's something called while loops, which will allow us to continue as long as something is true. We're going to get there when we get to conditional statements as well, or looping, I should say, and we'll talk about that. But that is why we might want to know these things. Among other stuff, we might want to know if something's true, or set that parameter or that variable to true until it becomes false, etc., etc. So right now, just understand that Boolean expressions are true or false. And we're going to come in here and we're going to print, and we're going to say type, and we're going to do bool1. Okay, and this will tell us. Now, this is the nice thing. So if we come in here and say the type, it'll give us the class. This class is Boolean. Awesome. And another example of that is if we say like bool 5 is equal to true, and we print the type. So if you see true and you're like, I wonder what that is that a Boolean or is it actually just a string? We can come in here and say bool 5. We save that there, and then you should see that that class is actually a string here. So you can check with the type to see what is this. Okay, so the type feature is very nice, and we can see that we are dealing with a Boolean here, and this one is actually a string. So please note that if you put it in quotations, that makes it a string. If you leave it like this, that makes it a Boolean expression. Let's go ahead and make a new line, and we're going to talk about relational and Boolean operators. Okay. So we can think of that as, let's make a variable here. We say greater than, we say 7 is greater than 5. Well, that would be true. And we are using an operator here. So the operator is the greater than sign. We're also using a Boolean expression because it's going to result in a true returned if we were to print that out. Now we can do a few other things. We can say like less than is equal to 5 is less than 7. We can do greater than or equal to, which would be 7 is greater than or equal to 7. That's true. We can also do less than or equal to. And in that case, we can do 7 is less than or equal to 7, which is also true. So all of these statements here are true. Now we can get into some other type of operators and statements here. What if we did and? So let's just call this test, and we're going to do test and. We say 7 is greater than 5. Well, that's true. And 5 is less than 7. That's also true. Both statements are true, thus this is true. Do another one. Test and 2. And for some students, this does take a little bit to get your head wrapped around. I'm going to provide a table for you here just in a second, but just follow along and I'll explain this as we go. Let's say we have 7 is greater than 5 and 5 is greater than 7. Sorry, let me fix that syntax. 5 is greater than 7. This now becomes false. Why? Well, 7 is greater than 5 and 5 is greater than 7. That's not true. So, because it's not true, because both statements are not true, this becomes false. There's an alternative to this. What if we had an or? We said or. So 7 is greater than 5 or 5 is less than 7. Well, both statements are true, thus this is true. But we can have the same situation as before, where we have 7 is greater than 5 or 5 is greater than 7. And guess what? This statement is actually true. Because all we need is one condition to be true for this to be true. So in this situation, this is true, or if this is true, then the whole thing becomes true. So just because this is false, this would also have to be false for this to be false. Hopefully that makes sense. One other thing here, before I show you the cool little table, is we could do test not. So if we said something was not true, guess what? That becomes false. Same thing, if we said it was not false, then it's true. Not is just the opposite. So not true in this situation is false. Now, if we go out to the internet and we go to Google, we could come in here and we can just search something like Python truth table. And if we go to images, we should be able to find one that works out pretty well in our favor. Here's a good example right here. So if you ever take a coding class, you might be quizzed on this. This will tell you truth tables right here. So if it's not false, it's true. If it's not true, it's false. We can look at or statements. So true or false is true. The only situation an or statement becomes false is when both are false. Now the and, we looked at that. If it's true and false, it's false. If it's false and true or false and false, it's still false. Only situation for and where it can be true is when both are true. There's also not or, not and. There is does not equal or equals. So it's good to know these types of truth tables, and you can come and just, again, Google Python truth table and come look up this. Pretty straightforward once you get the hang of it, but it's completely okay for right now for it to be confusing. Just wanted you to know that these are out there and exist in case you are a little bit confused by this lesson. So we're going to go ahead and move on to the next lesson, which is going to cover conditional statements. Okay, we'll come in here, we'll do a new line, and we'll just say conditional statements. And we can think of this as if, then, or if, then, else, or if, else. Either way you want to write this is fine. So think about this. If you go to the store and you want to buy a drink, and that drink is $2. If you have $2 or more, you can buy the drink. If you do not have $2, you will not be able to buy the drink. So let's take a look at that. So if we write a function and we call it define drink, and we give it a parameter of money, we come in here and we say if money is greater than or equal to 2, then we're going to return. Look at the indentation again. We need an indent here after our function, and we need an indent after our if statement. So make sure you're indenting correctly. Return, you've got yourself a drink. And here, we come back, we can say else. We're going to return no drink for you. Kind of like Seinfeld, no soup for you. All right, so if we come in here and we print drink of 3, meaning we had $3 at the time, and we print drink of 1, meaning we had $1 at the time, we're going to have 2 different results. If we have 2 or more dollars, we're going to return you've got yourself a drink. Otherwise, if we have less than $2, we're going to say no drink for you. So let's save that. You've got yourself a drink when we print out $3 because we had enough money. Here you can see with $1 we did not have enough money, thus no drink for us. Okay, let's take a look at a little bit more of a complicated one. We're going to come in here, we're going to say define. Now, I'm going to make this alcoholic beverages. If you do not drink, that's okay. You can just follow along still. You can change it into whatever you want to be. But I think this is a good example because we have a couple of parameters and we can use those to make different sort of conditional statements. So let's define alcohol. Now, in the United States, we have 2 things that we need in order to purchase alcohol. 1, we have to be old enough. We also have to have enough money, similar to the drink before that was non-alcoholic, we assume. Well, we have to actually be old enough to purchase this drink. In the United States, you have to be 21. So, if our age is greater than or equal to 21, let me put a space here, by the way, sorry. And, look, the and is coming into play. Money is greater than or equal to 5. Then we're going to return, we're getting a drink. All right. Now we're going to say else if, because there's a few situations that we can be in. There's actually 4 situations here. So we're going to say ELIF, which stands for else if. What happens if our age is greater than or equal to 21 and we don't have enough money? So we say money is less than 5. Well, in that situation, we're going to return, come back with more money. Okay, and then what if we have another situation where we say age is less than 21 and we actually have money. we're just an underage person trying to buy a drink, and we say $5. Well, we're going to return, nice try, kid. And then lastly, if we have no monies and we're not old enough, well then we can just return something like, you're too young and too poor. Okay, and then let's try these out. So we've got these different situations here again. Okay, if we have our age and money, we meet both criteria, we're getting a drink. Otherwise, if we meet the age but no money, let's come back with more money. We don't meet the age but we have the money, nice try, kid. And then lastly, if you don't have the money and you're not old enough, you're going to be too young and too poor. So we're going to print out a few different statements here of this function. So let's give it 21 and 5. We'll print alcohol again of 21 and 4. Print alcohol of 20 and 5. And these should all meet different criteria, alcohol of 20 and 4. So we should expect to get these in order. We meet what we need here. We don't. Different criteria for each of these. We'll save this. Go ahead and run this. And you can see it says, no drink for you. Actually, that's the last one. We're getting a drink. Come back with more money. Nice try, kid. And you're too young and too poor. So you can see that we can make conditional statements based on everything that we're starting to put together here. We have now used a function. We've used multiple parameters. We've used a conditional statement. We've used relational operators. Okay, we've got the Boolean, right? This is true and true. We're returning something. This is true and true in this situation. Then we're going to return something else. So we have different situations that can come back. So we need to meet those criteria, and we're starting to use that. Look, we're reusing the return instead of the print feature. There's a bunch of different things that we're doing here that's all starting to tie in. And hopefully that's starting to make sense why we do things. We're starting to build upon it, and it's starting to get a little bit more fun. So from here, we're going to go ahead and move on to lists and move on with our journey into Python. So I'll see you in the next lesson. Let's move on to lists. So let's go ahead and do our new line, and we'll call it lists. And the best way to think of lists, in my opinion, is that they have brackets, something like this. Now, lists are data structures. They are changeable. We can reorder them. They are basically just a group of elements. Now, everything within a list is called an item. And as I mentioned, the best way to think about lists is that they have brackets. Just like a string might have quotes around it, lists will have brackets around it. Now, again, we need to remember these are changeable. We'll talk about something here in a little bit that is not changeable, which is called a tuple. Now here, let's go ahead and declare a list. We're going to say movies. And I'm just going to list out some movies that I like. And we can do a bracket, and I can say when Harry met Sally. We'll just give these as strings. I like The Hangover. And I like The Perks of Being a Wallflower. Now you can add whatever you like here. And my hangover here, by the way, I have the hangover here. My hangover on the line here is just because my notepad here is not wide enough. If I made it wider, it would actually just continue on. So don't confuse this. If I hit enter, you'll see it goes to 148. So my wrapping does not mean I went into a new line. And lastly, we'll just say The Exorcist. And we'll close the list off with a close bracket. So if I wanted to print the first movie in the list, if I wanted to print When Harry Met Sally, I come in here and I print movies, and I wanted to say 1. Do we think that would print the first item in the list? Go ahead and hit save, print, and you're going to see that it actually prints The Hangover. So what am I doing here? I am calling an index. And our index actually starts with the number 0. So when we look at an index, we need to think of it as 0, 1, 2, 3. Always count starting with 0, not 1. Otherwise, you can return the wrong numbers, and this can get very confusing. Let's make sure we add a note to this. Returns the second item in the list. Okay, we're looking at the second item with the index of 1. If we printed, for example, movies, and we gave it 0, then we would see that this will return the first item in the list. Okay, we'll save that, take a look real quick. You could see that the first item is When Harry Met Sally, and that's exactly what we're getting returned, which is what we want. Now let's look at a few tricks to splicing an index or indices. We can say something like print movies. And if we printed movies 1 to 3, what would happen here? Well, what's going to happen is it's going to return the first item given. So this is going to be index number 1, which is item 2. So first index number given right until the last number given. It's not going to include the last number. We'll even say, but not include the last number. So, no, that's a lot. Let's just print it out. Take a look. So 1 to 3 will print The Hangover starting at 1, and The Perks of Being a Wallflower, which is 2, it will not print 3. Okay, so make sure you understand if you go 1 to 3, you're only going to include 2 items, not 3 items. Now, you can also do 1 to 4, which would print all of those. If you wanted to print everything from the beginning of a number, so say we wanted to print movies 1 and we wanted to go all the way to the end, we could just do something like this. We could start from a certain point in index, print The Hangover, Perks of Being a Wallflower, The Exorcist, and we're skipping When Harry Met Sally because we're not starting at 0. Okay? We could also do, in the opposite of that, movies. And remember, if we go to 1, it's not going to include 1. It's only going to include the first item here. Everything before. So When Harry Met Sally. Everything up until this point is another way to think about it. Okay? So if we wanted to print 2 items, we'd actually have to add a second or put the number 2 here, and that would include The Hangover. That's what we wanted to do. Now, another thing that we can do is if we wanted to print the very last item, we could do a movies -1. And you don't need to commit all this to memory right now, especially if you're not working with lists. But if you ever do work with lists, you need to pull specific items down from a list. This becomes very important. So it's important to know that indexes or indices exist. You start at 0 and then you move forward, and then the way that you can splice these just depends on how you call these. Now this will return last item in list. We save that, take a look. You'll see it'll return The Exorcist here. Now we can apply methods to lists, just like printing length of movies. We'll count the items in the list, right? In the list, and we'll save that. Just take a quick look. I never closed this, sorry. So you can see it tells you your mistakes, and even I make mistakes. Come in here, try it again. You can see that we have 4 items within our list. All right, so, and that is true. We have 4 items in the list. We can also add to the list. So we can use something like movies.append. We'll add to the list. And if we wanted to add the movie Jaws, we could. And if we printed movies, you'll see that this appends to the end of the list. Let's go ahead and save that. And you'll see now that Jaws is here at the end. Now, we could also insert a movie into the list. So if we did movies.insert, and we wanted to put in a specific spot. So say we wanted to put it in index 2, we could say 2, and then we could give it a movie, Hustle, the movie I just watched recently and really liked. And we can come in here and print movies now. We save that. You can see that we can actually insert Hustle here into position 2 on the index. So pretty neat. Now we can also remove movies. We did movies.pop. Come in here, and that will remove the last item. So if we come in here, add a print statement really quick, save that, and then print this out, you'll see that JAWS is now gone. We can also specify specific spots we want to remove. So if we want to remove index 0, we could, and then this will remove the first item. Print movies, save, go ahead. And When Harry Met Sally is now gone from our list. We can also combine two lists. So if we come in here, and let's say that my wife has favorite movies, and she definitely does. And we'll just go with a couple of her favorite movies. She likes Just Go With It. And she also likes 50 First Dates. Come in here and close that off. Well, we can combine movies. Let's say we wanted to know our favorite movies. What we can do, we can combine lists, I should say. Come in here and I could say, I want to add movies plus Amber movies. And I can print our favorite movies, and then I have now combined lists. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. Hopefully I did it right. And you can see now The Hangover, Hustle, Perks of Being a Wallflower, Exorcist, Just Go With It, 50 First Dates. You could also just come in here, if you copied this, by the way, and just pasted this. You don't have to put it into a variable. You could totally do it like that. But I think storing in variables is a better practice. So I'm going to go ahead and just Control Z here. And one more thing. So we can also have what are called 2D lists. So two-dimensional lists. So let's say, for example, we have grades. And we have a list of grades, and we're going to say that inside this list, we have Bob, and his grade is an 82. And then we have Alice, and she has a 90. Okay, and then we've got Jeff. Jeff's not doing so hot. Jeff's got a 73. Okay, and let's say we wanted to pull down Bob's grade. We could make a variable, like, let's call it Bob's grade, and we could set that to grades, and then do something like 0, 1, like this. And what are we doing here? Well, we're saying I want to pull from the first index, okay, index 1, or 0, right? First index, 0, 1, 2. So I'm pulling from 0. And within that, I want to pull the second item, which is this, 0, 1. So we have a two-dimensional index here. And if we went ahead and printed Bob's grade, you can see now, if we save this, we get an 82. Well, that's correct. What if we screwed up Bob's grade and we wanted to fix it? Well, we could also do something like grades 0, 1, just kind of like we called, and we could just set it equal to 83. Maybe it was an 83. Okay, we come in here and we print out grades. You should see that this has changed. So let's go ahead and print this. You can see now Bob has an 83. So we can modify our 2D lists as well. So that is it for lists. Remember, lists have brackets. Lists are data structures. We can change lists. As you saw, we were able to append, pop, insert, remove. Okay, we can modify many different ways. We're going to move on here in a second to what are called tuples, and tuples cannot be changed. Even though they look very much like lists, they are different. So I'll go ahead and see you over in the next lesson when we cover tuples. Okay, let's talk about tuples very quickly, and then we're going to move on. So do a new line, say tuples. And these are like lists, but they do not change. We'll say do not change, and then they get parentheses, as opposed to getting brackets. Okay, so we might want to have something that doesn't change. And when something can't change, we say that they are not mutable, M-U-T-A-B-L-E. They're not mutable. So that means that they're immutable. And tuples are immutable, meaning we can't change them. So we think of lists mutable, tuples not mutable or immutable. So if we have a tuple of grades, we can say something like grades are equal to A, B, C, this is the American grading system, D, and F. Come in here. If we did something like grades.pop, like we saw before, or grades.append, something like that, neither of these are not going to work. Or neither of these will work, I should say. Proper English. What's going to happen is they're not mutable. We can't change them. Once we have this and we store it, it does not change. So if we want something that is like a list, but we don't want it to change, it's better to use a tuple. We can set something in stone, like our grade letterings, and then we can call those when we need to. We can just say something like print grades and give it a 1 and save it, and we should get a B back. Okay, and we get a B back. So that's it. Just know the difference between tuples and lists, and that tuples do not change, but they are very similar in how they can function, and there are pros and cons to each of those. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next lesson, which is going to be looping. Okay, so let's come in here, make a new line, and we're going to call this looping. So we're going to talk about two different types of loops. The first type of loop that we're going to talk about is what's called a for loop. And for loops are start to finish of an iterate. And here's what a loop looks like, and we'll take a look. So let's go ahead and get a list. We're going to say vegetables, and you can put whatever vegetables you want in here. I'm going to go with a cucumber. I'll do some spinach, and then we'll do some cabbage as well. And now what we're going to do is we're going to come in here and we're going to write a for loop. We're going to say for x, and x could be whatever you want it to be. You could say for veggies. It could be whatever you want to call it. In this instance, I'm just going to call it x in vegetables. So for x in this list, we're going to go ahead and print out x. So what do you think this is going to do? All this is going to do is just loop through the iterates, start to finish of an iterate. So it's going to say cucumber, spinach, cabbage. Let's go ahead and give it a go, save it, print it. Cucumber, spinach, cabbage. All we did was go through a list, iterate through it until we reached the end of the list, and then it stopped. So that is a for loop. Another good example of a loop, if you want to think about it, might be trying to ping an IP address, so like a 192.168.1.1, or maybe you have 1.x. Maybe there's a whole slew of IPs that you want to ping. Maybe it's 1 through 254. Okay, if you wanted to ping all of those, you might want to do something like a for x in IP, and where IP is just equal to like a sequence. Like say IP is like a sequence of 1 to 254. And don't worry about this, I'm just logically writing this out. So if you say IPs 1 to 254 for X and IP, and then you want to do something, you might want to like ping 192.168.1.x. And then X will be 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. Okay, so you could write something like this for a ping sweeper. Again, it's a start to finish of an iterate, 1 through 254. We'll stop at 254 when the iterate is done. Now, another example of this, or another example of a loop, is what we call a while loop. We say while loops. These execute as long as true. I should probably capitalize true. So that way it makes sense that we're talking Booleans. So let's think about this situation. What about we set I equal to 1? So we've got a variable of I equal to 1, while I is less than 10. We're going to go ahead and print out I, and then we're going to say I plus equals 1. So what's going to happen? Well, while I is less than 10, so right now I is equal to 1, 1 is less than 10, that is true. We're going to go ahead and print I, increase the value of I by 1. So the next time it loops through, it's going to be 2, and it's going to continue on until this is no longer true. So if we save this, this should print out 1 through 9 because we're not looking for 10, just 1 through 9. So we're going to say that and enter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and it looks like the loop actually did its job. So again, we have two types of loops. All we need to know about right now is we have a start to finish of an iterate. That's a for loop. Then a while loop executes as long as true. We may see these later on as we do our project work. So keep these in mind as we go on through the course. So from here, we're going to go ahead and move on to advanced strings. So I'll see you over in the next lesson. Okay, let's take a look at some advanced strings. So if we come in here, again, we do a new line. So go ahead and enter advanced strings. And let's create a variable of my name. I'm going to say my name is Heath. Now, let's say we wanted to print my name and we wanted to grab the first letter of my name. How do you think we might do that? Well, if you're saying index of 0, you are absolutely correct. And we can say in here first letter. What about printing the last letter of my name? Well, if you say -1, you have remembered your index lessons. Great job. That's going to be the last letter. We can save this and we can go ahead and print. And if I made this a string, that would be very helpful. Go ahead and save this. You can see that we get the capital H and the lowercase h here because my name starts with an H and ends with an H. So another thing to note about strings, much like tuples, they are also immutable. You cannot change a string. We cannot modify the string. We can join strings. We could split strings, and we'll talk about that here in a second. But once I have set this variable in this string is here forever. I can always change the value of this variable, but you cannot change this string. So again, strings are immutable. Now let's go ahead and say we have a sentence. And we give that something like this is a sentence. If I can type today. And we print out sentence with something like this. What do we think that's going to look like? Let's save this, print it. You can see that we get this. What are we doing? Well, we're just grabbing this first word. However, we have the benefit of knowing what the first word is and how long it is. So we went 0, 1, 2, 3. Remember, we stopped at 4. So we grabbed the word this. Well, what if we were in a situation where we didn't know what the word was or how long the first word was? We could use something like a delimiter. So we could say print, we could do sentence dot split. And if we do a dot split, we can just do it like this. And then this is a delimiter. And a delimiter says we're going to take something and we're going to split based on that. Now, the default delimiter in Python, if we just give it a split, is a space. So we save this, come in here. This is a sentence. Now, look at it, it's in a list. We could pull the first item if we wanted to and know the first word instead of having to split it like this or pull it out like that. So We could do something like this as well. This is just a proof of concept that's a little bit fun. We go sentence, split, and we say that is equal to sentence dot split. Okay, and then we also create another variable and we call that sentence join, and we say that is equal to space. We're giving it a delimiter to join on. Actually, we're telling it what to add in between the different words that we're pulling out. So we're adding a space here. And we're going to say join sentence split like this. And if we print out sentence join, what do you think we're going to actually have happen here? I'm going to save it. Guess what? This is a sentence. So all we did was deconstruct this sentence. Based on the delimiter, it came out to this is a sentence, and then we joined it back together with a space. So every one of those got a space in between, and that's it. So that's just a nifty little way to show you that splitting and joining is possible. And again, this is still immutable. Even though we're messing around with the strings are immutable. So let's take a look at a few other things here. I mentioned in the beginning of the first lesson when we were talking about strings initially that we might have different ways of using single quotes and double quotes. And think about this, like what if we had a situation of quote and we wanted to say something like, he said, give me all your money. Well, with this situation, what are we going to do? What if we wanted to add quotes here and say, give me all your money? We do that because that is a quote. Well, it looks like it's kind of messed up. We're not seeing it in green. It kind of looks funny. What we can do in this situation is we can use single quotes if we wanted to. Or we could flip this around, by the way. We could use single quotes on the outside and then double quotes on the inside if we wanted to use double quotes here. And I could save this. Let's print out quote just to show you, and then we can save this. Another thing that we can do, though, is we can say something like quote, and then we can just do he said, and we can do character escaping. So we can do give me all your money like this. And now Python knows that everything within these escaped characters is ignoring this double quote here and ignoring this double quote here. So we're escaping that, and then we can print it, and hopefully we did this right. Go ahead and print. You can see now it says he said give me all your money in double quotes, while we also use double quotes on the outside. So we can use character escaping if we want to. Just know that we'll have to use this backslash in front of each of the characters that we want to escape. Okay, let's take a few more examples here. So if we say something like a variable of too much space, what happens in a situation where we have, like, you can just add as much space as you want in here, it doesn't really matter. We have a string with a lot of space in there. Well, we can strip this out. We can print too much space, and then we can do a dot strip. And the strip is going to take the delimiter of a space as default. And that will also strip this out. You can see there's just hello there, nothing else. So that's kind of nice. A few more items. What if we have the letter of A and we have the word of apple? Okay. Well, what if we wanted to know something like this? Let's actually go up a little bit. And let's say we wanted to know, like, print A in apple. Okay, and what is this going to return? Go ahead and if I could type, sorry. And this is going to return something. Let's go ahead and save that. That's going to return true. So we'll just say true. Now, if we print A in apple, you're going to see that this is going to return false. Save this. Why? Well, this here is a lowercase a, and that does not exist within Apple. So even though we're looking for a specific letter within a word, we have to match case sensitivity in order for that to return true. So if we wanted to know if the letter A was in the word apple and we weren't concerned about case sensitivity, then what do we do in that situation? Well, this brings something up that we did a little bit early on, which is using lowercase. Remember the lowercase method. We can say print, and then we can come in here and say letter.lower. You could also do upper if you wanted to, but what we're doing is we're converting all of this to lowercase. So this is now going to be a lowercase a, and then we could say in word.lower, and we can just say this is an improved way of doing this. So if we print that out, we save this, this should come back as true. So think about when you're trying to match a word or a string or anything, and if somebody came in and you were expecting, like, I don't know, like think about school, and we're thinking about a word, maybe like Manhattan, I don't know, and somebody types in Manhattan like this. Okay, we still want to be able to accept that answer is true, even though they may have screwed up a little bit on the punctuation. Now, there could be instances where we want a capitalized letter and it has to be very specific. In that case, this kind of syntax works. But if we're looking to just accept an answer, like Manhattan for Manhattan, then we might want to consider using lowercase or uppercase in that situation just to match those words or letters or whatever it might be. So one more thing. Let's look at what is called string formatting. So if we do something like movie, we'll pick The Hangover again. We say The Hangover. You can pick whatever movie you want here. There's a few ways that we can print this out. Remember, we concatenated early on, and we said like print. We did something like my favorite movie is space plus, you know, movie, something like that, right? Well, we can actually write this in a certain way that is a little bit easier. So there's a few things that we can do. For example, we can do my favorite movie is, add a couple brackets in here like that, and then we can add period at the end just because we're going to close our sentence. We'll say dot format, and we'll say movie and close that off. That's one way of doing it. Okay, if we save that, you can see my favorite movie is The Hangover. Okay, this is called using the string format method. Now, what we can do, there's another type of method we can use, is we could say print my favorite movie is %s, and we say %movie, just like this. Save that. This is using % formatting, and look, the same thing happens. I just forgot my period in there, so no big deal. Lastly, if we print out an F in the front, this is called an F string, or what's known as a string literal. We can do my favorite movie is, and then just do movie like this. Super easy. And we have moved off of using the format method and the % method into this F string or string literal. And we come in here and save this, tab up, print, and you can see my favorite movie is The Hangover. So that worked out perfectly well. You can use any of these to format, but just know that the F strings are the latest and the greatest way of doing it in Python 3. So that is it for this lesson. We're going to go ahead and move on to dictionaries. Okay, so we'll add new lines in here, and we'll say dictionaries. And we can think of these as key value pairs. And also think of these with the curly braces like this. So we've seen lists like that, and we've seen tuples. Now we can think of dictionaries with the curly braces. So let's go ahead and we're going to put some drinks And again, I'm going to use alcoholic beverages. You do not have to do that. You can use whatever drinks and prices in here that you want, but we're going to have a key value pair. So our key is going to be the drink. So first drink I'm going to pick up is a White Russian, and the value is going to be 7. Let's say that a White Russian costs $7. If we do an old fashioned, we're going to say that this costs $10. And we'll do one more. We'll do a lemon drop, and we'll just say that this costs $8. Okay, and we can make a note here to ourselves that drink is the key, price is the value. Remember, key value pairs, key value. All right, so we've got our drinks. We can print our drinks. Save this, go ahead, print. And you can see we print out our dictionary here. Now, let's give it another example. Let's say that we have employees. And this could be a good example. So we say we have employees, and I really like the show Bob's Burgers. So I'm going to use Bob's Burgers here as an example. Let's say we have different departments. We've got the finance department. And in the finance department, we actually have a list of people. What if we've got Bob, we've got Linda, and we've got Tina, all in finance. We can also have another department. Let's have IT. So again, that's the key, and the value is going to be this list that we're putting in there. So Jean, Louise, and we'll throw Teddy in there as well. And that one, and let's do one more. We'll do HR. So HR, and we'll put in here Jimmy Jr., and we'll also put in Mort. Again, you can put whatever you want in here, and if you need to pause, if you're trying to follow line for line, word for word, you need to pause and type this out, feel free to do that. I'm going to go ahead and print out our employees just to show this. Make sure I type this all right because this is a lot of syntax. And we've got finance, IT, and HR. Looks like we did a great job. Awesome. So let's say I wanted to add a new key value pair. I could do that in a couple of different ways. We can do something like employees, and we can just say something like we want to add a legal department. All right. And in the legal department, we're going to have just one person. We'll just have Mr. Frond. He's our legal team. Okay, we'll just say adds new key value pair. Save that. Actually, let's print employees so that way we can actually verify. Save, print. And you can see legal adds Mr. Frond. So we are adding to the end of our dictionary, just like we added to the end of our list. Everything gets appended to the end unless we specify otherwise. Let's go ahead and come in here. Another way that we can do this is we can say something like employees.update, and we can say something like give it a sales department. And in the sales department, we'll have Andy, we'll have Ollie. Close that off. We're also going to have to close off our curly braces, and we'll close off our parentheses. And if you have a decent notepad, it'll show you where your items are, so that way you know you're closing things off correctly. So we've got 3 different types of syntax going on there, and it sometimes can be hard to read. So here we could say adds new key value pair as well. So just another way of doing it, we can print employees, and we'll see that Andy and Ollie should be added provided we typed everything correct, which we did. So here's sales with Andy and Ollie. Okay, one more thing. Let's say that we wanted to update something in our dictionary. We're going to go ahead and update a value. We're going to go back to drinks for this one. Let's say that inflation has happened, which it has, And with inflation, the price of a White Russian has now gone up from $7 to $8. We can do something like that, print drinks, and you should see that hopefully this has been updated to $8, which it was $7 before. Now it's $8. Perfect. We can also grab the value of that. So if we wanted to do something like print drinks.get, and then we do White Russian, we could totally do something like this and save, and hopefully it will return 8. And it does. So that is it for this lesson. We're going to go ahead and move into a new file here in the next video. So let's go ahead and save this and close this, and we'll prepare for the next video. So I'll catch you over in the next lesson. Okay, so I wanted to talk about importing. We're going to talk about importing modules. So I wanted to make a new file for this. Let's just call this mousepad importing.py or whatever you want to call it. And I'm going to do the ampersand here. And again, if you're using Windows or Mac, just make sure you create a new file for this. I'm going to go in here and I'm going to add my shebang like before. I'm going to declare bin python 3 and save this. And now we're going to go ahead and talk about importing. So importing, let's type this, importing. And we'll say importing is important. Now, modules exist within Python that are built in but not available to us without importing them. So like you saw us being able to do math, but we could import a more robust module of math and then use that to do more advanced calculations outside of adding, subtracting, exponents, etc. In this instance, we're going to talk about a couple of different imports that we can do and that you're going to see again as we get into some of our hands-on stuff and we build out some projects. For example, we might want to import something called sys. Now, let's say if we tried to print out sys.version, and we'll just save this, and then we're going to python 3 importing.py, and you're going to see that I get an error back that says sys is not defined. Name sys not defined. Okay. Well, sys is something that we're going to use quite often in Python. You're going to see it imported quite a bit, and it does a lot of different unique items. Like it does something called argv, for example, which we'll use as an example later on. But if we want to specify an amount of arguments, say we're trying to run Python 3, we're going to do a port scanner later. So we'll just say portscanner.py, and we need to supply an IP address here, right? And this is argument 0. This is argument 1. So if we supply no argument 1, then we're going to throw an error. It's going to be an if-else statement, and that's going to use something called argv. Now, we'll get into that later, but that's very important, and it's a part of sys. Another part of sys is doing something like the version type of Python that we're using. Or another thing is the sys.exit, which you'll see later on as well, which is going to allow us to gracefully exit when we encounter an error, we tell the script to exit or whatever we're doing. So we might need to import something like sys, or another one is OS, which is very common to be imported as well. So let's talk about importing. In order to import, we can say something like import sys, just like this. And we can just say this is for system functions and parameters. Save that. And let's go ahead and just print this now and see what happens. You can see now that sys has been imported, even though it wasn't built in automatically, we can import it. And you can see now it tells us, hey, we are running on version 3.10.5 of Python. And it was downloaded on June 8th, 2022, or built on June 8th of 2022. So from here, let's go ahead and import something else. Let's go ahead and import date time. And we can import from something. So I know this is going to be confusing, but we can import specifics from a module. So we're just importing the date time feature from datetime. Even though they're named the same, just know that we can import specifics. We don't have to import the whole thing, even though we totally could just import the whole thing as well. So here, for example, we can say print datetime.now like this. And you know what this is going to do? It's going to tell you what the date and the time is. And I apologize, this is backwards. It's from datetime, import datetime. So again, your syntax will tell you where it's wrong, and it is perfectly normal to make mistakes. I leave these in the video so that you see that I am human too, and it's completely normal to make mistakes like this. So go ahead and do your script now, and you'll see that it gives the date and the time. So right now it is July 6th, and it is 2 o'clock in the morning. I am a night owl. Now, one other thing that we can do is we can come in here and we can, from datetime, import datetime. And we can also give this an alias. We can say as DT. What if we don't want to write datetime out? We just want to do DT. Just like we didn't want to write new line out, we did NL. Same kind of concept. So we can just say import with alias. And instead of saying datetime.now, we could just say dt.now. Save that. Go ahead and print it. You can see it still works. So absolutely the same thing. We're just giving an alias, making it a little bit easier to run. Okay, so that is it for this video. Let's go ahead and close this out, and then I'm going to meet you in the next video when we're going to talk about sockets before we get into building out a port scanner. So I'll catch you over in the next video. Okay, so let's make a new file, and we're going to call this s.py. And again, create this however you want to. If you're using Linux, you can follow along like this, or just create a new file in Linux or Windows. Again, we're going to shebang this up here. I'm going to give this a bin Python 3. Now, this isn't incredibly necessary if you're running on Windows or Mac, but this is just best practice for me. This is the location of my Python. Even though I'm not actually calling it, I am calling it with Python 3. So this isn't incredibly relevant as long as you're using Python 3. Now, we are going to deal with sockets. So sockets. Now, sockets are what can be used to connect two nodes together. So we're going to use this to connect to ports and IP addresses. If you're unfamiliar with computer networking, that's okay. But what we're looking for is a port, and we're going to look for that port on an IP address, and on that IP address, if that port is open, we're going to make a connection to this. We're going to build a port scanner in the next video or later on in the lesson, and you'll see this in action. Right now, I just want you to notate, understand what we're doing, and then I'm going to demonstrate an example that you do not have to follow along with, and you might not be able to follow along with. So that's okay, but just know that sockets are used to make a connection between ports and IP addresses, and you'll see that here very shortly. So you do not name this, by the way, socket.py. If for some reason you came in here and you named this socket.py, this will break Python because we are going to import socket. So make sure that you come in here and you rename this if you named it socket.py. It's very easy to do that, but that will break the socket.py, which is what we're importing here. So with this, we're going to set a couple of variables. We're going to say host is equal to 127.0.0.1. And this is our loopback address or our home address. If you're not familiar with computer networking, I do recommend that you go take a class on computer networking because it will become very important as you get into Python development, especially if you ever work with nodes of any sort. So other thing is ports. So we have ports on our machine that we can connect to. We're going to be using TCP. If you do not know what TCP is or what the ports are, that's okay. You can still follow along, but know that there are 65,535 available ports. Some ports are very common in what they use, like port 80, for example, is a web server over HTTP. You have 443, which is HTTPS. 21 is FTP. There's a lot of common ports and protocols that are out there. we're going to pick a non-standard port, non-common. We're just going to say 7777. So what I'm going to tell this to do is I want to tell this to reach out to this host, which is just going to be us for this example, and this port. So I want to make a connection on this port. Now, I'm going to give a variable of s, and this is going to be a very long statement. So if you say socket.socket, I'm going to type this out and then I'm going to explain everything, okay? So socket.af inet. Then we're going to say socket.sockstream. And then just for your notes, AF inet is IPv4. Sockstream is a port. So we're giving it this S because we are not wanting to type this whole long thing out all the time. We're just shortening this. What we're going to do is we're going out to make a connection to this AF inet, which is IPv4 IP address, which is what this is. And we're going to also make a connection on a port, which is our sockstream. We're going to give it this port. So we're going to say that by doing s.connect. And we're going to come in here, and this is going to be a tuple. So we're actually going to use double parentheses here, host port. Okay, and we could come in here, by the way, and we could just put in 127001 instead of using a variable. But I like to use variables because it's best practice, but you could hard code this in if you wanted to. But here I just like using the variables. Easier to change, especially if you're coming in here and you're writing in a bunch of host port calls to the variable. It's easy just to have it in one place as opposed to hard coding this. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and save this. This is where I do not expect you to follow along because you might not have the architecture behind it. Now, as I stated in the beginning of this video, I am an ethical hacker by trade, which means that this version of Kali that I've been running on, or this version of Linux that I've been running on, is actually Kali Linux. And in Kali Linux, we have a bunch of tools available to us for pen testing and ethical hacking. One of those tools is a tool called Netcat. Now, Netcat is NC, and basically what it does is allows us to connect to open ports or establish a listener on an open port. So what I'm going to do is actually I'm going to open up a new tab here, make this bigger, and then I'm going to run this here. Just understand, if you've never used Netcat before, that's fine. I'm just opening up a listener on a port. That's all. Just worry about the L and the P for now. Listen on port 7777. Anybody makes a connection on that port, we're listening. So we are going to connect to ourselves because we wrote the script out to 127001, which is us. And all we're going to do is Python 3 s.py, hit enter. Nothing's going to happen. We don't have any print statements, anything crazy. But you can see that a connection was made from 127001 to 127001. And it made a connection on this port, and we connected on the other side on this other port here, which don't worry about that too much. If you're not familiar with networking, that's absolutely okay, but there has to be two ports being connected, one on one side, one on the other. So here, we made that connection. We didn't tell this to do anything else. We just said, hey, go out, listen for this connection. We made a connection, we established it, we did our job, we used our socket, and we are good to go here. We closed the connection because there was nothing, no instructions given or anything else. And that's all we needed. So what we're going to do now is we're going to, in the next video, build out what I call a terrible port scanner. And we'll talk about why it's terrible, but we're going to tie everything we've learned so far together and build something out that is actually usable with Python. So been throwing all these lessons and terms and everything out to you. Now we're going to apply that. And you're going to see how we can use that all together, and I'm very excited. So I'll catch you over in the next lesson when we start building out a port scanner. It is time to create our first project. And this project is going to be building out a terrible port scanner. And so let's go ahead and create a new file. I'm going to call this scanner.py. Give it the ampersand here if you're on Linux. And then we're just going to call this bin Python 3, save it, get the pretty colors going. And what we're going to do is we are going to create a scanner that is going to be something like this. We're going to type in Python 3 scanner.py, and then we're going to say IP address. We want to provide an IP address, and then it's going to go out and do port scanning on that IP address. So hopefully we can build that out. For now, let's go ahead and import a couple of things. I should say a few things. We're going to import sys, talked about sys. We're going to import socket, talked about socket. And from datetime, we're going to go ahead and import datetime. So none of this should be new to you. So first thing that we're going to need to do is define our target. So we need to set up an if statement. I'm just going to say define our target. And what I want to say is if the length of sys argv, and I'll explain this in a second, is equal to 2, then we're going to set a target variable. Target is going to be equal to socket.getHost by name, and we're going to say sys.argv1, and all this is going to do is translate host name to IPv4. All right. Let me make the else statements. I'm going to come back. I'm going to explain everything, okay? So if we do else, we're going to print out invalid amount of arguments. And also print out syntax Python 3 scanner .py IP address. Something like that, okay? Go ahead and close that off. Okay. So we're taking a method of length and we're saying sys.argv. We spoke a little bit about argv in the importing section. Argv is going to be the amount of arguments that we are giving. So when we come in here and we type in Python 3, okay, our first argument, argument 0, in theory, is going to be scanner.py. The second argument, or second index, index of 1, is going to be the IP address that we give. So 192.168.1.1 or whatever it might be. So we need to have 2 arguments. If we have a third argument, it's going to break. If we don't have a second argument, it's going to break. If we just type in scanner.py, it'll break. If we type in an IP address, like 1.1, and then we type in something here, it's going to break because there's too many arguments. So if it doesn't meet this specific length, then what we're going to do is print out invalid amount of arguments. Here's the syntax. Give somebody some help here. If it does meet the length, then what we're going to do is we're going to set our target equal to socket.getHost by name. And all this is saying is we're going to get host by name of sysargv1. That's our IP address. Now this is going to translate a host name to an IPv4. So in case, for example, if you did Python 3 scanner.py and you had a host name like, I have a host in my house called Punisher. Like if I gave it Punisher and my DNS knew internally that that translated to a specific IP address in my network, that's fine. This will translate. Okay, easy enough. But we could also just give it an IP address. So that's what we're looking for here. I highly recommend for this example using an IP address. In previous lessons, when I've taught this before, somebody has tried typing in a host name and it doesn't always go as planned, though we will talk about adding error exceptions for that here in a little bit. So right now, all we need to know is we're trying to set this up with these arguments. Now, this is not the best logic. This is something that will work for our needs because we are building this out. But if we're building this out for somebody else, this logic's not great. And this is why I call this a crappy port scanner, is because it's not the best. We're only doing it for proof of concept and to learn what we've learned so far. But think about this in another way. Think about if we're running 2 arguments. Well, I could give this an argument. What if I come in here and I say python3 scanner.py and I give it the second argument, but I give it like 192.1 or something like that. Well, that's not a host name. It's not going to translate to anything. That's also not really an IP address. So we should really add some other statements in here to say, hey, it needs to be a valid IP address. It needs to be like have 4 octets like we expect. And if we really wanted to get critical about this, we can make sure that it is a valid IP address, because IP addresses can start with like 256 dot whatever. So we could say it must be between like, each octet must be between 1 and 254 and get really refined with that and say, hey, that's not a valid IP address. Thus, we're not going to scan this. But we don't have to worry about that right now. I'm just saying the logic behind it, we need to start thinking about, well, how can a user break this? We know how to run it, but if we gave this to somebody else, how would they run it and how could they break it or how could they typo something? So these are things to think about as we go. So for now, we've added this in. We've got this in here. We could test this if we just save it. We come in here and we just say python3 scanner.py. We don't give it any arguments. You'll see that it says invalid amount of arguments, python3 scanner.py is the syntax. Perfect. Don't give it an argument right now because it's going to break if you don't have DNS translating properly. So from here, let's go ahead and add a pretty banner. So just add a pretty banner. And all I'm going to do is do a print command. And I'm going to just do a bunch of dashes. This is not really going to be that pretty of a banner, but it's still going to be a banner. And so when this kicks off, if we've got a valid IP that we're going to be scanning, we're just going to do scanning target, and then we'll just do a space. And you could just do a concatenation here of plus target. You could do F string if you want. Completely up to you on how you want to do this. So we just do scanning target plus target. This will say what the IP address is. We can do like scanning target of that, something along those lines. And then we could say print time started. And then we can give this something like a string. So we want to give plus a string of date time dot now. Remember, we can't concatenate numbers and strings. So we're going to go ahead and do this. And then we'll just print out this one more time. Okay, I'm going to save this. Let's go ahead and try running this with like, I don't know, 192.168.1.1. Okay, so this is what we get. We can see that we have scanning target. Okay, scanning target 192.168.1.1. Here's the time that it started. Perfect. We've got a pretty banner set up. So now let's actually start making it do something. So we're going to use what is called the try command. We're going to try something, and if it works, perfect. If it doesn't, we're going to have exceptions for that. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to say try for, we're going to do a for loop, port in range. Remember we talked about a range earlier. We talked about, well, what about a for IP in range of 1 through 254? We're doing the same concept here. Now we're just giving it a range. Now there are 65,535 potential ports. I'm not going to force you to scan all those. If you want to, you can come in here and say 65,535. This is not threaded. We are not doing any sort of speed runs here. This could potentially be a slow port scanner. So it is best, in my opinion, to do like a port scan between 50 and 85. And the reason I do this is because we're going to scan or attempt to scan our home router, and usually DNS is open on that, and usually port 80 is open on that. So I'm trying to look and see if we can find a couple ports that might be open. So for port in this range, what we're going to do is we're going to set our S equal to that lovely socket.socket, socket.afinet, and socket.sock_stream, just like that. And then we're also going to come in here and we're going to do a socket.set default timeout to 1. So if it responds back or doesn't respond back within a second, we're just going to move on. We don't want to stick to scanning a port, waiting for it not to respond back to us, and then the script takes long and longer. So we just want to make sure that we set our default timeout to 1 there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and set a variable of result. And result is going to equal to s.connect_ex. And I'll explain all this in a second. Target and port. All right. So what this is doing here, actually, let me type out the rest and then we'll go back. We're going to say if result is equal to 0, we're going to print out port. We can do is open. So now we can come in here, we can do a format port if we want to. You could use an F string here if you want to. So we can just use an F string. So I'm just showing you examples, but you can say port and just do an F in front of this. Okay, port, whatever is open. And then we're going to close the connection. All right, let's read through this. Make sure we understand what's going on. So we're going to do a for loop for port in the range of 50 to 85. So we're going to start with 50, then 51, then 52, go through that process. We are setting a variable of s equal to this because we're going to gather the IPv4 address and we're going to gather the port that we're trying to connect to. Now, our IPv4 address, here's our tuple right here. We are saying I want to connect on target and port. Target is going to be supplied by us. We're going to use argv1. So we're going to supply the IP address and the port is going to be this range here. So for port in range, we're declaring port here. Now this s.connect_ex, this is an error indicator. So if a port is open, the error result returns 0. If a port is closed, it returns a 1. So if the result is a 0, we're going to say, hey, this port was open. If it's not, it's going to close out and we're going to close this. Then we're going to go back to the loop and come through and try it again. So we're going to close out our socket connection on that port, come back, try 51, 52, etc., etc. Now, before we run this, there are some exceptions that we need to consider. So the first one, we're going to try this, but we need exceptions. So except, what if we have a keyboard interrupt? So we'll say keyboard interrupt. And that just means what if we hit Control-C while this is running? We can stop this on our own. So we're providing an exception of a keyboard interrupt, and we're going to say exiting program on a new line. And then we're going to sysexit. Remember, I talked about sysexit, and we're going to allow us to exit gracefully. We can also do an exception of a socket.gai error. Now this is what happens when the hostname does not resolve. So what if we say hostname could not be resolved? So if we typed in a bunch of mumble jumbo up here, we say like Python 3 scanner.py, and we just typed in something and that doesn't resolve to an IP address. Well, guess what? This is going to throw an error now, and we can exit. We got to cover all of our bases. Lastly, what if we have a socket.error? So we have an error when we're doing this, and we print out, hey, we could not connect to the server. It's just not online. What if we try to connect to an IP address and it doesn't talk back to us? Could not connect to the server. So something to think about there. Again, we'll sys.exit. So let's go ahead and save this. Now, you're going to need to run this against something. So I'm going to show you an example of mine. Okay, so in order to run this, we need an IP address. Now, if I type in ifconfig, I'm actually on a virtual machine right now. So 192.168.138.140 is not my true IP address. I'm actually going to bring up my Windows machine that I'm on. And you can see here that I have a default gateway of 192.168.4.1. So make sure you know your gateway or what your router's IP address, or that you have a machine that you can scan that you know might have a port of 53 or 80 open, or you need to modify your script to make sure that you can scan for something. But I'm going to go ahead and scan my 4.1 because it should have some stuff open. So if I do a Python 3 scanner.py, and I'm going to come in here and just do a 4.1, and I hit enter, this could take some time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let this sit here. Actually, it's zooming through. You can see it found port 53 pretty quick. And then this might take time to find port 80 if port 80 is open. But basically what it's going to go through is go through port 50, 51, 52, 53, all the way through the process, and has that 1 second timeout as it goes through and checks each and every one of these ports. So it should take maybe up to a minute for this to work. So I'm going to go ahead and pause right here. Looks like we're almost done, actually. Port 80 came back as open too. No need to pause. It finished while I was yapping. So you can see it came back and said port 53 is open. Port 80 is open. So our script worked. It took forever to scan these ports, but it is working. So we were able to build out, let's go back and look at this. This is awesome. We were able to build out a port scanner that came in here, and within 2 hours, you now have the knowledge to build out a basic port scanner. You didn't think you would be able to do that. Well, here you are. Look at you. You're awesome. Okay, so we were able to give it an argument. We set our if conditional statement, make sure the length of the argument was 2. Valid. Otherwise, we have an else here. We made a little pretty banner. We imported some stuff. Got that all working. We did a try statement, which really was just a for loop in here. And we had some logic based on conditions that would happen within this for loop. We had a for loop and an if statement together. We used a f string to print this out. Pretty cool. Came through. We had some exceptions as well. For example, like the keyboard interrupt, just as to show you, if I come and run this again, if I wanted to stop this scan in the middle of it, I could just hit Control-C and it'll say, hey, exiting program. And that's exactly what we told it to do. So you could say in here, it says exiting program. So that's the keyboard interrupt. Same thing, we had exceptions for not being able to connect, or we had the host name could not resolve. We would also have those sorts of things as well. So you could test out those errors, see if they work for you. But other than that, we built a scanner. So this is project number 1. We're going to go ahead and move on to learning a little bit more Python, and then we'll go ahead and get into some more project work. So I'll see you over in the next video. Now we're going to take a look at accepting user input in our program and then how we can manipulate data with that input. So let's go ahead and make a new file. I'm going to just say mousepad, and we'll call this input.py. And I'm going to bring this over. We'll give this the shebang. Bin Python 3 here. Save it, get the pretty colors. And in order to take input in Python, all we actually need to do is just use input, something like this. So we could say like, enter your name for input like this, and put a space. And we'll need to put this into a variable. So if we come into the front of this and we just say name is equal to, we could do something like that. And then we can just print out like hello and give a space, do name, and then we'll add an exclamation at the end or a period at the end. Doesn't really matter. And then we can just come in here and save that. And if we run this, close this out. I forgot to add an ampersand, so we'll do that real quick. And if we run this now, we just say Python 3 and we say input.py. I'll say enter your name. I'll just say Heath. And you can see it says hello Heath. We can add upon this. We can say like, what's your favorite drink? So if we just make a variable and we call it drink, and we do input and say, what's your favorite drink and do a question mark, something like that. We can come in here and then just add upon this if we want. We can just say have a space plus drink plus period. All right, and it should say welcome Heath, have a, and then whatever drink we put in here. So if we save this, come back and run it. Okay, I'm gonna put Heath as my name, and then White Russian is my favorite drink. And it says, hello Heath, have a White Russian. So we can easily accept input like this. So let's think about if we wanted to build out a calculator. I'm gonna go ahead and delete this. What if we wanted to take input and make a mini calculator? We could definitely do that. So what if we had two numbers and we've been taking X and Y? So if we said X is equal to input, and we'll just say, give me a number, and then we'll do something like that. And then we can also do Y and also make that input, give me yet another number. You put whatever you want here, by the way. And if we do something like print X plus Y, and we do that, let's save it, and let's see what happens here. So I'm gonna print this out. We'll give a number, we'll do 3, and then we'll do 2. And it gave us 32. Why is it doing that? Well, what it's doing is it is taking these and giving this to us as a string. So we need to either do an integer here and put this in an int, or we need to take this as a float. So if we think about this from the past, if we want to only take integers, we can, but if somebody were to put in like 8.7 or some number here, and they gave that to us, well, we would only take the 8 and we would leave off the 0.7. So I think if we're building out a calculator, it's better to use floats. So we can just come in here and say float, and we'll put this all in parentheses, and then we'll do the same thing right here. So now when we come in here and we save this and run this again, what should happen is this should work properly. So if we did like 3 and then 3.2, you'll see that we get 6.2, which is proper. That's awesome. Well, what if we wanted to build this out further? We could make this into a situational thing. What if we not only wanted to do an addition, but what if we wanted to allow the user to say, I want to add or subtract or divide or multiply or maybe use an exponent? We could do that. So what if we added another variable and we just called this O for operator, and we just took that input and we just said something along the lines of input, give me an operator, right? And maybe we put this in the middle here, so that way we're not just getting two numbers. Maybe we want to take that and we want to say something like this. So that way it'll say, give me a number, give me an operator, and then give me another number, and we'll print that out. So now let's think about how we want this to flow. If we want this to work with a addition like we already have, we might want to come in here and just say something like if O for our operator is equal to a plus sign, well then we'll come in and just print out X plus Y. And remember, the indentation is important here. Else if, or elif, O is equal to a minus, guess what? We're going to print X minus Y. And we can continue on here. Else if O is equal to division, we'll divide, and then we'll multiply as well, so X divided by Y. Else if O is equal to multiply here, we'll go ahead and multiply that. And let's throw in an exponent for good measure. So let's do elif O is equal to an exponent. That's 2 asterisks there. And then we'll just print out X times Y. So we've got a mini little calculator here. And we need to end this with an else statement. So what if we take input that doesn't belong here? If it doesn't match one of these operators, then we can just print something like unknown operator. All right, and just put a period there, save that, and this should work. So let's go ahead and give this a try. What if we come in here and we just say, give me a number, we'll do 3, and let's say we want to multiply, and we'll do by 3. And we get a 9. We can do it again. We can try something like, we'll do 4, and this time we'll do an exponent, and we'll do 4. So 4 to the 4th power is 256. So we have just quite easily built out a little calculator that we take input from a user and then utilize that to calculate that expression given what is given to us by the user. Now let's think of something else here, just as an aside. What if something is written differently? Like when I think of math, with Python, yes, we think of 2 asterisks as an exponent, but what if we had a situation where we wanted to maybe use the up arrow or the caret symbol, which is how I've commonly seen it used online for math and exponents. Well, we could do something like or O is equal to the up arrow like that. And what if we save that and ran this now? And if we gave a 4 to the up arrow of 4, guess what? We still get 256. So we can use our statement like that here, our and, or other operators that we have learned along the way. So start thinking about it like that. As we start to piece these things together, we're starting to build out little projects, and we can use some of the logic that we have already learned throughout this course. So that's it for this lesson. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next one. Okay, now we're going to talk about reading and writing files using Python. So let's go ahead and make a new file. I'm just going to mousepad, and we're going to call this file months.txt. And in here, let's go ahead and just type out the months. So we'll do January, February, March, April, if I could type, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, and December. If you need to take a break and catch up, go ahead and do that. Save this, and once you have it saved, go ahead and close the file out. So let's go ahead and create a new Python file. So we'll call this mousepad, and I think we'll just call this readwrite.py. We'll do the ampersand here. And for this, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and look at how we can read and write files. So the way that we do that is with the open command. So we'll say something like open. And with open, and actually let's add the shebang up here really quick in Python 3, save it. And with the open command, we can say something like open months.txt. And I need to add this here. So if we open months.txt, what we need to do with this, or what we typically do with this, is we store this within a variable. So we might just call this months equals open months.txt. And if we want to read that file, we can come in here and just print out months. And you'll see what this does here in a second. Now, best practice says to also close this out anytime we open this. So I'm going to go ahead and just add some lines in here because we're going to add some more stuff to this. But we can just do months.close. And we'll save this. Let's go ahead and run and see what happens here. So if we do Python 3 readwrite.py, you'll see we get this information back. Let me move this so it's readable. And what this tells us is, hey, this is the name of the file. We're in a certain mode, and this mode currently is read mode. And we get the default encoding here of UTF-8. So we're getting information back. We're not actually reading the file that we wrote. So some of the information that we can get, by the way, we can come in here and we can say to ourselves, well, is this file readable? So we have mode equals R, and this is one way to check it. There's a couple ways that we can check it as well. We can print out months.mode, and that will tell us what mode we're in. We can also print out months.readable, and that should give us a Boolean statement, whether that is true or false. So if we come in here and we save this, and we do this again, you'll see that we get months. We print that out. We get the whole shebang here. And we get the mode is equal to R, which is readable. You can see if we print out the mode, we can also see it's readable. Or if we do months readable, we can see that it is readable. So we have the ability here to actually print this out and read this file. So how do we do that? Well, let's go ahead and delete these 2 lines. And we can just come in here and do months.read. If we do that, what happens here? Let's save it, print this out. And you can see that it reads through every single iteration, January all the way through December. Perfect. So we just read a file and we closed out, working as intended. If we wanted to read this line by line, we could. We can do months.readLine like this. And if we save that and print, we will read literally 1 line. If we wanted to read a second line, we could copy this and we could paste this and save it and come in here, and guess what? We'll get January and February this time. So if we want to read this, we have to read line by line. Now, if we wanted to read all the lines at once, we could do that in a different way. We could do that with read lines. And this will print out an empty array or a list here, actually. And what you'll see is we get January, new line, February, new line, March, etc. So we put this into a list. And now, if we try to actually run this again, let's actually tab over. If we try to run this twice, look what happens. I'm going to print this and save this. So we have the first list here, and then we have a second list here. The second list is empty. Well, that's because we've actually already read this. So we read through it here first, and then it's empty the next time we try to read it. So if we wanted to read it again, what we need to do is actually use what is called the seek method. We can come in here and say months.seek, do 0 like that to go back to the very first line, and print out again. And now you can see we actually printed this out twice. So that works out well. We also have the ability to put this into a for loop to read through every iteration of the line. So if we wanted to do something like for month in months, we could just print out month. All right, and that should iterate through everything in here. So save that, print this. And you can see that it indeed does print through everything. We can also add the .strip at the end of this. Save that, print, and you can see that we strip out any of the new lines that are in there. So you saw we got some spacing in here, it's a little funky. So if we came through and we just added the .strip, that makes our for loop a little bit better. So again, remember, what we're defining here is whatever we want. We can call this for X in months, make this an X, and it's the same thing. But logically, it's just easy to call this month in months, and then we can just print those out. So we can iterate through this. So far, up until this point, all we've done is been able to read a file. What if we want to write to a file or append to a file? Well, we can do that as well. So if we wanted to, for instance, open a file, let's open a new file. Let's do something we haven't created yet. Let's do days of the week. So let's do open days. And if we try to do this, let's change months to days. And we're going to change days to close. And we're just going to leave this open right here. So we have our best practice. Now, if we tried to run this with an open days.txt, we're not going to be able to do that because currently we're just in read mode. So we want to be able to turn over and put ourselves into write mode. In order to do that, we can just do a W. If we wanted to check that out, we could just do print days.mode like we saw before. Make sure we are actually operating in write mode. So if we save this, you'll see that we are in write mode. So we're good to go. You could also just, again, delete this, save, and print out days. Apologies. We print out days, save that. You'll be able to see that we are also in write mode. So both of these work. Now let's write to a file. So we've got days. Let's go ahead and write to that. So we can do something like days.write. And let's say we wanted to put Monday into days. Save that, close it. And if we go ahead and execute that, nothing happens. But if we go ahead and cat out days.txt, you'll see that Monday has been put into days.txt. Perfect. So now what if we wanted to continue on with this? Let's put Tuesday in there. And we're going to need a new line. So let's go ahead and do a new line with that. And we'll do Tuesday. And hopefully when we write this out, we'll see Monday and Tuesday. So let's save that. Print this. Sorry, let's run the script and then print this. And you'll see we have the new line in there and we have Tuesday, but we actually overwrote it. We don't have Monday anymore. So what's happening here is we're actually writing to a file, which is overwriting the file. We're not appending to the file. So if we wanted to append to the file, what we need to do is change this W to an A. And we can come in here and we can write in Wednesday if we wanted to. Save this. And now let's run this and run that. And now you can see we have Tuesday and Wednesday. So understand the difference between R being read, W being write, which overwrites, and A being append, which allows us to append a file instead of overwriting a file. So that is it for this lesson. I'll go ahead and see you over in the next one. All right, let's talk about classes and objects. So Python is what is known as an object-oriented programming language. So pretty much everything in Python is an object. And we can use what is called a class to be what is like an object constructor. And we can use that to help create objects. And this is a little bit easier to explain once we actually demonstrate this. So we're going to create a couple of files in this lesson. And the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to do a mouse pad, and I am going to create a file called employees.py. And in this, we're going to go ahead and declare a class. I'm going to save this here. So let's do class employees, save it. And we're going to go ahead and hit enter and just tab over. And we're going to do this define and 2 underscores, init or init, 2 underscores again. And we're going to put some parameters inside of this function. And we'll talk about what the init function is here in a second. Let's go ahead and let's think about having employees. So the first parameter we're going to define is called self. And then for our employees, we might want to know the employee's name. We might want to know what department they work in. We might want to know their role in that department, their salary, and maybe the years that they've been employed. So we'll do years underscore employed. And just like a function, we'll add the colon here at the end. And we're going to go ahead and tab. And then we're going to define all of this. So let's go ahead and say self.name is equal to name. So we're creating methods here, which you'll see us use in just a bit. We're going to do self.department equals department. And you should get the gist at this point. Self.role is equal to role. Self.salary is equal to salary. Self.years employed is equal to years employed. Okay, so let's save that. So all classes have a function called the init function, and this is always executed when the class is being initiated. So we're going to use this init function to assign values to object properties. So what we're doing here is we're creating these parameters within this function, and we're also building out methods that we can use once we import this class. So let's go ahead and close this out, and we're going to open up another mouse pad, And we'll just call this something like our employees.py. You can call it whatever you want. And I'm going to go ahead and do my shebang at the top. We'll do bin python 3, save that. And from here, I want to actually import the class that we just built. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to import this, and we're going to say from employees, import employees. All right. And we can make a couple of employees here. So let's set a variable of E1 for employee 1, and we'll just do employees. And I'm going to stick with the Bob's Burgers theme from earlier. We'll just say we've got Bob. Remember, we're declaring Bob's name. His department, we'll say he works in sales. We'll say that his role within that department is the director of sales. And we'll say his salary is $100,000 a year, and that he has been employed for 20 years. And we'll do another employee, and we'll say that this employee is Linda. She is an executive. She is the Chief Information Officer, or the CIO. She makes $150,000 a year, and she has been with the organization for 10 years. So we can do some stuff with this. We can go and say like print e1.name. Let's save this, make sure everything works. Come in here. Actually, let me close and reopen this because I forgot my ampersand on this. And we'll come back, and now we'll go ahead and do Python 3 our employees. And you'll see that print e1.name is pulling down Bob. So we're using the name method that we created with our class. So we define that within that class. So now we have the ability to pull down information based on the class that we built. So we can also do something like print e2.role, and we should get that role printed out for us. So if we see e2 role, we're getting that she is a CIO. So that is accurate statement here. Let's see if we could open both of these. Let's open also employees.py, and we have both of these here now. So it's a little bit easier to see. We've got our function, our init function here, and we have all of our methods that we've defined. Now we can build upon this within this class. So let's say if we wanted to make another function, if we wanted to say something like define eligible for retirement, and we just said self in here as the parameter. What if we said something like if self.years employed is greater than or equal to 20, then we return true, because if the person has worked with us for 20 years, then they are eligible for retirement. Otherwise, if they haven't, then they haven't earned their retirement yet. So we can look at an employee and see how long they've worked with us, and we can save this here. And then we can come in here, we can do something like print, and we'll say E1, and we'll ask if they are eligible for retirement. Okay. Save this, print this out, and you'll see that Bob is indeed eligible for retirement because he has been with the company at least 20 years, which is what we put here within the class. So just know what we're doing is we're building out our own class, and we're able to define these functions and these parameters, and these help us with creating our objects that we're using over here. So we've got our classes, and then we've got our objects. So this can get really robust very quick, and we'll build out a project to look at that here in the next lesson, and that way we can tie this all together. But this is a very important part of programming, and this is very much a one-on-one class, so we're just skimming the surface on what this is. But this is actually incredibly useful when we start building out classes like this to help with other things that we're writing and pulling information from. So that's it for this lesson. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next one. We have reached the final project in this course, and this is going to tie everything together that we have learned thus far. So I am a bit of a sneaker head, which means I really like shoes. And so what we're going to do is we're going to build a budget app using classes and objects, and we're going to see what shoes we can afford based on how much money we have. So we're going to go ahead and start with the class, and we're going to just make a new file. We'll do mousepad, and we'll call this shoes. I can type shoes.py. Open that up, and we'll also open up a new window as well, or just a new tab here, and we'll write in both of these. So for this one, we're going to go ahead and just define a class of shoes, and I'm going to go ahead and just save that so I see the colors. And here we're going to define our init statement. And we're going to just say self. And then we're going to have a name, our name of our shoe, and the price of our shoes. And within this, we're just going to define self.name equals name. This should all look familiar so far. And self.price is equal to price. What we're going to do with the price, because we'll run into an instance where this is going to be taken potentially as a string, we're going to go ahead and just give this a float. We want to make sure that we are assuming this is going to be a float of a price here. Let's go ahead and define a few more things. So I want to define a budget check. And I want to make sure that we have the budget here. So what we're going to do in this instance is we're just going to say self, and then we'll also add in budget here. And we'll come in here and we'll do a check first. We want to make sure that we are given an integer or a float here when we are asked for the budget. So we can say something like if not is instance. And what this means is we're saying if this type is not what we're specifying here, then we're going to go ahead and reject this and close out of the application. So the is instance looks for a type and returns a true value. But if we say is not true, then that's false. Remember our truth tables, and thus becomes invalid and closes the app. So what's going to happen is we're going to say budget, and we're also going to look whether budget is going to be an int or a float. And if it is not one of those two things, we're going to go ahead and print out invalid entry. Please enter a number, something along those lines. And then we'll exit the application. So let's say that we have a budget and we want to also know how much money is left over if we buy the shoes. So we can define something like change, or what change is left over. And we could say something like self budget on this as well. And we can just return our budget minus our self.price. So remember, we declared self.price up here. Now we're calling it and we're just saying, hey, I want to return the value of the budget that we have minus the cost of the item that we're purchasing. Okay, only a couple more things and we'll be done with our class here. So we also need to purchase it, right? So let's define buy, and we're going to do self budget again. And here we're going to do a self.budget check. And we'll check our budget. And what we'll say is, if our budget is greater than or equal to self.price, then we're going to print out. We'll do an F string here, and we'll just say you can cop some, and we'll do self.name. So the name that we'll provide here. This will all make sense once we tie it all together. Okay, and then if our budget is equal to the self.price, then we're going to just say print out you have exactly enough money for these shoes. Otherwise, We can do else. Now we could go through this whole thing and give a statement and say, well, what if we had no money, or what if we didn't have enough money? But in this instance, we're just going to print out the situation of you can buy these shoes and have, we'll give a $sign here. We'll say self.change, and we'll give a budget left over. So we'll say left over, just like this. All right, and then when we exit the application, we can say something like exit, and we'll just give a statement, thanks for using our shoe budget app. Now, this might not make any sense yet, and that's okay. Let me make this a little bit bigger. And so what we're doing here is we're defining our init, and in our init, we have a name, which is going to be the name of the shoe, and a price, which is going to be the price of the shoe. So self.name is equal to name. Self.price is going to be a float because we're expecting, potentially, it could be our price of our shoe could be $2.99 or $100.99. It might not just be a perfect number, so we want to use a float. We have our budget check here. We're just checking the is instance. We could, in theory, add to this budget check and make sure we have enough funding before we come down and do the purchase. Would probably be the logical way to do this. But in this instance, we're just using really beginner logic, and we're just coming through and we're just saying, hey, if this instance isn't an integer or a float, like somebody types in a string, then we're just going to go ahead and reject this. We don't want any, we have no interest if this is no integer or a float here. Then we're going to define our change. So if we have money left over, like if we have budget minus the price of the shoe, then we're going to go ahead and give some money back. And then we're going to buy the shoe as well. So we're going to have our buy option. As long as our budget is greater than the price of the shoe, we can buy that shoe. And if the budget is equal to the price, then we have enough money. If it's not, then we'll actually have some money left over here. Unless it's the instance of not having enough money, and then it'll just exit the application because we haven't told it to do anything else. And then it'll also thank us for using the shoe app. So that's part one. We have defined the class. Now, could we build this out all in one thing? Yes, we could just write a script out for this. We could code this and make it into one easy script. But what this will do is allow us flexibility. This is where object-oriented programming comes into play, because we don't have to continue to repeat ourselves. And what we're following is what is called the dry approach, the don't repeat yourself approach. And so what we're doing is maintaining everything in a class here, and then we'll call that class and make it very easy on us instead of having one crazy long script that is potentially repetitive and a lot more difficult to go through. So here we're going to just open this up, and I'm going to call out a shebang on bin Python 3. I'm going to save this, and I'm going to call this shoe purchase.py. Save that. Now, we're going to import from our class that we made. So from shoes, import shoes. And let's define a few variables. So let's say low is equal to shoes. And for the low price shoes, we're just going to say we can buy some and ones. And we can buy those for $30. For medium price shoes, maybe we can purchase some Air Force Ones. And for those, maybe they're $120. And then for the high price shoes, maybe we're interested in purchasing some off-whites. And those might run us $400. And from here, what we're going to do is we're going to do a try statement. Remember, we've done a try statement before. And we're going to say try. And we're going to say shoe budget is equal to a float of an input. We're going to ask for an input here. So this is all tying together. We'll say, what is your shoe budget? Do a question mark there. Tie this together. And then we're going to do an exception. So if we have a value error, meaning we don't get a number back, similar to what we were doing previously, if we don't get a number back here, we're going to say, please enter a number. Now, we can come in here and say, for shoes in, and then we can just give this high, medium, low, like this. We can do a shoes.buy. And remember, we came out with this buy method over in our class here. So we're doing a shoes.buy. Going to go ahead and check all this for us. And we're going to say shoe budget. So we're going to take the input of shoe budget. What's the value here? We'll take that. We'll come in here and we'll see what our budget is. If it is greater than or equal to the price of the shoe, we're defining our name of the shoe and our price of the shoe from our parameters that we defined up here, name and price. So we're saying, hey, the name and the price. So is the price of the shoe, is it at least the amount of our budget? And if it is, we can buy that. And we'll check in the highest order and then go in the lowest order. If you flip these and you put in $400, it would just keep telling you that you can only buy the low price shoe. So you need to make sure it's in the highest to the lowest order in this example. And so it'll check, do we have enough money to buy the $400 pair of shoes? No? Okay, and then do we have enough money to buy the $120 pair of shoes? No? Do we have enough money to buy the $30 pair of shoes? So we'll go through that and iterate in this loop to see what we can or can't buy. So let's go ahead and save this. And we'll save shoes.py. And I'm going to go ahead and run this. Hopefully I have no typos. We'll do shoe budget. Shoe purchase, sorry. And run this. And I do have a typo. And so if I come back in here, I forgot to close off my F string. So let me save that. Now let's try this. What is our shoe budget? So let's give it a few different options. If we said our shoe budget was $30 exactly, well, it's going to say that we can cop some and ones, sorry, and we have exactly enough money for these shoes. Thanks for using the shoe app. What if we had $31? Well, we could still cop some and ones, and then we can buy these shoes and have $1 left over. All right. What if we had $450? Well, we can buy the off-whites, and we can buy those and have $50 left over for our budget. So hopefully this makes sense. I know this is a lot of information, and this, again, is just a 101 course. So we're just kind of dabbling in the object-oriented programming. And if you continue on with Python from here and you start getting into more complex material, then you could build upon what you're learning here. So try to think of something that you might want to script out like this or write out like this, and think of the logic behind it. I highly recommend going and doing coding challenges or programming challenges and try to increase the logic and the ideas behind what you're trying to build. And that just takes practice. All of this takes practice. It's one thing to watch and follow along with somebody. It's a whole nother game to go out and do this yourself. So start thinking of some things that you want to build. Really use your Google skills. Look at Stack Overflow and look at some Googling and some Redditing, and just try to piece together the logic that you have in what you want to build. So highly recommend building upon this. This is a great language to learn and very flexible, and I hope that you continue on with this.
Okay, before we get hands-on, I have to give you a little bit of death by a PowerPoint, but it's for good reason. So we need to introduce the 5 stages of ethical hacking. These are the 5 stages that you will go through on every assessment. So before we do that, let's first make a big note. From here on, we are moving into the ethical hacking portion of our course. We're going to learn malicious things. Please only use the information learned in this course for ethical purposes. Do not attack your neighbors. Do not attack anybody that you do not have explicit permission to do so. You can and will get into trouble for doing that. So with that out of the way, let's talk briefly about the 5 stages of ethical hacking. So we start up at the top, and we actually start with what is called reconnaissance. This stage is also known as information gathering, and there are 2 different types. There's active and passive. Now, passive is saying like going out to Google and searching for somebody. Say you're given a client and you want to look at their Google, you want to look at LinkedIn, you might be looking for, I don't know, a picture of their badge or an employee's name or maybe an employee's Twitter page. That's all passive. You're not actually going out to the company's website and doing anything active against it. Now, active reconnaissance kind of falls into place with the second phase, which is scanning and enumeration. Now that is active. That is where we go out and we take tools such as Nmap and Nessus and Nikto, and if you've never heard of any of those, that's fine. But we take those and we scan actively against a client. Now what we're looking for are open ports, vulnerabilities, different items, and with what returns on these results when we do this scanning, we also perform what is called enumeration. Enumeration is just looking at items and digging into them to see if we can find anything of value. Say that there is a web server running on port 80. We see port 80 is open and it's running something like Apache 1.2, which would be really, really outdated. We would go out to Google and we would say, Google, do you know if Apache 1.2 has any exploits for it? And we would do research. That's the enumeration portion of it. So once we do our information gathering, we do our scanning and enumeration, then we move into the gaining access portion. This is also known as exploitation. We will run an exploit against the client or against the vulnerable service or whatever it may be to try to gain access into a machine or into a network, into an environment, etc. Once we have that access, the process starts to repeat. We do scanning and enumeration again, and we also want to maintain that access, right? So if we were to get kicked out, okay, or a user shuts down their computer, how do we maintain that access so when they turn their computer back on, we still have access to it? And then lastly, there is the covering tracks. You want to delete any logs that you may leave behind. You want to delete any kind of malware that you upload, which is more important as a pen tester. Any accounts that you create for any reason, you want to delete those as well. You really just want to clean up is a good way of putting it. Covering tracks is the more hacker way of putting it, but as a penetration tester, you really just want to clean up. So we're going to go heavily through steps 1 through 3 in this course. We'll also cover 4 and 5 briefly, but the process and methodology never changes. Regardless if you're doing network, if you're doing web app, or if you're doing a different type of assessment, it's all similar in this 5 stages of hacking. The tools might change, the attack methods might change, but the overall methodology is always the same. So that's how we're also going to structure this course. We're going to go in first and we're going to talk about information gathering and reconnaissance. Then we're going to move into scanning and enumeration, and then we'll start with exploitation and do that repeatedly till we get it inside of our heads and it feels almost second nature, right? Once we have all that done, we'll do some practice boxes, give it a go, see how we do. We'll move into the internal side of things with Active Directory. We'll start working with our web applications and our wireless, and we will touch on the maintaining access and covering tracks, but you're going to see this methodology over and over, and you might also get this question on an interview, to describe the 5 stages. So it's important to know these. It's just something that every ethical hacker can rattle off pretty quickly. So have this written down, think about it, keep your wheels spinning, and let's go ahead and move on to our first section, which is going to be information gathering / reconnaissance. Let's learn some cool tools, some Google foo, and just what kind of information we can actually gather on a potential client. So in this section, we are going to be talking about information gathering. And all the information gathering we're going to do in this section is going to be passive. So I'm calling this passive recon or passive reconnaissance. I wanted to give a brief overview of what we're going to be covering and talk about some high-level topics before we get into the weeds and really dive into our target. So let's talk about the different types of passive recon. So on the physical or social side, physical meaning actually going on site and maybe doing a physical engagement, or the social engineering aspect of maybe doing a phishing assessment or even including it in a physical engagement or a phishing assessment. Just gathering this information from the physical social aspect is incredibly useful. So we have location information. So we might utilize something like satellite images, or often we'll go on site and do drone reconnaissance where we fly a drone around and try to gain information. And what we're really after with these images of this drone recon is we're trying to find out, hey, what does the building layout look like? Are there badge readers? Are there break areas? Does security exist? Do they have somebody posted out up front? Can you just walk right in the door? What does their fencing look like? Are there areas where they're just leaving the doors propped open? Where do people go out and smoke in these break areas? Because those are a good place to just walk up to somebody, light up a cigarette, even if you don't smoke, and just start a conversation, and then tailgate right in with them into the building. Now, the other aspect of this is the job information. So we might be looking for employees online. I might want to know somebody's name, job title, phone number, who their manager is. I try to get a good idea of what people look like. So if I see them on site, I have a good idea who they are. I also look for pictures. So I cannot tell you how many times a badge photo is posted on LinkedIn or somebody posted on Twitter. You can see all the memes out there about people posting their photos at work, and it's bad. It happens all the time. I see it to this day. So we're looking for badge photos. I'm looking for desk photos, computer photos. I had a situation once where somebody took a picture of her watching a game at work. She was watching a basketball game at work, and the basketball game was on her computer, and on her screen there, it showed all the different tools that they utilized at work. She had a work application open in this photo. There was a desk in the background. You can see different things, and it just gives us information. And that's really what we're after. What kind of information can we gather? Now, this course is not a course on physical or social, so I kind of wanted to give a high level of what to expect. We won't really be doing a whole lot of this in this course with this type of information gathering, but these are the things that you should be looking for. So if you are tasked with a physical assessment, do go out there and look for satellite images, try to get a good feel of the building layout, and also try to get a feel for who the employees are, who maybe the IT manager is, in case you're going to say, you know, I work for IT. They might ask you who your manager is. You might need to know those names. And of course, look for pictures. If you can find a good badge photo and what that looks like, you can make a fake badge, go on site, and you'll be way more passable with that badge. But sometimes they don't even look. It could be drawn in crayon. So from there, let's go ahead and talk about what we will be doing a lot of, which is the web and host. So when you get a web or a host assessment, the first thing you really should do is what is called target validation. So we're going to be targeting something on bug crowds. We're not really going to focus on this, but what we're going to do in the real world is we would validate the target. Now, there are situations where a client will give you an IP address or a website, and they might fudge it, right? They might accidentally fat finger it, put the wrong number, put the wrong letter in the website, and then guess what? You're off attacking somebody else's website. And there, if you are a podcast listener, there's a good Darknet Diaries episode on this. If you don't listen to Darknet Diaries, go check it out. There's a great episode with a guy named Rob Fuller, aka Mubix, and he talks about getting the wrong IP address on an assessment and attacking the wrong people and actually gaining access to that machine, which is a really, really big screw up on both parts, right? So you should always validate your targets. On top of this, when we're doing our web and our host, on the web side, we're going to look for subdomains, and we'll talk more about that as we get into it. But we can do that with Google, we can do that with Nmap, Sublister. There's so many different tools that we can use, and we'll cover some of the tools and how to do it. Get a little deep into that as well, especially as we get into the website of things. There's fingerprinting. We need to know what's running on a website or what's running on a host. What kind of services are out there? Are they running a web server? What's that web server? Is it IIS? Is it Apache? What version is it? Right? Are they running, what ports are open on their machines? Oh, they have FTP open. What version of FTP is open? So we need to fingerprint machines and kind of understand. But on the passive side, we're not touching any machine, right? So we're not going to be doing much scanning against a host. We just have to utilize what kind of information might already be out there. So if we go out to a website, it's on the border of active, but as long as we're not scanning it, in my book, it's still passive. So we will cover some of the passive/active side in this section. And then when we get into scanning, we'll get way more active with it. Lastly, we're going to hit heavy, especially in the beginning, on data breaches. Data breaches are the most common way when we're doing an external assessment that we get into networks. Absolutely by far. When we talk about data breaches, we're talking about breached incidents from the past that have leaked data. Again, these are like Home Depot, Equifax, LinkedIn, all kinds of breaches that are out there that have had credentials dumped, and then those credentials become available to us eventually, and we try to utilize those to gain access, or at least utilize the usernames to gain access. Nowadays, most of the time, there's not going to be an easy just scan, find something vulnerable, and exploit it on the external side of the house. So we're looking for these data breaches and this information that we can gather. And this is why information gathering and then enumeration and scanning, most important by far. The better scanning and enumeration that you can do and the better information gathering you can do, the better hacker you're going to be and the better you're going to be at your job. So take these first two sections really serious. So we're going to start in with identifying what our target's going to be for this part of the section. And then we're going to go ahead and start talking about data breaches and why they're important and go deeper into that. And then we'll go off some of these tools that you see here on this list and really dive into those. So I will look forward to seeing you in the next video when we identify our target and get some information gathering started. All right, before we begin doing our reconnaissance, we have to establish a client to attack. So for this course, we're going to be utilizing a client out of BugCrowd. If you've never heard of BugCrowd is a public bug bounty program. What that means is there are programs on the website that will allow you to attack them. And if you find a bug against the program, you're able to submit it and potentially get money for it. So you are able to hack these programs publicly as they are part of this program. Now, the program we're going to be attacking is Tesla. So Tesla is part of BugCrowd. Now, please do note, please double check when you're watching this course, as some time may have passed. Tesla might no longer be part of this bug bounty program. So it's very critical to make sure that you are still within scope before you attack. If for some reason Tesla is no longer in scope, just go ahead and pick a new client and do information gathering on them. You don't have to pick Tesla when we're doing this. You can just do it to follow along with me, but you're also welcome to pick any program you want. So if you go to bugcrowd.com and we go to programs, I will show you where Tesla exists. Now you can see here that they have all different types of programs in here. And if I were to scroll down and continuously, I could find more and more and more. There are hundreds of programs involved, all kinds of names, DigitalOcean, Okta, really big names, Pinterest, Atlassian, anything that you can imagine probably has a bug program if it's reputable, okay? Any of the big names most likely have a bug program, especially if they're reputable. So here you could see what's based on reward, what's based on charity, and what's based on points only. That's how the bug bounties are rewarded. Some of them are not all cash. Some of them are just for points and for kudos, and the other ones are for charity. I'm going to go ahead and just search Tesla. And when I do that, you can see here that Tesla comes up. Now, this is your first lesson into rules of engagement. And we're going to talk about rules of engagement later, but it's super important to read the program details that you see here. And what we really need to do is we need to scroll through and make sure that we stay in scope when we're doing this. So we have a wildcard here. So this means that any subdomain inside of tesla.com is fair game, tesla.cn, Tesla Motors, etc. What is more important is that we stay within this out of scope. So we don't want to attack shop.eu.teslamotors.com or energysupport.tesla.com. It says you can report vulnerabilities to Bug Bounty for this one. Any domains from acquisitions, such as Maxwell. So we have to stay within Tesla. And there's a few more sites. We're not going to worry too much about that. When we get into the web app portion of the course, we're going to talk about way more detail on enumerating web applications and go into that. So for now, what we're going to do is we're just going to focus on information gathering. What kind of information can we gather from this client? So again, I'm setting my target to Tesla. If you pick another Tesla or another client, just make sure you stay in scope of that client. So from here, we're going to move on to our first video and get our information gathering started.
Welcome to the email OSINT section. We're going to talk about discovering email addresses. And this is something that I do on a weekly basis. So I'm going to show you the most common tools that I use to actually look up email addresses and try to find people, and what you can do to kind of verify email addresses. So I'll show you some of my favorite tools and concepts. And this is something that I do because not only for OSINT and doing it for investigative type work, but think about sales. If I'm trying to find a lead or I'm trying to find multiple leads within an organization, I have to figure out where the emails are, who the people I'm trying to email are. So maybe I'll Google them and say, who is the CISO or Chief Information Security Officer for this company? And I might find that it's Bob Jones. And we go look up Bob Jones and we say, okay, well, how do I get Bob Jones's contact information? Can I find it via Google? Maybe it's out there in the public, but maybe we have to dig a little deeper. Maybe we have to kind of do some guesstimation and see if we can figure it out. So that's what we're going to do today is look at the email addresses, formats, and try to determine if we can find some emails. So let's go ahead and move over to the Kali Linux machine that I've got. And the first website is one of my favorites. So hunter.io, you just come to hunter.io. You get like 50 or 100 free searches a month. I don't remember what it is. It's a fair amount. You can come here and basically just type in a company name. So like say I want to type in TCM Security, TCM-Sec. And you can see TCM Security here. We get one result on the email address. So we'll click it and see what happens here. And looks like we have like an info@tcm-sec.com. It tells us, hey, there's 5 sources that identify this. So we see tcm-sec.com. There's an about, blog. So this is where they're finding it, okay? A better example, maybe something that has more users like Tesla. Tesla has 468 users. If we come in here and we look, well, we can see that they have a pattern identified here. So their pattern they're identifying is first initial, last name at tesla.com. And that's really what we want to see. And then we can gather email addresses here if we want. But say like we knew Bob Jones. Again, going back to that example, Bob Jones. So maybe Bob Jones works at Tesla. Maybe his email would be bjones@tesla.com. So it's something to think about. Now, we can sign up and get actual information here. You should be able to sign up with a Gmail account. Sometimes this does not work depending on the country that you are in. So be cognizant, you might have to use a different email address, but I just tried signing up with a Gmail account that I have on here and it worked just fine. So I'm going to go ahead and try to log in. I'm going to sign in with Google with what's already here. And just now I'm logged in. So we can go back now and try searching Tesla again. And you'll see that the results actually come back. So we get information here now. We get, let me make this a little bit bigger. We get information as to, okay, here's the vice president. This is the vice president's email address. Project development manager. Maybe you want to talk to somebody in human resources. So you can click here and go to human resources. And then here are the different human resources emails that are here. So, and then the sources that they found these email addresses. So this isn't a particular person in HR, but it's still human resources email addresses. So this looks like it's probably for Hong Kong.
This is for Berlin. This is Gigafactory. So they have different email addresses based on where they are. Now, if you looked up TCM Security here, you're really not going to find much on us because we don't have a ton of email addresses out there, but I think that we can find more in other ways. Now, so we only get so many usages here. We'll just keep thinking about this as we move forward. So hunter.io, great resource. They have plugins if you want them. I think it's a fantastic place to look. Phonebook.cz is the next resource I want to show you. This one is fantastic. Let's start with tcm-sec.com and see. So we're going to go tcm-sec.com and we're going to search email addresses here. So they do domains and URLs as well, which I think is awesome. But let's just search for email address. See if anything comes back. No results. Okay, that's okay. Let's try Tesla and see what comes back there. Okay, a lot more. So we get quite a few email addresses. We could see Elon Musk all over the place. We got Elon-Musk, Elon. We've got eMusk over here. And we get a ton of emails. Look at this. So what's nice about this is we can sit here and try to identify what the possible email addresses are. So again, first initial last name looks like it's showing up quite a bit. Outside of maybe like the Elon Musks of the world, we're getting a bunch of mostly first initial last names in here. So I think that's pretty spot on with this. The other thing that we can do is we could utilize this list. Say we're trying to do something called credential stuffing, which we'll talk about in the next section, actually, when we talk about breach credentials. But say we're trying to gather a bunch of usernames and test and see if we can log in with those usernames anywhere. Or maybe password spraying, not so much the credential stuffing, but password spraying, where we take all these usernames and we just throw it at a login form and say, hey, summer 2020 exclamation point. See if that logs into any of these accounts, and you would be surprised. It happens quite a bit. So this is valuable information, even if we don't know exactly. Maybe we're not just hunting for one email. Maybe we're hunting for an entire domain. This is a great way to get free entire domains with a quick copy and paste capability. Like we have the Tesla here, we can export the CSV from hunter.io, but you only get so many results that you can export into a CSV. Here you get a bunch. There's no guarantee these are all valid, but it's still information. Information is what we want. This is all we're trying to gather, is as much information as possible. So these are all potential email addresses for tesla.com. I think it's a great resource. Now, we could also use something like Voila Nobert. Now, this one, you can get 50 more leads for free. I'm not going to show you. It's the same kind of deal as hunter.io. They're showing you how to utilize it here. Basically, you can just search for people and see to try to find their email addresses. There is one I want to show you that I do use and I have quite a bit of success with, and that is called Clearbit. And Clearbit has to be used in Chrome. So I'm going to bring up this here. Clearbit has to be used in Chrome. So you can download the Chrome extension for Clearbit. And all you would have to do is go to Google. Let me log in really quick. And then I'm going to just select the free account. We get so many searches, 100 emails a month. So basically, you're going to search for Clearbit Connect, and you would just say, hey, Clearbit Connect. I'll put a link down below, by the way. But Clearbit Connect is awesome. You'll see why here in a second once I authorize this. Okay, we're going to come down here, acknowledge, probably give out our firstborn. And then now we're going to say, hey, I want to find emails. And here's all different kinds of things that we can sit here and search for. You can see TCM Securities in here. These are some searches that I've done. These aren't any clients of mine. These are just searches that I've done in the past, maybe looking for information or looking for possible leads or anything. So if I come in here and I say, hey, I want to look for TCM Security, you could type that in. I'm going to just click on TCM Security. And look what it discovered that the others didn't. It discovered me. Okay, and if I click on me, look, it says Heath at tcm-sec.com. Where did that come from? And then look, it has my LinkedIn right here as well. That's amazing. That's awesome. And it says here, you can email Heath. Just click this button. And then it's also got Rizwan. Rizwan's on my sales team. Look, it's got Rizwan at tcm-sec.com. What does that tell you? That tells you that we're using a first name basis for our email addresses. It's awesome. Now let's come in here and maybe we want to look at Tesla. Maybe let's try Tesla one more time. Maybe we're looking for the CISO of Tesla. If Tesla has a CISO. You could come in here and look. Like Elon Musk is right here, obviously CEO. But you could come in here and maybe go by role. And they have different roles in here. So CEO, let's see if we can find any sort of CISO. I don't see one, but I do see information technology. So maybe we can find somebody in the information technology department or IT department. And then here we go. We've got quite a few IT people. Here's a CIO. This could be somebody of interest that we might want to reach out to. And we could just scroll through this list and find people. So say we want to reach out to the CIO. Just click on this. We get first initial last name, just like we thought we would. We get this person's LinkedIn page. We get their location, website. This is awesome. Awesome. So I typically will start with a Google search. If I'm trying to hunt something down, I will start with a Google search. I will say, who is in this role at this company? If I'm looking for a specific person at a company, then I will go to phonebook.cz or hunter.io, try to identify the formatting of the email, and then try to find that person or guesstimate that. Once we get to that point, I try not to burn through these Clearbits unless I need to, but Clearbit is very good at identifying this. Once we get to that point, we can take this email, say like this email, or we'll even try a different email. I'll show you a couple. But we could take this and we can go try to verify this. So there is a website called Email Hippo. You can go to tools.verifyemailaddress.io. And all you have to do is type in an email address here. Sometimes you can get false positives if they're good or bad. Here, I typed in this email address a couple of times and just got a bad result. This is an email address that does not exist. Now, let's try an email address that we saw, info@tcm-sec.com. See if it works. Result is okay. So it says, yeah, this email address works. So we're verifying that this is up. So say that you get somebody and you see that they have a potential email address, you can come here and try to verify it first and see if it works before you go fire off an email. You don't even have to fire off an email. You don't have to do anything or interact. So this is the benefit. Like if you're from a sales perspective and you're doing OSINT here, this is the benefit of not having to email, waste your time, get it rejected. You can come in here and just validate. If you're doing an investigation, you don't want to interact with the person or company that you're investigating. You want to come in here and just verify without any interaction. This is the way to do it. Same thing with this website here. emailchecker.net/validate, email-checker.net/validate. Say, hey, checking the email. I put the same email address here. You could see it says bad. We could try again with info@tcm-sec.com and see if that works. And it says okay. So again, this is doing a great job. There are possibilities of false positives. There are so many searches that you can do per month on these, I do believe. They have APIs, which is nice if you want to automate this or script this out. But I think this is fantastic. This is great stuff. Now, there are plenty of other ways to verify email addresses. In the next section, we'll talk about that even more as we talk about breach data. Because if somebody shows up in a data breach, guess what? That email address has been used in the past. If you look at something like a have I been pwned, which we'll talk about in the next section, and they show up, guess what? That person's email address has existed. So we're trying to verify if an email address exists, who that address might belong to, etc. Now, this has been from a business perspective. Some of this hunting down of emails may be more difficult to do if you're trying to find a specific individual. That's where breach data comes into play in a lot of this research. And what I'm going to show you in the next section, we'll try to hunt down individuals with maybe having loose pieces of information like a name or a username or something along those lines. Breach data can come in handy very, very well. So this is kind of scratching the surface. Now, there's one last thing I want to show you, one last little tip and trick. Do not underestimate forgot passwords. Do not underestimate them. Let's go to Google, for example. Right now, I am logging in under an account that is please don't hack me, sir, please. So it's please don't hack me, sir, PLZ, I do believe. I'm going to go ahead and try hitting next on that. Okay, so first of all, it said, hey, welcome. Hey, what does this mean? This means that we have a valid account here. That's great. This is validating that this Gmail account exists. Here's something else. We can use this to tie to potentially another account or help validate. Say we know that this email belongs to somebody that's harassing somebody else. We don't know who this person is. They're using this spoofed email, but maybe we have a hunch or maybe we don't. Maybe we just want to try to get more data. You can come to forgot password and it's going to say, what's the last password you remember using? I don't know. Let's try another way. You come down here and it says, hey, let me make this bigger. Google will send a verification code to H. And it says, look, it shows you the rest of the digits here. And then at TC here. That would give you a pretty good indication if you're tracking who your subject is, that this email could tie to somebody else. Look, this is Heath at tcm-sec.com. Okay, so this email belongs to me. This is tying back to me. Now you have another point here. So if you knew about this email address and now you have the link, the connection to guarantee that this person, this is evidence right here. Say you were doing something, which we'll learn about again in the next section, where you're looking through breach data. You find a username that matches this email address and also matches this email address, but people can reuse usernames. There could be multiple people who use the same username. So you need to verify or some link. This would be a proof of a link between those, a pretty strong proof if you ask me. If you can say, hey, I identified 2 email addresses with the same username. I did an account recovery, came in here and saw that this had this same first character and first domain name. I think that's a pretty strong correlation. So things to think about, wheels to be spinning. Try to identify email addresses in any way possible. We'll cover this more in depth in the next section. And I'm really excited because password hunting is one of my favorite things. So let's go ahead and move on to the next section when we talk about password OSINT. Okay, so I would like you to go out to github.com. And then once you're there, go ahead and just do a /h Maverick Adams, HMAVERICK Adams, and hit enter. And you can see me in my snazzy photo here. But what we're after is, I want to show you a tool that I wrote called Breach Parse, and we're going to walk through what it does. Now go ahead and click on Breach Parse. And you're going to see a bash script here and a little bit of a description. So you do not need to download this. Let me preface with what we're doing here. This magnet link, you're going to need a torrent, some sort of uTorrent or BitTorrent, and you'll need to download this. And it's also something along the lines of 44 gigabytes extracted. It's a huge file. So you don't have to do this. You can just watch and follow along. You are more than welcome to install this on your machine. I'm going to show you what it looks like. So I'm going to go out to my applications and my files here. And then I have put this into my opt folder. So if you come into opt here, and then I've got breach parse. If you come into this breach compilation folder, which is what we'll download, you're going to see that we have data here. Okay, so this data has a bunch of different data. It's got emails starting with 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, all these different ones. What's living inside of this is, if we can display it, is emails and passwords. Now you see these ones have weird symbols inside the emails, but there's a bunch of emails and passwords in here, like somebody at yahoo.com and their password is 1234556. Well, these passwords are coming from credential dumps. So we talked about it earlier about thinking about the, Equifax or the LinkedIn breach or Home Depot, all these big breaches that happen, credentials get dumped out. And guess what? They show up on the dark web and eventually they show up in these lists. So we utilize these lists, and we've got, if you click into this, just hundreds of files here, and again, 44 gigabytes. So what I did was I built a little tool that can search through this data and pull down names. So we can take a quick look at the tool and what it does. But basically what it does is you just put in the syntax, you search for something like at tesla.com, and then you specify, tesla.txt. And it's going to search through all of these files for at tesla.com. If you're more interested in the code behind it, you're more than welcome to read the code in here and see if some of the items that we've covered already with the bash scripting and the Python scripting kind of ring a bell. So what we're going to do is I'm going to come ahead and go into the terminal and make it a little bigger. And then I'm just going to change into that op folder breach parse. I'm going to run breach parse. So breach parse here. And what we're going to do is I'm just going to say at tesla.com and then tesla.text, and that's going to run. So again, you do not have to install this. This is only for visual purposes. I'm going to show you in the next video another way to do this. So this is going to run through. It's going to take a minute here, and it's going to grab everybody's username and password that says tesla.com and the username, and then it's going to have all the passwords. And we're going to be able to decipher things from this. So I'm going to let this run, and as soon as it's done, I'll come back and we'll talk about the results. Okay, the results are back. So this breaks it down into 3 files. There is it's cat Tesla. There is a master, passwords, and user. So the master has the username and password, and then the users file has the users, passwords has the passwords. So I'm gonna actually gedit the Tesla master.txt, and let's take a look at this. So from here, we don't have a big list, surprisingly, for a company the size of Tesla. So what happens is people utilize their work credentials or their work emails, and they log into websites and probably shouldn't be using their work emails for, and we just use it to our advantage. So what we're after not only these usernames, but we're after these passwords as well. So we see these usernames and we see these passwords, and I like to look for repeat offenders. I like to look for the syntax as well. Remember, we had first initial last name, but we see first name dot last name here. We see possibly, you know, just a single name. There are different types of things in here. So Nick at tesla.com as well. So, you know, it's changed up. I think nowadays it is first initial last name, but maybe in the past they used first name dot last name and then moved to an easier format, or vice versa. They started first initial last name, they got too big, then they had to do first name dot last name. But again, what we're after here is potential repeat offenders. So look at this shark at tesla.com. It got popped twice. And the password is very, very, very similar. So if I were to attack tesla.com through a login interface, I might spray this username with this password and this password. That's what we call credential stuffing, because we already know the passwords. And then I might make some modification of capitalized letters and non-capitalized letters with DADE, because 907 and 814 appear to be consistent. You know, so I would alternate capitals and non-capitals here in lowercase and just see maybe if something sticks. So this is something that's interesting. This user down here, 12345, 12345 star, probably not going to get in with that on a company like Tesla, but you never know. But this is what we would do. We would take the usernames and we would throw these passwords at it, and that's called credential stuffing. And then we would take these usernames and all the known usernames, and we would spray passwords at them, like fall 2019, like we talked about in the last video. That's password spraying. So this is an important and very, very critical part of information gathering, is gathering these usernames and these credentials. Right off the bat, you want to identify those with your targets. So this is kind of what it looks like. This is what I do during every assessment, and hopefully that makes sense and that works into it. In the next video, we're going to go ahead and just show another method and start thinking again about these credentials and how they can be utilized. And then we'll do some other information gathering as we move on and learn some techniques and how we can get information on a client. So I'll see you over in the next video. Okay, let's talk about hunting breach credentials, and let's get hands-on. Now, before we get started, I know I stressed this in the beginning of the course. I'm going to stress this again. What I'm going to show you here could change. Now, I released a course about a year ago, which was on ethical hacking. We talked about breach credentials, and I utilized a website called WeLeakInfo. WeLeakInfo was then eventually shut down, and I got all kinds of emails saying, hey, this is shut down. I don't know what to do. There's more out there, okay? There's always more out there. What I'm showing you is the methodology. I could show you on a specific website, which I'm going to do. That website could go down tomorrow. We never know. But what you need to retain is the thought process and the methodology behind what's about to happen. From there, you could take that and utilize it elsewhere. So if a website does go down, you still have the same thoughts, why you're doing it, and why you're thinking about it. So let's go ahead and move over to a website now. So I want to take you to a website called dhash. Now this is dhash.com. I do not expect you to be able to follow along at this point because this costs money. Okay, it's $5 for a week. It's $150 for a year. This is only, it used to take credit card. They only now take Bitcoin, I do believe, or some sort of cryptocurrency. Absolutely worth it, in my opinion. Even get a week. Get a week. See if you like it. It's amazing. There's going to be tools I show you later on in the course that will go through and we can do it locally, like the one I just ran in the last video. I ran breach parse, right? This is something that I put together and set up, and it's free, but the database isn't maintained. It's a slow search. I don't get the results back as instantly, and I can't tie it to as many data points as a website like this can. I think this website's great. Now let's talk about what dhash can do now that I'm logged in. We have the ability to search by, let me make this a little bit bigger. We have the ability to search by email, username, IP address, name, address, phone number, VIN. Okay, think about this. Say we know an email address. Okay, we know an email address. Say it's bob at tesla.com. We're not going to search this yet. We take Bob, and we know Bob, it has an account, and we're looking for him. We search him. Bob shows up. And we see Bob shows up, and we see maybe his name, like Bob Jones or something like that, shows up. Maybe something that he's been leaked in has his address. Or maybe there was an IP address tied to the client you're looking for or the person you're looking for. This can all be identified. What if Bob has a username? It's like Bob Rocks 123. Okay, well, we can search that username in here and see if that username has repeated itself at all, which is great. We could search by password. So say Bob's password was BobRocks123. We could search that password, and if it's unique enough, then maybe we can actually do some advanced searching. Like if we go back to the example from last time, like this last video, we saw this 907DADE814. We could put that into a search engine and see if that comes back to something else. Maybe that comes back to a user that is not at a tesla.com, but maybe it's like Bob at gmail.com. And then guess what? Now we have Bob's personal account, or now we have Bob tied to another email account, especially if we search by name or something that we can tie them together. We need to start being able to relate other accounts to each other. We can do that with hashing. We could do that with passwords. There's a lot of things that we can do, and we want to start tying this together. As a real world example, when I am looking at an organization and I'm doing research on hashing, or I'm doing research on breach credentials, I'm trying to think, okay, first, if my client is tesla.com, I might come in here and search at tesla.com, and I might come see how many results are in here. Let's see what happens. Okay, here's George at tesla.com. George has been in a shared data, so there's no actual any details here besides a potential username, a name, email. Okay, same thing with safety. We'd have to scroll down and see if we can find something that, okay, here's Adobe. Now, Adobe will have there's actually a Bob at Tesla. Bob at Tesla has a hash password here. Okay, so now we could say, well, first of all, we can go see if we can figure out what this hash is, which we'll talk about in a second. We can also go and say, okay, Bob, does Bob exist anywhere else? Does this hash exist anywhere else on this website? Can we tie it to another account that maybe, even if we don't crack the password, then we can say, okay, this ties to Bob at gmail.com. So like I would note this down and I would take this and copy it. So from a real world example, I would take all the data that I see on this website. I would collect all of the passwords, all of the usernames, everything. So like Tesla 9, all of this. I want to know what the passwords are. I want to know who the people are. I want to know all the data. Because if I could start finding patterns, if I could start putting things together, maybe I can even relate these back to their personal email accounts like we're talking about. And then I could see password patterns there or other passwords and just start tying this down.
Because my goal is to break into an organization. If I'm doing a pen test, my goal is to break into an organization. So I'm going to take that data, and if I can find other passwords related to a personal account, I'm not going to go attempt to break into a personal account, but I will take that data and I will put it together and maybe try to break into their work email account with those passwords of that information. This can tie to an investigation as well. If you're hunting down an individual, you're trying to tie them to other accounts, this is incredibly useful. If you can find their data in a breach database and have a password, and that password's unique, you can search it, maybe find them somewhere else. You find an IP address, you find a name. There are often IP addresses in here, which we can tie to a location possibly. And see, here's that 9078 or DADE 814. We could take this and maybe search it and see if it comes back anything. Who knows? Shark at Tesla. Okay. Shark at mail.ru. Look, this is a new email address. We didn't know about this one before. And look, it does us a favor. We searched DADE, but here's the capitalized. We didn't search for capitalized. We're not searching specific. Okay, and now we're getting more information. Look, here's one for Dropbox. Okay, so it tells you where this is coming from and how you can tie it in. If we can get any sort of name out of this, any sort of anything, that would be amazing. We can get a person's name or IP address and we can start tying them down. But when you're doing different searches like this, you need to start almost, like in the investigations where they have like the red yarn and it's going from one pinpoint to another. You kind of have to zigzag that back and forth and really try to tie this down. And you'll see that when we get into reporting, how you might take one individual and really just see like a password tied to an account, tied to this. And this was the exact methodology that we took to get to that point. Because when you write a report, you want to make sure that the investigative person, or say you're handing off to the police or whatever, you want to make sure that the person that is doing what you did, or they can replicate what you did with ease, and there's no question about it. So this is some of the searching that we can do. Now, if we come to dehashed, again, we can come here and we can search by email, username, name, anything. So you can put your name in here. I mean, if you want to search on here, I think it's great. You can come through here and just search for your name. Let's go back. Let's search Tesla again. I saw a hash in there. The Adobe hashes are kind of interesting. They're not the easiest to pick up, but let's see. Let's find this Adobe hash. So let's say we get a hash like this. We could try to identify what this hash is. We can try to crack this hash. We can see if it's been cracked somewhere else. This hash, as of right now, we have no idea. But we know bob@tesla.com. We can maybe paste this in here first of all and see if it ties back to anything. And there's 22 results back. I would probably be looking for somebody that has this password with the name of Bob. It's probably not going to be like a Brett or a Michael. We might want to see if we can find another account somewhere else. But these are all tying down to a hash from Adobe. So depending on how they were hashing this data, we might not find anything else of interest. But you can see all the things here, all the different opportunities that are here for us to just do research and tie down information. Now we can go to a website called hashes.org. And if we come here, we have the capability to actually try to search for this hash. So we could search hashes and see if we can find it. So you can come in here and just paste it. And again, it doesn't do a great job, in my opinion, with the Adobe hashes. Sometimes they crack, but a lot of times it says it can't find them. Oops, there we go. Let's try hitting a search here. Okay, so it says not a valid hash. Now, if you put this into Google as a search, you can see it didn't come back with anything either. So we want to make sure that when we're searching this, we try all options. There is an Adobe database that if you do put in a hash and it does show up, there's a GitHub Adobe database that will actually show up here. So with that being said, this is kind of what I want you to start thinking about when we're hunting down breach credentials. How can I take a person or company that I'm looking into? So if you have a company, you can just go at companyname.com or .net or whatever it is, search in here, see how they show up. If you have a person, maybe a personal email account, if you can find that person, if you know their email account, you come in here and say bob@gmail.com. Maybe you don't know what their email address is. Then maybe you come here to the main page, you go, okay, I'm going to look for a name. I'm going to look for Bob Jones and search for that. And then you start taking this and trying to find the patterns. If you know Bob lives somewhere, maybe you could find an address for Bob, or maybe you know Bob lives in like Arizona. You could search Bob Jones and see if Bob shows up, and then kind of take it from there. And there is some search operators that you can utilize. You can see Bob Jones is taking forever. You can put this in quotations and search it again, and kind of narrow down your results here. So if we click on this, you could see like, here's a name of, we got a lot of results, but here's the name of Bob Jones. This is a very common name. So, but you could see like, if we're trying to look this down, we can start searching and adding operators in here and trying to see if we can figure out to tie a username or something to them. So again, get your wheel spinning. Don't rely on just dehashed, but just rely on thinking about this. This is the thing you should be thinking about. Again, dehash could go down tomorrow. But if you're thinking about it in the way that the credentials and the information can be interwoven, remember that red yarn again, that's really what I want you to take away from this. So we're going to do another video on this. I'm going to show you some more, I guess, tools that are out there and some other things that you can do, offer alternatives to this, and then we'll wrap up this section. So I'll catch you over in the next video.
Okay, we have reached the end of part 1. I am again going to link in the description below the link to part 2. So go ahead and click on that if you finish this, and we're going to meet you over in part 2 of the video.